Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Hermione Granger had Thor as his god guardian? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Present 1996 Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. Hermione hissed in pain. Struggling to remain conscious, she couldn't move a fire erupting in her chest from where Dolahov's purple flame struck her. In retaliation to her striking him, she didn't regret attacking him. She knew the consequences. Luckily, he did it non-verbally, or this spell would have killed her instantly. At least now, she had a fighting chance. A slim one, but a fighting chance. She took stock of her injuries. Her ribs hurt. Probably had compressions at least, fractures at worst. Possible internal bleeding. Her arm hurt from where she landed. She'd have bruising. However, her chief concern was her ribs. She opened honey-brown eyes, watching Dolahov's boots coming closer. Oh, and there was that. Pain laced through her as she reached for her wand. Hermione gave a cry from that action. Peering up at Dolahov through her brown hair, she braced herself as he lifted his wand. Before he could do anything, however, there was a flash of black and green. Dolahov was knocked off his feet and hit a wall. You really shouldn't attack what doesn't belong to you. A low, familiar tenor spoke from somewhere beyond her vision. Hermione couldn't see what was going on, but she did hear a thud, and a moment later a new pair of boots entered her line of sight. She looked up, her vision blurred. A tall man with slicked black hair, pale skin, angular features, and piercing green eyes that always drew her attention. A darker, more intense green than her best friend's. He wore leather and armor with a green overcoat. He crouched down in front of her, so she got a better look at his expression. One of brief concern, worry, even before hiding it with an exasperated look that clearly said without words, complete with sarcasm, "Hermione Granger, what in the 9 realms you get yourself into this time?" The man brushed her hair out of her face. His touch felt cool against her heated skin. She felt the darkness closing in over her eyes. It had scared her before, but now she knew she was safe. He would never let anything happen to her. She could let go. Before it took her completely, a small smile graced her lips, and she breathed his name before falling into oblivion. Loki, 1991. Hermione was shaking nervously. Even though she had read all the books she could possibly get her hands on about Hogwarts and how they arrived there, the train at 9 3/4 seemed to be larger than life. All around her, despite being rather early, were students with various animals. Cats and owls mostly, saying goodbye to their families. She herself had given her own parents hugs and kisses before stepping through the wall. She stood staring at the train. All her doubts seemed to chase circles around her brain. What if she didn't get into any of the houses? She wasn't sure what kind of test it would be. She had studied some spells, among other things, to prepare just in case. Would it be enough? Would she make any friends? This last one was her greatest fear. She never had been very good at making friends. She had none in the Muggle world. She was always different, preferring a good book over social interaction. It wasn't just her bookworm tendencies. There were many kids who read. No, strange things happened around her. The kids seemed to notice this and gave her a wide berth. Or it might have been her bossy tendencies she couldn't help. She still hoped, though, that maybe, just maybe, she'll finally make a connection. However, the doubt remained. What if she was alone, even in this world? Hermione's hand went to the necklace hidden beneath her shirt. The metal pendant cold against her skin. It was always cold, no matter how hot it got or how long it was in the sun. It had been her comfort for the past 3 years. A family heirloom. She gave a smile, thinking back on the day she had gotten it. It was her 8th birthday. She sat on her grandmother's floral couch. The scent of apples and lilac hung heavily in the air. Hermione always loved being with her grandma Helen. She was a bit odd, but still her favorite person. She found herself looking around the lightly painted yellow walls. She and her mother were the reasons she loved to read. Reading to her as a child and teaching her before she even started school. Her grandmother left the kitchen with a tray. On it were a couple pieces of cake, a teapot, 2 teacups, cream, and sugar. She set it down on the table and poured Hermione a cup. Hermione grinned. Jasmine tea, her favorite. She only added a little sugar before taking it to her lips, blowing on it before sipping. Her grandmother was old world. She held Celtic and heathen beliefs, mostly Norse. Many on her mom's side had those beliefs until her mother broke that mold. She could only assume they picked it up sometime when the Vikings had come to England. She herself wasn't that into it, preferring fact. Her grandmother wore a black stone with a red Soilo rune pendant around her neck. Hermione had asked what it meant years ago. She was told it meant son. Her grandmother also had on a long flowing white skirt and a purple blouse. Her long white hair kept down and warm honey brown eyes, which Hermione inherited. They sat drinking their tea and enjoying the slices of angel food cake with strawberries, discussing Hermione's latest book and catching her up on everything she was learning in school. Another thing she loved about her grandmother: she never talked to her like a child, instead choosing to listen and ask questions any adult would to another adult, encouraging her to ask questions and find answers. After the last bit of tea was drunk and cake was eaten, her grandmother took the tray to the kitchen, coming back with a smile. "Well, since today is my little bluebird's 8th birthday, I think it's time I give you your gift. You don't have to me. The books you got me earlier are more than enough. I want to, besides, this isn't an ordinary gift. I think you're responsible enough to have this now. I was going to wait till you were 11. You, however, shown me many a times you're more than ready for a bit of responsibility." Hermione watched curious as her grandmother went to the mantel above the fireplace, where a chest with etched runes made its home as far back as Hermione could remember. Her grandmother opened the lid and brought out a velvet pouch. She then brought it over to Hermione. Taking a seat next to her, she gently put the pouch in her hands. "This was given to me by my mother, and hers before that, and hers before that. I wanted to give it to your mother, but she told me when she had a daughter, I could give it to her. We do not know how long it's been in our family. Centuries at least. Only worn by the women. Legend has it that it's a protection charm. It probably is just a charm that keeps us all close, though we are no longer there. Every woman who's held it has held a piece of their family." Hermione, with care, turned the pouch upside down into her opposite hand, cool piece of metal landing on her palm. It was almost the size of her small palm. The piece of metal proved to be a charm, square with the design of 2 intertwined snakes and vine connecting them. It almost looked like a figure 8, one facing up, the other down, each other's tails wrapped around their necks. Even without her grandmother saying, she could tell it was old. Time had given it black tarnishes beneath the deep indents in the pendant and the detailing of it. The vines were a faded green, and there were traces of gold along the scales, long faded, even old and faded from its original glory. It was still one of the prettiest things Hermione had ever seen. The symbol was vaguely familiar. She couldn't quite place it. She went back to the story she read on her grandmother's couch. She remembered Thor's hammer, Odin's triple horn, and Frigga's weave. She, however, could not place this one. Whose symbol is it, Mimi? Or is it simply a pendant? Hermione asked, though she had a feeling that this represented someone. Loki, god of mischief and lies, she smiled. Odd choice to pick up, Hermione commented, wondering why someone would pick it up. Though holding it in her hand, she could begin to understand. It had a pull. "Do you know why Loki's symbol is a snake?" her grandmother asked kindly. Hermione shook her head. She really needed to read some mythology books. Her eyes never left the pendant, trying to imagine what it must have been through in the years. It had probably seen births, marriages, war, famine, passing of life into the next, all sorts of change and experiences, time where historical events had been, current, and everything else her ancestors went through, passing from one person to the other till it reached her. She now had a piece of that history. She felt her heart warm, though secretly wished she could unlock all the history it had been through. She tried to imagine it, and it gave her a wide smile. He's known as the god of mischief and lies, a shapeshifter and trickster. He can wiggle his way out of trouble like a snake. She wiggled her fingers, tickling her, causing Hermione to burst out in a fit of giggles. The Norse believed that snakes, in shedding their skin, were both wise and powerful. Wisdom itself is power. Knowledge is the strongest weapon anyone can have. Remember that. Never lose that love you have for knowledge. It will serve you well in your life. My little bluebird. I promise. Mimi? I know you and others kept it safe and hidden. She gestured to the box that had been its home for who knows how long. But can I get a chain so I can wear it around my neck, so I have it with me always? Her grandmother looked unsure for a moment. It was an old heirloom, but Hermione felt like she couldn't bear being apart from it. Something must have showed on her face, for she smiled and took her hand. I think we can find something in my jewelry box. Hermione had never taken it off since except when she bathed or slept. But even then it was close and usually in reaching distance. She lost her grandmother a year and a half later to cancer. It was just her parents now as her only family. The necklace now became her link to her grandmother. There was a part of her on her person at all times. It comforted her, gave her strength and confidence. She wasn't alone, not really. With a renewed confidence, she moved over to the train and tugged her trunk up onto it, with some difficulty, as it was heavy. She found an empty compartment easily, a perk of always arriving early to places. She always was able to get the best seats. Once one was found, she opened her trunk to remove her robes and uniform and her charms book, setting them aside and closing the trunk. She took deep breath, bracing herself as she tried to put it in the overhead compartment. It was about to fall on top of her head. However, a dark hand reached out and grabbed it before it hit her. She looked up to see who her savior was. She was rescued by a dark-skinned boy with dreadlocks and warm dark eyes. He was at least 2 years older and was passing her compartment. He must have seen the danger and caught the end of it before it collided with her, with surprisingly fast reflexes. Careful, don't want you to get smashed and sent to the hospital wing before we even arrive. He had a carefree, playful tone as he joked that caused her to giggle despite herself. Thank you. Hermione trailed off, realizing she didn't know his name. He seemed to realize this at the same time she did. His dark eyes lit up and he held out his hand. Lee Jordan, 3rd year, Gryffindor. Hermione smiled and took his hand, shaking it. Hermione Granger, 1st year. Pleasure to meet you, Hermione. I hope to see you in Gryffindor. Regardless of house, though ours is the best in my opinion. You're going to love Hogwarts. I already do, and I have not even arrived. I read all about it in Hogwarts: A History. A book where you may be in Ravenclaw. He gave her a wink. 2nd best house. Hermione smiled. He must have sensed her nervousness and apprehension. That or he was a natural at making people feel at ease and comfortable. Lee. 2 identical voices called from the other end of the car they were in. That's my Kay. I do hope to see you in my house, though. You do kind of look like a lion. He gave her a wave as he left the compartment. Hermione's hand went to her bushy brown hair that was impossible to tame. She was used to people making fun of her hair and teeth. However, from his tone of voice, he meant it as a compliment, not an insult. Feeling lighter, she shut and locked the compartment door in order to change into her uniform and robes. She wasn't quite sure when they'd be arriving, so best to get ready now. Once changed, she unlocked and opened the door. As the departure time neared, the noise level increased as more students came on board. The platform outside more crowded with families saying their goodbyes. Her excitement grew to the point where she couldn't concentrate on her charms book that she was attempting to read and practice simple spells from. Happy, though, that each spell she did worked. Repairing a gash in the seat, creating a light from the tip of her wand, locking and unlocking the door. Beaming with each success. She couldn't wait to learn more. At exactly 11 o'clock, the train departed from the station. Hermione set her book aside in favor of looking out the window, watching as the city turned into green plains and hills, with water in the distance, to tall trees blocking everything around them from view. She cracked the window open, letting the warm breeze wash over her face, carrying with it the smells of nature. She closed her eyes, getting lost in the sensations, her fingers playing with her necklace. She was startled, however, by a nervous boy's voice. "Excuse me, I really hate to bother you. You haven't happened to see a toad? His name's Trevor. I lost him, and now I can't find him." A round-faced boy with hazel eyes asked. His robes were a bit of a mess, part of it hanging off his ear. "I have it. I can help you look, though." "Really?" He looked at her hopefully. "Yes." She smiled, getting up, before leaving the compartment, reaching up as she passed to tug his cloak off his ear. "There you go." She turned and started to check compartments and bathrooms, asking others if they had seen a toad. Hermione made her way down the train, looking into the compartments, and getting increasingly annoyed when no one had seen a toad. It shouldn't be this hard. No one else seemed to have a toad. By the time she got to the last car, she was exasperated, her fuse getting shorter by the minute. So far she had been taunted, laughed at, paper thrown at her, and one compartment occupied by a blonde with gray-blue eyes, and hair so blonde it was white and slicked back. He shared it with two other boys who were burly and looked like half-trolls. She had squeaked as the blonde shot red sparks at her, telling her to bugger off. Rude. Toads were apparently very unpopular. She of course didn't mind. Clearly it meant a lot to Neville, and who cares what his pet was? She'd help him get his friend back if it killed her. She had passed Neville once on her way down. Why he went up? He looked out of breath and had burn holes in his cloak. She clenched her jaw in anger at that. Hermione hated bullying. She usually had to ignore them policy, but when it was others, she immediately wanted to stand up for them regardless of her well-being. She calmed down, though, when he explained he got them from getting in the way of a game of exploding snap, which she knew was some kind of card game, though she didn't know the rules or how to play yet. Taking a breath, she opened the door to the last compartment on the train. Inside were two boys surrounded by candy and wrappings. The one closest to her, a redhead with freckles dusted along his face, a dirt smudge mark on his nose, his blue eyes crinkled in concentration, his wand raised. A rat in his lap. The second boy was someone you'd glance over at if you passed on the street. Unassuming, small, and skinny, wearing cloth that had to be 3 times his size, making him seem smaller. Untidy jet black hair and glasses. The only thing at first glance that was remarkable were striking green eyes that seemed to shine with kindness. She knew that you could never judge a book by its cover. He was probably more than what he appeared to be. She clicked her tongue and made an annoyed sound, seeing no signs of a toad. You haven't seen a toad, have you? Neville is looking. We already told him we haven't seen it. The redhead said, annoyed. She ignored the tone, noticing instead the wand in his hand. He was the first she had seen that was her age that appeared to be doing magic. She hadn't seen anyone their age performing any yet, minus the red sparks from the blonde. She wanted to see more. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see then. He cleared his throat. Sunshine Daisy's buttermellow turned this stupid fat rat yellow. He waved his wand. There was a spark. The rat, who had been eating some birdie bots beans, squeaked and pulled itself out. Hermione tilted her head. Are you positive that is a real spell? Well, it's not a very good one, is it? I've tried a few simple ones just for practice, and it's all worked or me. No one in my family is magic. So it was such a surprise I got a letter. She gushed, desperately wanting to prove herself. I heard Hogwarts is the best school in the world. I've memorized all our course books by heart already. I hope it will be enough. Do you know what houses you'll be in? I've been asking around, and Gryffindor sounds by far the best. Dumbledore himself was in it, though Ravenclaw wouldn't be the end of the world. She was rambling. She knew she was. She was nervous, and as always when nervous, she hid it by talking as confidently as possible, even if she didn't feel it. If you can do it, better prove it. The redhead said grumpily. She just grinned with all the grace she could muster. She entered the compartment, sitting in front of the black-haired boy. All right, Oculus Reparo. She waved her wand, remembering how she repaired the seat earlier. The tape swung off his glasses, and they were as good as new. The boy looked amazed, and she felt a small bubble of pleasure enter her chest. That's amazing, thank you. He gave a small smile. The redhead let out a huff. Oh, goodness, you must think me so terribly rude. I'm Hermione Granger. Who are you? She put her hand in front of her mouth. She couldn't believe she forgot her manners. The black-haired boy was grinning. He apparently wasn't bothered at all by her awkwardness, though she just seemed to annoy his friend. His friend spoke first, his mouth full, causing her to wrinkle her nose in displeasure. Ron Weasley. He didn't even look at her. Harry Potter. Harry smiled, holding out his hand, which she shook. Oh, you're Harry Potter? I read all about you. You were in several books I got for light reading. You're famous. Am I? Harry asked curiously. You didn't know? I would have learned all I could if it were me. She stood up. As much as she would have liked to stay and talk with the boys more, she had to continue to help Neville. I must be going. You two better get changed. I think we'll be arriving soon. Before she left, she turned. By the way, you got dirt on your nose. Just here. She rubbed the spot on her own nose. Turning on her heel, she went back up and down the corridors. The sun was setting as she went to find Neville. They ended up meeting in their compartment. Neither had any luck. Hermione sat in the compartment with Neville and shared a cauldron cake with him to tide them over till dinner, trying to cheer him up as he seemed despondent, but her company seemed to make him feel a bit better. When the train rolled to a stop, the conductor spoke through speakers. First years, leave your belongings on the train. They will be brought up to the castle shortly. Neville gave a tiny squeak. He looked as nervous as she felt. She muttered spells she knew, wondering which she'd need. Squaring her shoulders, she stood up. Neville followed and held the sleeve of her cloak. She didn't mind. For some reason, someone leaning on her for assurance made her braver. Stepping off the train, she looked around. It was dark and wooded with several paths leading in different directions. She turned toward one as a giant of a man's voice boomed over the chatter. First years this way. Bunch up now. Come along. Is this all of you? Hagrid, Harry called out from not far from her. Good to see you, Harry. The man whose name was apparently Hagrid smiled, then did a head count. All right, follow me. Stay close. He lifted his arm up and held his lantern high and led them on a dirt path to shallow water that held at least a dozen or so boats. No more than 4 to a boat. Careful, now don't tip them over. Hermione wondered how this was going to work. There were no oars. It was logical to assume it would move by some magical means. Hermione turned her head around, surveying them. Seeing Harry and Ron in one, she tugged Neville over to it. Hermione got in, gently wobbling the boat. Thankful that Neville held out his hand, which she gladly took to help steady her as she sat down. She gave a sigh of relief that she didn't fall into the dark water. Who knew what lay just beneath the surface? Hagrid had a boat to himself. After everyone got into the boats, he gave a grin. Forward! No sooner had that word been said, the boats started to move on their own accord gently. Hermione gave a giggle of happiness. She watched the water ripple as they moved. She wondered what kind of spells were used to get them to move on their own. She was distracted from that line of thinking as the trees began to thin and disperse. When they finally cleared, they were on a large lake that reflected the stars and moon perfectly. That wasn't what got her attention, though. Her heart leaped into her throat, and her lips parted in a gasp as the castle of Hogwarts came into view. It was even better than she imagined. Huge and towering, with a long bridge from it to another road. It had tall towers, more than she could count at the moment. Its gray bricks shadowed by the night. The windows glowed with what had to be candlelight. She knew no other form of light that glowed quite like that. It had an old, historic feeling. In one word, enchanting. She found herself in awe of Hogwarts. This would be her home for the next 7 years? It was almost too good to be true. Hermione looked around, trying to get a look at how vast the lake was, or more of the grounds. Even with the sky full of bright stars and a bright full moon, the light was not enough for her to see more than vague outlines and shadows. She looked forward to exploring in her free time, absorbing it like she absorbed a good book. Almost all too soon, they reached the shore, and the boats glided to a stop. Hermione waited for the boys to leave first so as not to get in their way and accidentally knock everyone out of the boat. Once Neville reached the shore, Hermione stood up slowly, gingerly walking the length of it till she got to a spot she could get off. She occasionally went fishing with her father, and she always had the worst time getting out. Hermione stepped down out of the boat. However, due to the rocking motion she caused on dismount, and it being so dark she couldn't see the ground, Hermione got a bad case of vertigo and stumbled. She braced herself for the inevitable impact to the ground, not able to compose herself in time. Hermione braced herself for the fall, but it never came. Harry had very quick reflexes, Hermione found. Before she could stumble to much forward, he had caught her around her middle and helped steady her. She was glad it was dark. Her cheeks were flaming. How embarrassing. Not her most graceful moment. Thank you, Harry. No problem. Are you all right, Hermione? I'm fine, you caught me in time. She straightened her robe, still embarrassed. She was not making a very dignified impression. Hermione was saved as attention went from her to Hagrid, who had been checking all the boats. Whose toad is this? Trevor. Neville darted over to take his toad, relief washing over his face. Even Hermione gave a relieved sigh. She hadn't realized just how worried she was for the small creature till just then. She gave Neville a smile as he bounded over to her, his own face grinning. Hermione reached over to the croaking toad in Neville's hand and ran a finger along its back. "Nice to meet you, Trevor. Best keep a better eye on your pets." Hagrid shook his head and took the lead again. Hermione gave Neville a small pat on the shoulder as she followed Hagrid up to the castle with the rest of her classmates. She was getting nervous again, anxious to get it all over with. Hermione rubbed her eyes. She was also getting tired, having gotten up early and not having much sleep due to excitement. She was starting to feel it. Hagrid led them through a path leading up. Taking a side door, he opened it and ushered the group inside. It was huge, entirely of stone with high arches and a long staircase. They made their way up to it, and they were told to wait at the top. Hermione held onto her necklace, fidgeting nervously. Hagrid raised a giant fist and knocked on the door. Hermione watched the oak doors, that were almost as tall as the ceiling, open with a creak, reveling a striked-looking woman with dark graying hair, which was up in a tie-on. Her robes were of emerald green, and she wore a matching witch's hat. She held herself with poise and had a look that said quite plainly that she was not someone you would want to cross. At the same time, though, she had a warmth in her eyes. Hermione knew she would like this professor. She wondered what class she taught. First year's Professor McGonagall. "Thank you, Hagrid. Please follow me." McGonagall pushed the doors open wider, hurting them through. Hermione was getting more excited by the minute as they were led in a large entrance hall, with high arched ceiling and marble staircases on either side. It was even better that she had envisioned it from the descriptions in Hogwarts A History. All previous feelings of nervousness lay forgotten as she soaked in every last detail she could, turning in circles to make sure she didn't miss a single detail revealed by flames within stone sconces. To her right, Hermione could hear voices, loud and carrying, probably the rest of the school. McGonagall, however, led them into another chamber entirely. Once they were all inside, she turned to address them. "Welcome to Hogwarts." A very, very small smile graced her lips. Barely a twitch to the corners, you'd miss it if you were not looking. "The sorting ceremony will begin soon. While you are here, your house will be something like your family. The houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. While you are here, any achievements will earn your house points. Any rule breaking, and you will lose them." Hermione listened intently. She was not a rule breaker, so that shouldn't be a problem. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the house cup. I suggest you smarten yourselves up and wait quietly. I will be back when we are ready for you. Professor McGonagall left through another door. Once she was gone, Hermione straightened and smoothed out her uniform and cloak, brushing her fingers through her bushy hair. There wasn't much she could do for it, at least I wasn't tangled. That was as good as that was going to get. Upon seeing Neville once again disheveled beside her, she moved to stand in front of him, starting to straighten him up, starting with his robes, which were fastened beside his ear. She turned it to its proper place. She then straightened his tie. Helping him was doing wonders to calm her nerves. Gave her something to do and keep her hands busy. Neville looked at him thankfully. Mutter a meek, "Thank you. You are very welcome, Neville. This is our first night here. Best to try to make a good first impression. That's what my mom always says." Hermione's nerves came back in full force when she heard Harry ask Ron what the ceremony was. He replied that he thought that it was some kind of test. At least that is what his brother had told him. She bit the inside of her cheek. A test? What kind? She thought. Spells, maybe? Hermione started to mumble, listing off spells she knew out loud. Cataloging each one, she said into most to least likely to be useful, wondering what she could possibly need. Or maybe it wasn't that kind of test. They were going to be sorted after all. Perhaps it was a personality test, a series of questions they would have to answer to match their personalities best to each house. Either option made her feel very sick to her stomach. She would have to perform in front of the entire school. Hermione had never been particularly good speaking in front of one class, let alone an entire school. Hermione was suddenly startled out of her disquieting train of thought by the doors reopening to reveal McGonagall once again. "Quickly, we are ready for you now." Hermione's mood did a 180 once again excited. She eagerly followed the professor. As they entered the great hall, Hermione looked around as they were led down the center pathway. There were 4 long tables filled with students. The one the farthest left had blue banners with a large eagle crest on it, hanging from above. Still on their left, the one they were next to, had large yellow banners with a badger. Directly to their right were crimson banners adorned with lions, and the last one on the right near the wall sported banners of green with silver snakes. Hermione's eyes lingered on this last one. Hermione only gave these a quick glance. No, her attention was at the enchanted ceiling. It was more beautiful than she imagined. It looked exactly like the night sky. Galaxies, the moon, the stars, both regular and an occasional shooting. If it wasn't so high up, she'd feel like she'd be able to touch it. It's enchanted to look like the night sky. I read about it in Hogwarts History. Hermione informed her classmates eagerly. Had she not been so nervous, she would have found the enchantment soothing. Tonight, however, the butterflies in her stomach kept her from truly enjoying the magic for now. She hoped she could learn what kind of spells were used to create such a stunning visual. Itching to know how to create it, she could spend hours studying it and not get bored. They stopped when they reached the end of the path. In front of them was a very old and tattered hat upon a stool. It looked like it had a face of sorts. Behind it was another long table lined with teachers. McGonagall pulled a scroll out of her robes. When I call your name, I will put the hat on your head, and you'll be sorted into your houses. That didn't sound bad. Hermione took deep breaths, in and out slowly, remembering what her grandmother would tell her every time she was nervous about a test. Take deep breaths, find your center. Trust in your mind. If you feel like you're uncertain, trust your heart. Your instincts, relax, believe in yourself. Add, you will do great, my little bluebird. Warmth spread through her at the memory. No longer afraid, braver, eager again. As Hermione stood waiting her turn, she watched as students were called one by one. The sorting hat would open its mouth like a seam and call out the house name. Some were quick, while others took minutes. So far, it had called out a Hufflepuff, 2 Ravenclaws, a Gryffindor, and a Slytherin. It got to the point she was only half listening, keeping alert for her name, but only paying enough attention to hear the houses being called out. Her eyes kept drifting over to the Slytherin table, more specifically their house banners. Her eyes kept being drawn over to it since she first entered the hall. Hermione found she adored the color green. It was also a great shade of it. Despite the house's horrible reputation, she was drawn to it, though she prayed that she would not be put in that house. She could admire parts of it, but she couldn't see herself being part of it. Hermione, however, didn't like the silver snake. Not the snake itself. She loved them. They were beautiful, adaptable, and rather fascinating. She had done a school paper on them after they had a field trip to a zoo one time. No, it was that the snake was a silver color. It made it feel cold and gave it an unwelcoming look. Hermione's fingers traced the patterns of the faded gold snakes on her pendant. She found herself thinking dreamily. That green and gold would make a far better combination, more regal, almost intimidating, but not in the cold way, but in the way one is intimidated by something more powerful or higher of rank. Yes, green and gold would be far better in her humble opinion. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall called out her name, causing her to jump out of the hazed feeling she had been in. Sound and light hit her all at once. She felt embarrassed that her attention had shifted and become focused on a singular item that had nothing to do with what was going on at that point in time. Hermione rushed eagerly to the stool, sitting down on it. No sooner than the professor putting the hat on her head, when she heard a voice whispering in her ear, obviously the hat. Ah, clever of mind with a hunger for knowledge I've not seen the likes of for a very long time. Strong heart, as well brave and loyal, with a dislike of seeing others hurting. Putting others before yourself. Unyielding and stubborn, you value tradition and your friends. Difficult, very difficult. I see. Yes, it better be. Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last part out. Hermione's heart gave a leap. The house that sounded the best to her was the one she was put in, standing up once the hat was removed. She saw the Gryffindor table clapping loudly. She had noticed they were the loudest and most welcoming of new students. Lee Jordan had even stood up, grinning ear from ear, clapping as she joined them, taking a spot between him and a tall redhead boy that lockhead similar to Ron. A brother, maybe? He had a badge on his chest labeled Prefect. I told you. I knew you were a Gryffindor, I could just tell. Welcome to our house, Hermione. Lee whispered to her as the table settled down, awaiting the rest of the sorting. As she continued to watch the sorting, Hermione's head suddenly started to throb, and she put her fingers to her temples, massaging them. She felt a tug almost to the core of her being, and she screwed up her face, not noticing how the snakes of the pendant briefly moved. She shut her eyes, and as quickly as it began, it ended. She opened her eyes in relief, but it was short-lived. She wasn't in the Great Hall. She was in a hallway, though. Large marble pillars with golden sconces full of bright fire. She couldn't make much out. It was like she was in a haze. Hermione, unsure of what to do, walked forward down the hall, stopping when a figure emerged from a room to her left. He was tall, that much she could easily see. His head was down, his finger going back and forth over the top of his lip, as if he were thinking, and he was muttering words she didn't understand. Dark hair kept back, the ends curling at the base of his neck. He was very pale until he moved in front of one of the fires. It bathed him in a light and gave his skin a warmed look. Hermione didn't know why, but she suddenly took a step forward curiously. She should be running, but she felt safe. It was the only way to describe this feeling. Like if she was near him, nothing could harm her. Irrational, she knew. As she got closer, she was able to get a closer look at his cloths. He wore strange leather and dark and gold armor. His coat of a dark green. He was heading across the hall to a door on the right, opposite the one he just left. Green and gold, she thought idly. "Hello," she cautiously spoke up. It sounded distant to her ears, like she was talking underwater. His head snapped up like he had been struck. His head turned toward her spot on his right where she was standing. Hermione got a look at surprised green eyes, a green that reminded her of a forest. They were not as bright as Harry's, whose was a light green. This man's was a solid dark green that flashed briefly with power as he turned and took a couple steps toward her. "How?" He spoke so softly Hermione had to strain her ears. Hermione was about to reply that she didn't know what he was even talking about and ask some of her own questions, when everything dissolved around her, and she blinked, becoming aware of someone shaking her shoulder gently. "Hermione? Hermione? Are you all right?" Lee Jordan had a concerned look on his face. Hermione blinked, owlishly looking around. She noticed the sorting ceremony had finished. Ron and Harry were in her house, as well as some other people she didn't know the names of. What had happened? What was that? Who was that? She had so many questions and no idea how to begin to find answers. Her attention shifted to their headmaster, Dumbledore. She would think on this later. Hermione sat up straighter as he cleared his throat. "Before we enjoy our feast, there are a few things I want to say. The Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. May I remind you also that the third-floor corridor to the right is out of bounds, unless you wish to die a painful death. Now let us begin." No sooner had Dumbledore gave his rather grisly warnings. He clapped his hands twice. "Dig in." Hermione gasped, a hand going to her mouth to stifle the childish giggles born from sheer glee that threatened to escape her throat and mouth. As tables became filled with plates of food and pitchers of drinks, she leaned back to try to get a look under the table in order to try to ascertain how it was done. Of course, she didn't see anything, not even a clue. Not that she had expected otherwise. She knew it had to be by magic from the kitchens, possibly a summoning or transportation spell. Hermione jumped as 20 or so ghosts suddenly appeared through walls, some of them going through tables. Would her surprises no end tonight? She was both fascinated and a bit uneasy. She had never seen a ghost before, but had read all about them. They were transparent and floated through solid objects. Hermione gave a smile as the ghost that went through their table turned to greet them. He was wearing Renaissance-style clothing. "Welcome. Sir Nicholas, did you have a nice summer?" The redhead asked as he plated food. Abysmal once again, my request to join the headless hunt was denied. "Why?" Harry asked, taking a bite out of some ham he had gotten. "Apparently my head is too attached. Just because my executioner didn't sharpen his axe. Nearly headless and all." "Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless?" Hermione asked, unable to stop herself from asking. "Like this, miss." Sir Nicholas pulled at his head. It came removed except for a few inches being held on by skin. She could see some ghost of the organ. She closed her eyes, trying not to gag. As he floated off, she cursed her endless curiosity and need to know everything. Once she got over that interaction, she would have to apologize later. Finally settling herself in, she took a look over the food, debating with herself on what he wanted. Hermione ended up with a plate of roasted chicken, roasted potatoes, and a good portion of mixed vegetables, as well as a glass of pumpkin juice which Neville had suggested she try. It was wonderful. She ate her food politely despite wanting to gobble it down. She was starving. She had only a cauldron cake she shared with Neville that day. So, Hermione was it? I am Percy Weasley. I'm the Gryffindor prefect. Welcome to Gryffindor. Are you looking forward to any classes in particular? Hermione's face lit up at the question, swallowing a mouthful of potatoes before answering. All of it. There is so much to learn. I hope the professors start right away. I do suppose I'm most looking forward to Transfiguration the most, learning to turn one object into something else. It's very fascinating, though I heard it is by far one of the most difficult of magics. You need to be so precise. It is difficult. You'll be starting small, like turning straw into a needle and other things like that, working your way up to harder and bigger transfigurations. Well, of course, that makes logical sense. We all got to start somewhere, and I cannot wait to get started. As Hermione finished her dinner, continuing her pleasant conversation about her classes with Percy, learning about each of the teachers and a bit what their teaching methods were. When everyone seemed to be done with dinner, the tables and plates cleaned themselves and desserts replaced it. Plates of assorted pastries, cakes, pies, custard, and ice cream. Hermione chose a piece of apple pie with a generous dollop of whipped cream, and she treated herself to a bit of vanilla ice cream on the side, for she could not decide between the two desserts. Hermione just pulled her first bite of pie off her fork with her teeth when the subject around the table changed to families. A boy named Seamus Finnegan, who had such a thick Irish brogue it was almost hard to understand him. I'm half and half. My dad is a muggle. My mom's a witch. It was quite a nasty shock when he found out. Neville went pink. My whole family is magic. I didn't show any signs for so long they thought I wasn't magic at all. My uncle used to try to scare it out of me. One day he had me by the ankles out a window when my aunt distracted him and he accidentally dropped me, and I bounced all the way down the street. My gran was so proud. Hermione's heart gave a pang at this. She missed hers. My uncle was so happy he bought me my toad. Neville's smile was wide, and it lit up his face and eyes. No wonder finding Trevor was so important to him, besides the fact he cared a great deal for him. It was a show of acceptance, of family happy. What about you, Hermione? Neville asked. My parents are muggles. They were so happy and proud, though I think my grandmother would have been the proudest. I wish you got to see all this. There's so much I'd love to tell her. Hermione started to eat her ice cream, listening to Ron talk about his brothers. The twins Fred and George she learned, and Percy putting input on this on occasion, or correcting him, sometimes squabbling. She enjoyed watching the banter. They clearly had strong familial relations. Harry, she saw, was reluctant to say much, just that he grew up with his muggle aunt, uncle, and their son Dudley. As the hours grew late, the conversations had turned from families to hobbies and sports. Quidditch sounded dangerous to Hermione. Playing on broom. She wasn't all that fond of heights, but also sounded fun to watch, still even if one was not inclined to participate in the actual playing. Her eyes were growing heavy, the conversation fading into white noise. Her thoughts once again going to that hallway, the dark man she had seen. She should be scared, she knew, but she wasn't. All she felt was a calm and eager curiosity. Hermione was dozing. Her head in her hand, it nearly slipped, and she almost hit the table when Dumbledore taped his glass to gather everyone's attention. Now that we have all be fed and watered, I think it's high time we start to head to bed. Prefects, please escort your first years to the dormitories. A good night's rest before the first day of lessons is best. He sat back down, very full, her brain hurting from all that's happened, and sleepy from waking up early, travel, and good food. She followed Percy as he led her and the other first-year Gryffindors up staircase after staircase. She found herself smiling as she watched the pictures on the walls talking and moving, going from one frame to another, some of them greeting and welcoming them. She watched as the staircases themselves changed. If she was less tired, she'd look more closely. The very air she breathed buzzed with magic. Could feel it against her skin. She had only been there for a few hours, and she already felt the feeling of being home. Percy had informed the group they were halfway there, something she was thankful for. Her feet were hurting from not being used to climbing so many steps. When they were stopped, a man with dark beady eyes and wide mouth and rather ridiculous clothing of orange and purple blocked their path, holding many brooms, and started to hurl them at them. She squeaked and ducked, narrowly dodging it. "Oikel first highs, what great fun!" Peas a poltergeist, Percy informed them. "Peas, go away, or I will get the Baron." Peas blew him a raspberry. Dropping the rest on a Neville, he disappeared with a pop. "Careful with him. The bloody Baron's the only one who can control him. Won't even listen to us prefects." With that, he continued, leading them up to their dorms. Hermione hoped it was soon, when finally made it to the top of the tallest tower. Hermione and the rest of her classmates let out a breath of relief. Percy held out his hand as they approached a portrait of a fat lady in a silken dress and robes of pink, her brown hair pinned up in curls. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis." The portrait swung forward, revealing a doorway. They all filed into it. Hermione looked around. Everything was red and gold. There were plus red chairs and couch in front of a roaring fire. There was a board with parchment and other notices pinned to it. There were other chairs here and there and desks to do work on. She gave a small smile. She knew she'd become very familiar with those desks. She couldn't wait. "This is our house common room. Your bedrooms are located upstairs. Boys to the right, girls to the left. You'll find all your things have already been brought up and waiting for you. You'll be given your class schedule at breakfast tomorrow. Until then, rest up and get ready to learn a lot." He nodded his head and left through the portrait hole once again. Hermione and the other girls, lavender brown, a blonde with curly hair and blue eyes who kept squealing in Hermione's ear whenever they had seen something interesting on the way up. Parvati Patil, an Indian with mocha skin and chocolate eyes that held a kindness to them. Faye Dunbar, a plain-looking girl, lanky with long brown hair and blue eyes, who chatted with their other roommate, a redhead whose hair was in twin braids and hazel eyes. Hermione thought her name was Grace Williams, but she couldn't be sure. Headed up the stairs and went right while the boys went left. They continued until they found a door labeled First Years. Their trunks had indeed been brought up, and there were now Gryffindor crests on their robes. Hermione went to hers and brought out one of her nightgowns, which she quickly changed into. She was so tired, she didn't bother to look around the room. She'd do so in the morning. She also forgot to remove her necklace as she crawled onto the bed. She got under the covers and fell asleep within minutes of her head hitting the pillow. Almost as soon as she was out cold, the pendant was covered in a green light. When it faded, the pendant was as good as the day it had entered her family. The scales gold and shimmering, the vines of vivid green, even the metal itself had a freshly polished look, a liquid silver in color, causing the green and gold to stand out. A dark figure unknown to them appeared in the room, though not truly there. The image flickered, just like an illusion, green eyes glowing in the dark with magic. Finally, author's note 2. I don't often do this one at the beginning and one at the end, but I didn't want to spoil the first chapter with this question. Not all the chapters are going to be exactly canon like this, but there are key events through the years I want to include. My question is, did I make this too canon? I really like how this turned out, but I still want to hear your thoughts so I can think about how to go about certain events. Did I take too much from the books? Too detailed? I've never written such a long chapter. Too close to the book? Chapter 2. Author's note. Do not own Marvel or Harry Potter. Purely fan. Made, no profits made. Important poll on my profile that will be up until November 30th. Name titles better than this one. If you don't see one you like and have a better idea, PM or review your idea and I'll add it to the poll. Snake, Raven, or Rose related. All three are featured heavily and are important to the story as it goes on, but doesn't have to have any of those in it if you see something that inspires a name. I suck at titles. Wicked Game was a placeholder for now. I mean, it's a good title, but doesn't feel right, if that makes sense. Breaking Bad Licky Boss helped out with the political parts of the chapter. You were a great help. Thank you, smiley face. Hope I wrote Royal Life okay. Also, I've never written Loki before. I hope I do him justice. Answer to last chapter's question. Apple enhances knowledge and wisdom. Also can stand for rebirth and beauty. Lilac, protection, peace, and harmony. I got this whole thing planned out. Unfortunately, the chapters will be long, so I'm not sure how often chapters will be updated. So alls I ask is some patience. Even though there's quite a bit I can't wait to get to. I don't want to rush. Also, I'm so glad I got a positive response with the first one, and have gotten some advice how to handle anything to canon in a way that won't seem so heavy. First chapters are the worst, I swear. Song of the Week. Lola Blanc, The Magic. Love listening to music when writing. Don't most writers? Out of all of them, this one stuck out at me the most this time. It's such a fun song. Check it out. I've yet to surrender to tales of forever, but never say never, my dear. Loki rubbed his forehead, praying to the Norns for patience. He really did not want to kill his brother, no matter how much the oaf annoyed him, but it was getting to the point where he would be more than happy to dig one of his knives or daggers between his ribs. He could do it non-fatally if he really tried. Thor would be with Air for a few days, but he'd have the peace and quiet he longed for. Come on, brother, you haven't left the library in days. A little trip to Vanheim won't kill you. Thor implored, sitting beside him on the window seat, a window overlooking over the city of Asgard, his hammer at his leg, his long blonde hair partly up and wearing a deep blue traveling cloak. I'm sure you can clean up a misunderstanding just fine with the Warriors 3 and Sif. You don't need my help. Loki kept his voice calm as his eyes continued to roam the tome he was reading. He lay across a window seat of purple overlooking the city. The window was propped open, so the warm breeze wafted through, airing out the sometimes overwhelming stuffiness of the library he loved. One he spent most of his time in, his fingers tapped against the spine. So far, he was no closer to his quest for answers than he was when he started. He licked his fingers and turned the page. Thor didn't move. Loki let out a soft breath, realizing that ignoring Thor would not divert his brother from his course of trying to help him. He sat up from his laying position on the window seat, shifting backwards where he rested his back against the wall, looking down at the book, his thoughts whirling around his head about why he was there and all the events and decisions from ages past, all leading up to his current situation, and berating himself. Sentiment. He wanted to throw the book across the room in frustration and in a very Thor-like manner, but stopped himself when he caught sight of his hands. Pale and white now, but a memory of them covered in dark red blood. Her blood flashed in his mind. He winced at his previous thought. Dishonoring her was not something he wanted to do, even if it annoyed him. She deserved sentiment. That much he could give her. He took another slow breath, collecting himself, going back to his reading to attempt to block out the memories and to try to track down the witch that reactivated his amulet. The urge to guard her so strong it actually scared him. It was not just the push of his oath either. Why should he even care? He didn't even know this little witch. He lied to himself. He was good at that. He knew why. Loki just wasn't inclined to admit it. It wouldn't be so hard if the talisman was at full capacity, which it was not, and as a result, all he could get when concentrating on the bond that connected him and to the enchanted object, that even after 1,200 years remained at the back of his mind and tugging at his magical core. It had never left, it just faded, awaiting the birth of her which descended, were the occasional bursts of emotion. He had concentrated hard enough only to check on it every couple centuries or so, mostly to reassure himself that it was still intact. Finally, 3 years ago, the bond reawakened, still weaker than when Loki originally enchanted and tied it to him, making it hard to track down, and without it at its full strength, he could not find her. Meaning if something did happen, he wouldn't be able to get to her, for he did not know where she was. Just a general area, which brought him to the library, trying to find a way to track her down. Once he had done so, he was going to make some changes to the amulet. He was so young back then, only a bit over 2 centuries old. He didn't know then what he knew now. He set the book down, rubbing his temples. The witch's emotions were particularly strong today, giving him a headache. Reverberating through their growing connection, they seemed to be on the extreme side of a mixture of trepidation, elation, and exasperation. Loki sometimes heard voices too low for him to make out words usually, though frequently over the years he heard her voice clearly, small and bossy, usually correcting someone. He found times like those most amusing. Usually he blocked out the connection to concentrate, but when she was arguing her point, he couldn't help but listen, though he never heard the others' replies. She'd explain and argue her point till others had backed down or were educated the proper answer. Once she won the battle, there would be a sense of satisfaction of proving to be right, a feeling he himself knew all too well. She was young, that much he could tell. If only she'd fall asleep with the amulet on. If she did, his amulet would react to her magic and restore itself on its own, strengthening his connection to it and to her, so he could track her down with ease, even be able to appear at her side in a moment's notice to protect her. He promised, and though he did not yet know her, he would lay down his life for her. Again, he tried to lie to himself, convince himself he shouldn't care. That argument didn't last, for now the witch only seemed to have it on when awake. Therefore, she unknowingly blocked the amulet from drawing on her magic. Loki cursed his younger self. He hadn't quite mastered magic yet when he had given it to her. No, he refused to think about it. He would be damned to hell if he was unable to keep his oath. Beyond that, he wouldn't ever forgive himself. He'd welcome whatever punishment hell decided to dish out at him. The goddess of death had a vivid and cruel imagination. He knew that firsthand, though never on the receiving end of that imagination. Loki was suddenly startled out of his morose thoughts that had been quickly going into dangerous waters to things he avoided thinking about, by the sound of his brother's booming voice. He thanked the Norns for the distraction, though the thankfulness didn't last long. "Brother, why do you continue in this search? They are probably long gone, though my heart would be most glad if they have survived. It, however, has been over 1,000 years. The magic is so old, are you sure it is even still in effect? If by some miracle the line hasn't been broken, how do you know it's even still with that family? I know you swore an oath to Lady Eleanor Blackwell." Loki flinched with a feeling like he'd been hit with Mjolnir. At the very sound of her name? "I respect that, I do, and I think it's honorable you are trying to keep it. Maybe you should let it go. You say you felt it waking up, but it's been 3 years. Could it have been a mistake? I'm concerned, brother. You need to get out of this library. You're barely sleeping. You forget to eat for days. You're going to drive yourself insane. Come with us." Thor looked at him with blue eyes, imploring him to see reason. Again, Loki had the urge to drive a knife through him, this time fatally. Better yet, throw him into the lava on Muspelheim. "You question my skills in magic?" Loki clenched his jaw. Did his brother have so little faith in his abilities? He had been young, yes, but he knew perfectly well how to keep track of his crest amulets. Maybe not as precisely as he could now. That particular one was his original, the core amulet. He would always be able to feel it no matter how dormant. He had carried it around since he had first crafted it at just 16 years old, bound a piece of his magic, even going so far as to bind his own familiars to it, until he gave it away, a promise of protection. For that was what it was designed for. He was supposed to give it to the woman he'd someday marry. He refused to regret giving it to her family. He didn't see himself ever marrying anyway, at least not in the sense where he'd want to give her something so personal. It had fed off his magic for a century and a half, and it was as a part of him as his daggers and the magic coursing through his veins. Thor would know this if he had made his own, like he was supposed to have done. He had no magic, but the elves of Alfheim could have helped him create the amulet and tie his blood to it. Thor had not even done that. Give up? Where did his brother get the nerve to try to tell him, after all the situations Thor had gotten them into over the years? Situations and battles that he refused to back down on. To give up? Not a chance in Helheim. The witch was his, and he'd be damned if anyone got in the way of that. His brother included. "No, that's not why dash." Loki held up his hand to silence him. "You did. For reasons you don't need to know. I'm confident it is still with them. It has never left them. Now go with your friends to Vanheim." Loki shooed him with the book. Getting up, he headed out of the library, leaving his brother worried and confused behind him. Loki himself shaking with repressed rage swirling inside him. He needed to let off some steam. Before he left the library, however, Thor spoke up. "You are not the only one that lost something precious that day, brother. I cared as well." Loki didn't look back as he left. Thor watched his brother go. Standing up, he put Mjolnir at his belt and followed his brother. He knew where he was heading. Thor knew he had insulted his brother. He may have even hurt him. Not that his brother's pride would allow him to admit that he was not immune to such emotions. He hung back when he followed his brother to the gardens, letting Loki have time to cool down and be alone for a bit. Before Thor again imposed. He waited patiently for an hour, which was especially difficult for him. He was a man of action. He did not like or appreciate waiting. Once the hour was up, he headed into the massive gardens that their mother enjoyed growing and tending when she wasn't busy with queenly responsibilities. Thor traveled deep into the gardens where glowing gold flowers bloomed on high hedges. Years of exploring and playing with his brother within the maze, he knew the way. He paused when he got to the center gardens, once having held a marble Pegasus fountain, cobblestone, and 2 tall trees in his youth. Now the ground was wild grass and yellow Midgardian roses. In the very center grew a white tree that glowed and bloomed pure white roses. Thor felt a peace come over him as it always did when he visited here. Far more than his brother. The wound was deep for Loki, and he suspected still painful. Thor groaned inwardly. He should really think before running his mouth. He may have lost a good friend, but his brother had loved her fiercely. Not in a romantic or even as a lover way, but the way someone loves a sister. Thor suspected it was equal to the love he had for their mother. Eleanor had saved his brother's life. He would not be here now if it wasn't for her. She became Loki's first and Thor suspected only friend. How long she was probably the only one that ever trusted him, truly trusted him. The god of lies. He had scarcely left her during their time on Midgard, until he was forced to let go. Thor had been there. He never thought he'd see Loki so unhinged. He hoped to the Norns he never saw him in that much pain ever again. He did not think even the 9 realms could survive it. After he had calmed, Thor had not dared get close to him. Thor and Loki had given her a proper send-off, not with normal fire, but with his brother's green flames as they set the boat ablaze. Thor smiled a bit at the bittersweet memory. Unlike normal Midgardians whose ships had just burnt then sank. Like an Asgardian, her ashes went up into the heavens. The Valkyries had accepted her. Though he did not know if she would go to Valhalla or if she would be accepted by Freyja to Folkvanger and her temple Sessrumnir. He hoped for the latter. She was never one for battle, despite losing to the painful battle women went through of childbirth. She had succeeded in bringing her daughter into the world. Though the Norns had claimed her, she lived on and away. They had sent her off with the few possessions she had, all but 2 items Loki had refused to let go of. A cockle shell, if he remembered right. In a small bag she kept rose bulbs. Thor knew not what his brother had done with the former. The latter, however, he brought to their mother, who had the center garden changed. The tiles, trees, and statues moved. Not one for gardening. Loki had still helped their mother plant the bulbs. Helped her care for it as well. Loki was very diligent in this. Thor suspected it was his way of mourning, giving himself a task to take his mind off things. It took 10 long years to get the flowers filling the area as they were now. Then Odin came with a white apple, rare as her apples grew golden. One every 1,000 years would come in white. She took the seeds of the apple, and using some form of magic Thor couldn't explain, bound it to a rose bulb and planted it. Before long, the tree started to grow, glowing. 50 years had passed, and pure white flowers bloomed. Every year Loki came here and took the first bloomed flower and kept it in a glass case, which he enchanted to keep it from dying until the next year. For someone who hated sentiment more than anything, he was awful sentimental about this, though he dared not say this out loud, or even let him know Thor knew this secret ritual. Hypocrite, Thor thought fondly. Loki probably lied to himself that it was of regret, not sentiment. Loki stood in front of the tree, his hand out pressing flat against the bark. His eyes were closed and a faint green light was circling him. Thor moved across the grass to stand beside him. He to put his hand on the bark, feeling a warm calm go over him. I am truly sorry, brother, for what I have said. Loki was quiet. Thor knew it best not to pry, though he itched to break the tension with a joke or something. Loki was better at that than he. I feel her, he said slowly, looking over at him sideways, almost like a kid debating on whether to tell the truth or lie. Finally, he looked resigned. Thor grinned, and they said persistence was futile. I did feel it waking up, and my bond to the amulet is just strong enough for me to feel her emotions. Hear her voice. How can I protect her, brother? I can't even find her. If danger should befall her, why I did nothing. I would never be able to forgive myself. All this would be for nothing. Her death would mean nothing. Loki's hand clenched at his side. Thor put a sympathetic hand on his brother's shoulder. Loki had turned his head and shrugged his hand off. Norns, did his brother have to be so closed off? Why wouldn't he let him in? He hadn't always been like this. When they were kids, he was always so open. But as they grew into adulthood, Loki became more and more cut off, especially after their friend's death. Thor suspected that it was his defense mechanism. If no one got close, he would not feel that pain. There was nothing you could have done, brother. You did what you had to do. Thor watched as Loki put one hand on the hilt of one of his daggers he always carried on his person, the one that Loki had not used since they were last on Midgard. I could have not used this. You had no choice, brother. They both would have died. Then this girl would not be alive. All of it would have been in vain, brother. Her death meaning even less. Loki sighed, but did not really comment. I just want to see her, to know she's alive and well. Emotions and occasional snippets of her voice tells me nothing very tangible. As do I, brother. I would wish to see her well also. Thor grinned, wanting to ease the tension. I wonder what she is like. Loki hummed so softly, Thor would have sworn he misheard. If she's anything like her. Thor smirked. Trouble. Both brothers fell into a fit of laughter. Loki, feeling a bit better after his visit to the garden, like he always did, talking to Thor also helped. As much as the oaf annoyed him on a good day, he did care deeply for him. Thor also had moments like today that showed himself capable of being the older brother, and at least attempt to understand. Unfortunately, in this case, his brother would only know and understand the surface. There were things Thor did not know, things Loki would never tell him. He had his own reasons that made him so desperate to find her. Loki walked with his brother to the courtyard, neither saying anything. Loki's mind racing around his head. How he was escaping a massive headache was beyond him. The witch aside, there were other things that held his worry. Things he was putting just as much energy into. When they arrived at the courtyard, the warriors 3 and the lady Sif were waiting for Thor. Sif even held the reins of Thor's horse. They greeted Thor with enthusiasm, though none but Hogun really acknowledged that Loki was right there. Hogun had given a slight bow and afternoon, Prince Loki. At least Hogun, even if he wasn't fond of Loki, showed a bit of respect. The least Loki could do is return it in kind. I hope you are well this day, Hogun. The silent warrior just gave a small nod and turned to Thor, who had mounted his horse. The others following his suit, getting up on their own steeds. Will you not accompany us to Vanaheim, brother? Thor appealed to him one last time. Loki shook his head. I cannot, brother. There are things for me to do here. Loki continued quickly, seeing his brother start to give him a disapproving look. That has nothing to do with the library. There is a council meeting I do wish to attend. Those boring old men? How do you stand them without falling asleep? Alls they do is argue. Wouldn't going to Vanheim be more productive? Unlike you, Thor, I find them quite illuminating. You would too if you didn't use it as an excuse to nap. Loki shook his head disapprovingly. The last meeting Thor had attended, on their parents' orders, he needed to be more active in the everyday things going on in their kingdom. He was asleep in less than 10 minutes. His brother had thunder-like snores, so Loki spent the entire meeting kicking Thor under the table to keep him awake and from snoring. As a result, Loki missed half of what was going on. Your pyre, Loki. We will be back by morn. Thor gave a grin and kicked off, the others following in formation. Sif beside him, the warriors 3 behind. Loki watched them go toward the Bifrost. He turned back toward the palace gates, toward the council rooms. The council consisted of 12 elder Aesirs, 2 of them even older than Odin, and had served with his father Bor, Loki's grandfather. The oldest of which was Granger. He was completely blind but wise. He was the one he most respected. Out of the 12, there were only 3 he thought were even remotely competent. Granger may be blind. Loki had seen him in battle only once. Despite the blindness, he was completely fierce and merciless, with fighting skilled as ever. Even though, as Thor put it, it didn't look like he couldn't hold a goblet of mead. Loki had been barely 12, and he learned that day to never judge anything by appearances. Granger also never spoke during the meetings or much at all. When he did, even the All-Father listened. He had the final say, whatever he decided the others would follow. So far he had not spoken about their current troubles. He seemed to be waiting for something, his sightless eyes peering ahead as if he was prepping a chessboard against a battle they were not yet aware of. Loki had been paying extra attention to him. The other that had served with Bor was a man named Eirik. He was the most stubborn of the council. He hated change and was very unwilling to deal with other realms' problems, even if they affected Asgard heavily. The second he respected was actually a female, Dagny, the only one on the council. She was about his mother's age, the demeanor of her queen, the thirst of battle of their people, and the skills and wisdom that came with time and trial. She had dark locks as dark as Loki's, with streaks of silver that sparkled like stars. Dagny was the one that often pushed for action when the men were refusing to do anything. Loki had never disagreed with her point of views, often even on the same page. In turn, she was always on his side. The third one he liked was Dagny's husband Einar. Einar was a fierce warrior general, a man of action with a dislike for being idle. He did not rush in a battle blind, however. He liked to study situations at all angles. If there was something to be done, he didn't like debating on it. Like Loki, he was annoyed at the council's unwillingness to act on the current dilemma. Next were the triplets, identical in every way. The only way to tell them apart was the length of their beards. Asbjorn's was thick with several braids he kept like a dwarf's. Bernhard kept his short barely, covering his neck, and Dahl was clean-shaven. They were not too bad, they just had the tendency to be easily swayed by the two most stubborn members of the council. The rest included men named Ender, Hjalmar, Malin, and Alvar. They went with anything Emil and Eirik wanted. No real thoughts of their own, easily manipulated, untrustworthy. The last was Emil. Loki loathed with a passion. He didn't trust him in the slightest. He was also the youngest in the council, not actually an elder. Around Loki's age, only given the seat after his father's passing. Loki didn't trust or know his agenda. He was certain of one thing. Loki trusted his instincts, they never steered him wrong. Emil's motives were definitely not for the good of Asgard. He was a traitor, he was sure of it, but had no proof. So he would wait. The man would slip one day, and he'd be ready. Loki entered the council room, which included a long table that they sat on. The head of the table was his father's chair, the rare occasions he decided to actually participate in the meetings. The Allfather spent most of his time dealing with disputes in the Kingdom Nobel and Common alike. So they sat 6 on one side, 6 on the other, unless he or Thor deigned to join. Mostly, it was Loki. Thor had no patience. Upon entering the room, the ones standing bowed, while the ones sitting dipped their heads in respect. Dagny and Einar dressed in matching blue and got up from the table. Loki waved his hand. "You do not need to get up on my account." Einar gave a booming laugh. "Always a joker, Loki. It is custom to wait till the princes of Asgard are seated before sitting themselves. Argue all you want, but some of us." Einar glared at Emil. "Actually respect tradition. Then consider it in order that we both wait for the Lady Dagny to sit first. We are being rather rude and not being gentlemen." "Oh, Your Highness, we are being quite rude, aren't we?" Both men were grinning as they joked and bantered. Dagny gave a subtle roll of her eyes. "Men, can't live with them. Can't live without them. Oh, my darling, you wound me." Einar grinned, his eyes alighting with pure joy and love whenever he spoke to or looked at his wife. Einar took her hand and helped her get seated before both he and Loki took their seats. While he waited, Loki pondered their problem. It all started several years ago. Muzzlefame started to increase the prices of their export of their refined scabrite metal to Vanaheim. They were paying for a while with a lot of protesting. Until very recently, they stopped paying altogether. A trade war was on the horizon. Loki was rather concerned for Asgard. Other realms as well were getting antsy, worried how this will affect their way of life. Trade between realms was crucial to keeping peace and life flowing. Each realm having resources or skills the other needed, and vice versa. It kept things moving. Some realms were already taking sides. Others, like Asgard, were remaining neutral. Asgard would not be able to remain neutral for much longer. The feud has caused a shortage of both weaponry and imported food for their people. Their own exports were being bought in small rations by both Muzzlefame and Vanaheim. Due to Asgard being neutral, neither realm wanted to deal with a much unsure when Asgard would change status. If and when it did, whose side would they be on? Because of this, neither trusted them. Debt was now mounting with so little income coming in. Loki took an irritated breath. Asgard could have intervened and de-escalated the entire situation when it first began. The council and his father decided not to, wanting the two realms to sort it out themselves. It was too late now. They would have to pick sides soon and send their people to war. Or there would be an inflation and Asgard's people would starve. Loki drummed his fingers over the wood on the table, waiting in silence for the others to file into the room. Once they were all seated, Eiríkur stood up and cleared his throat. We all know why we are here today. The trade problem. We have gotten news that Vanaheim may have possibly been infiltrated by an enemy. We don't yet know if it has anything to do with Muzzlefame. The Prince Thor and the Warriors 3 have gone to investigate. Loki was now wishing he had gone with his brother. Also, Alfheim has left it neutral status. They have chosen to support Vanaheim. As should we. Upsjorn pounded his fist into the table, causing it to shake. Loki hid his surprise. Upsjorn never took initiative at the meetings. Why wouldn't it make more sense to side with Muzzlefame? Emil's oily voice interjected. Watching Loki. Side with Muzzlefame? Have you forgotten the massacres the last we fought? They have no love for us. Vanaheim has been our ally in times of crisis. We should do the same for them. Dagny had stood up, her hands on the table and leaning forward, her eyes sharp, causing the men to shift uncomfortably. Muzzlefame is dangerous, Emil. You may not understand it. Their only goal is to raise the realms until they are nothing but fire and ash. Vanaheim started it. They chose to stop paying. They could not afford the prices anymore. Dahl's quiet voice raised just enough to be heard. They could have also found a different metal to buy and trade for. Bernhard's side. Ender leaned forward. Muzzlefame's Scabarite is running low. Of course the price would be higher. We who'd side with Muzzlefame. They were within their rights. Loki stood up. Palms on the table, he leaned forward. The council, who had erupted into raised argument, fell silent. Scabarite refined was rare, yes. It was very hard to mine. They had enough to knot up the prices to what they had been. Loki spoke lowly, looking straight at Emil. The question we should be asking, he hissed lowly, should not be who started what. It should be, why Muzzlefame raised the prices so high? What do they need so much excess funds for? Muzzlefame is a planet of fire and ash. They are quite comfortable where they live, with a rich, self-efficient culture that does not even use money within their own realm. They use it for other things. So what were they intending to use the excess funds for? There was an uneasy shifting, sharp intakes of breath, and Loki saw real fear flash across their eyes. They hadn't thought of that possibility. Even Eiríkur seemed to pause at this. Our prince is being paranoid. Food prices have gone up. Emil looked around. He was trying to divert the conversation. Loki knew. Because they have caused an inflation, Bernhard growled, pounding his fist again. The room erupted into an argument again. Loki found himself in arguments and debates for the next few hours, mostly arguing with Emil. By the end of it, the sun had set and the stars could be seen. In the end, the majority voted to still remain neutral, with the agreement that they'd take a vote at a future date should they have to choose a side. Though they all knew that it wasn't a should, it was a win. They could not go like this much longer. Everyone knew it. Even Eiríkur knew it. He was stalling, tired from fighting, weary from trying to get them to see reason, worry for his people, and angry. He could feel the magic within him swirling angrily, needing a release. Twice he nearly split the table in two, but he held back. No good for them to see him lose his temper. As Loki left the room irritated, he noticed Granger hadn't said a word through all of it again, but he had given Loki such a small half-smile that he almost thought he imagined it. So Granger had the same thinking as him. So, what was he waiting for? He groaned now. He could feel a headache forming. Loki was deep in thought as he left the council chambers. He was heading to his mother's rooms. He had assured her he'd join her for a private dinner this evening, muttering under his breath about moronic old fools, running a finger over his lip as he thought. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. They did have people to worry about. Sometimes he believed they forgot that responsibility. Loki was concerned about Muzzleheim's recent activities. What was Sutter up to this time? Did it have anything to do with the recent unrest in Vanheim? Now he almost wished he had gone with the others to Vanheim. Almost, he would not have known what to look for had he not gone to this meeting. Hello! A familiar girl's voice spoke quietly. Loki stopped feeling like the wind got knocked out of him. He took a shaky breath as he turned toward where the voice came from. He felt his eyes widen and he swallowed. In front of him was a child about 11 or 12. She was wearing a black cloak, an odd Midgardian cloth, a uniform of some kind. He recognized her voice. It was the one he sometimes heard when he concentrated on the amulet, which he saw glowing weakly around her neck. Loki didn't get a chance to take much of what she looked like in. The moment his green eyes met hers, a very familiar chocolate brown brimming with curiosity and burning with a fierce intelligence, but a gentleness resided in them like it does. She was unflinching and held his gaze. Something not many did, he unnerved people. She looked confused but not at all scared. Agmunder and Jorner were definitely awake and fully functional, if not yet strong enough for their full capabilities. His familiars must have sensed his unease about the whole thing. Not being able to protect her himself, they were assuring him she was very real, alive, and safe. They had a handle for now. Loki felt such relief he could almost laugh. It was a strange feeling. Loki took a step forward. How? Wanted to know. His amulet hadn't been feeding off her magic. So what was it feeding off of? It made him a tad uneasy. The amount of magic that had to be around for it to feed off the area around it had to be vast. Generally, nothing good created something like that. It looked like the young, which was about to reply, but the energy keeping her projection there faded, her along with it. He cursed. It was gaining energy back, but slowly and not enough. Who knew how long it would take? Both annoyed and elated, he walked the rest of the way to his mother rooms, a rather satisfied smile on his face. It had worked. Not as well as preferred, but it had worked. Now he just had to find her. He almost forgot he had been heading to his mother's drawing room, until he heard his mother. I have not seen you in such a good mood in quite some time, Loki. Frigga's voice had a slight laugh to it. When Loki met her eyes, they were dancing mischievously, even knowingly. Loki wondered just how much his mother knew. She had the sight. The sight with those who possessed it was fickle. Frigga was the best. She could see multiple outcomes and futures. It was mostly the most current events that were clear, and very little of what she saw didn't change. None but her knew what was for certain and what was not. Loki glanced over at his mother's loom. Though he had studied it, he never could read what she had woven, the colors intertwining in random ways that would often become tapestries when the events had come to pass. His mother worked on several at once. This one was green and gold, with several black threads pulling at the green and the gold threads, as if they were trying to separate them, but the gold was wound so tightly around the green that the black barely went between them. The same for the dark threads pulling at the gold. The green was wound tightly around those spots. He had no idea what it was weaving itself to look like. He watched it a few more moments, turning to give his mother his full attention. Can I not be in a good mood, mother? Loki took a seat on one of the lounges opposite her, a table in front of them of tea and local food. Since the food import was on shortage, Frigga and Loki had refused to eat anything imported, an attempt to keep some of the economy going and giving their people a bit of extra food. It wasn't much, but they attempted to help out in as many ways, both little and large as possible. Though Odin and the council remained stubborn about the whole thing. Loki wasn't that hungry, so he just picked at a bit of cheese and bread and sipped his tea. Frigga just sat there smiling for several minutes before speaking again. Oh, you can? Humor your mother for a moment? Won't you tell me what has your spirits so high this day? Frigga looked at him over her teacup. Loki sighed. He never could say no to her. My familiars have gained enough powers. They were able to project my charge. Oh, that is glorious news. She all right? She seemed well. I was unable to evaluate much before they were not able to keep up the projection. She has not slept with it on still? Then how is the amulet waking? That is what worries me the most, mother. She is not. They must be exposed to a lot of magic. Nothing good that I know of creates that much magic to affect their surroundings. Did she seem scared or stressed? Nay. Frigga reached over, giving his hand a squeeze. Then the Norns shine on her. She is safe enough. Loki looked at her in a way he hoped showed her he didn't even trust the Norns with her. Unless he was physically there, he would remain suspicious of anything. Frigga seemed to decide she would drop the subject. Loki knew full well she was not done with this. She was just letting it go for the time being. Tell me, how did the gathering go? Not well. They insist we stay neutral. We cannot for long. They and Father know this. They are stalling on something we should have intervened in from the start. We had an opportunity to de-escalate this. We did nothing. We are on the edge of a knife. Just one realm has to make one wrong move, and we'll be at war, and everyone's at risk. The realms will have heavy casualties that will make the problems we all face even worse. We need to choose a side, end this before it escalates even further. We are running out of time. Surtur has gone too far with this already. It isn't just his realm that's suffering, so is Navalir, Alpheum, Asgard. Planets are also taking hits. Your father has reasons for everything he does, but in this I almost fear he assumed wrong. I worry too. The Queen of Alpheum is coming for counsel with me. I'll find out as much as I can. Loki took a bite out of his cheese and bread again, silently eating as he changed the topic to more pleasant conversations. How his mother had been doing, rolling his eyes as she went into how the Lady Frigga had her eyes on him. That she'd make a lovely bride. He groaned. His mother seemed to think he needed to settle down. Loki would rather take on a blinge snipe. His marriage would be completely political, strengthening the royal family and Asgard connections. Whoever he would be forced to settle down with would not care nor really like him. Or he her. They'd do their duty, have a couple kids, then go their separate ways. So, what was the point? Besides, he had another 500 years before he had to settle down. So he decided he would delay as long as physically possible. He tried to ignore that he would be last choice. Not as ideal as Thor. Again, he would be in his shadow. Why couldn't he ever be someone's first choice? Why don't you bother Thor about this? Oh, Ido. I want to see both my sons taken care of. I'm not going to be around forever. Mother, don't talk like that. You're barely in your middle ages. I just want to see you cared for. Mostly, I want to be a grandmother. I want to spoil my grandbabies. I miss hearing little feet run around the palace. The sounds of mischievous children getting in trouble and trying to hide the evidence. Annoying the kitchen staff. She sighed wistfully, trailing off. Mother! Loki's cheeks went red. I really don't want to talk about this. Loki could feel his cheeks start to burn. Frigga's eyes were dancing with mischief and laughter. Why ever not? She leaned her head on one hand, a small smile on her painted pink lips. Loki didn't trust that particular smile. Loki's eyes darted around the room for the nearest exit, while also thinking about an excuse to leave. I just don't think it's the time. It will never be the right time, Loki. Don't make me wait too long. I'm not asking as a queen wanting to marry you off to strengthen us or to keep up some peace treaty. I'm asking as a mother. I want you to be happy. You wait any longer and your father will decide for you. He isn't the best judge of suitable women. Remember Summer from Alpheum? He tried to set up Thor with last year? Loki couldn't help but smile and laugh. You are truly terrible, mother. Loki fell into an easy conversation with his mother after the usual talk of politics. How she was doing, Frigga finding some topic to embarrass him with were over. How fares your study in the library? I may have found a way to strengthen my magic connected to the amulet, enough to be able to track it. I would have to leave Asgard to do so. The item I need is in nowhere, and the collector isn't exactly an easy man to deal with. Too long of a journey to do suddenly. Maybe if I dash. Loki was suddenly hit with a whirlwind of emotions, light and colors. He had to close his eyes and grip the arm of the couch. A green haze surrounding him. His hand went to his heart, clutching it into a fist. A tiny faded tendril connecting him to the amulet, awakening like forest fire in his veins. He grabbed a hold of that thread. Following it, he focused, completely forgetting where he was. He could see the girl he had seen not long ago, asleep with the amulet glowing around her neck. He smirked. Finally, it took Loki a few moments, taking deep, even breaths. The sudden reconnection with it threw him off as he was assaulted with too much information at once. When he was able to control it again, Dampening it to a dull buzz over his senses, he opened his eyes. He felt himself grinning. Soon he was laughing. She fell asleep. "It's awake." Loki stood up quickly and gave his mother a kiss on the cheek. "Forgive me, mother, I must cut this short." He turned on his heel and left the room as quickly as he could without running. Frigga watched her son go, a small motherly smile on her painted pink lips. She had seen life in his eyes the moment he realized the amulet had been reawakened after so many centuries. She was amazed it had stayed with the same family for so long, that the line hadn't died out, as that tended to happen amongst mortals. If she had to guess, Frigga would say that her son had put an enchantment of his own design on it, so it never left the family he had sworn to protect. A family she herself owed an unpayable debt for. Without them, her son would not be here with her now. She wished she had gotten the chance to thank Eleanor personally. Now, with it in full working order, she saw a real smile for the first time in a long while not directed at her. His deep chuckle still filled the room. Her own smile grew. Frigga turned back to her weaving, her delicate fingers brushing over a gold thread that had been wrapping around her son's green for the past 11 years. She saw many possible futures woven throughout, none yet clear. The only part she could see was when she concentrated where they were intertwined the tightest at the preset moment. The girl she saw would be the key to bringing the light to the darkness that grew around Loki, to save him from himself, or so her mother's heart hoped. A mother could see these things. He never quite fit in or got close to people. Isolated and alone, even when he was with family. Brilliant, cunning, a master of magics, deadly with daggers, spears, and close-range combat, though an unusual weapon choice. Most warriors frowned upon it, thinking it was a woman's weapon, or dishonorable. She saw it that he had the courage to see the life he was taking, to truly know who they were, to make it quick and clean without drawing it out if he could help it. She knew Loki avoided direct combat whenever possible, but was unafraid to if it came down to it. He had grown into an intelligent, strong, powerful, and formidable man. She could not be more proud or more worried. "Are you the Norn's answer to my prayers?" Frigga studied the tapestry, willing it to give her answers, and getting no response. Just the one part was clear. The one she could see was of a young woman with bushy brown hair that fell in soft curls and chocolate eyes, dressed in white and gold, taking Loki's outstretched hand with her own. No matter what paths they took, the future was ever-changing. It would always lead to this. The Norns were odd sisters. Frigga didn't know their reasoning. She just saw some of the outcomes. She just prayed with all her heart for her youngest son. He deserved someone that would accept him, someone to stand beside him through the good and bad of both himself and trials of life, to stand up to him when he was being unreasonable and Norns. Did that woman need to be strong-willed, stubborn, intelligent, and full of fire just like him, yet soft and kind of balanced to Loki's rather sharp edges? Despite her joking, she did not really want to see either of her boys forced into loveless marriages. She wanted them to feel the joy real love could bring, like she and Odin had. It wasn't always perfect, of course, or even easy, but in the end they still cared deeply. Loki thought she was teasing, but she was dead serious with her earlier conversation. She gave a laugh. Maybe one day. For now, she'd wait patiently like a spider as she weaved her tapestries, and hold on to the hope that she had been heard. Maybe a bit of teasing. She didn't want her son getting too suspicious of her sudden drop on the subject. With a smile, she began to weave again. Loki made his way quickly from his mother's rooms to his own chambers. They burst open with his magic as he got close, dismissing the guards with orders not to let anyone in his wing, but to wait at the end of the halls, threatening them with a swift and harsh punishment if they or anyone else got near his rooms. He wanted no one near it. Loki walked into the drawing room that led into several other rooms, the door shutting behind him. With a wave of Loki's hand, the green furniture went up against the wall, and the lock clicked. He threw up spells around it as well, just in case. He shook a bit, a myriad of emotions going through him. Loki clenched and unclenched his fists, taking deep, slow breaths to calm down. He refused to dwell on any of it. Most of it would only lead to pain. Walking to the center of the room, he sat down on the green rug, legs crossed. Loki closed his eyes with another wave of his hand. He reached into the pocket of space. He stashed things he would need, summoning a green sphere with swirls of gold flecks, which rested in his hand about the size of a crystal ball. Without opening his eyes, Loki held it in both hands close to his chest and focused on the strengthened bond, itching at the back of his mind. This was going to take a lot of energy. It always had when he created an illusion on another realm. It was made easier due to his magic within that pendant. He honed in on that thread of magic within him. Tugging on it, Loki smirked. He was able to pinpoint her exact location now. With one inhale inward, he squared his shoulders, an uncomfortable tug, and he opened his eyes. Loki found himself in a circular room. It was some form of sleeping bedroom of sorts. It reminded him of the warrior's barracks he stayed in during the early days of his training. There were 5 four-poster beds with red. He wrinkled his nose at the color, curtains containing 5 sleeping girls, a few desks and trunks. His eyes roamed the room, taking things in. This whole place buzzed with magic. Now it made sense where the amulet had been getting its strength from. He walked over to one of the windows, pulling back the edge of the curtain to look out, trying to get a feel of where he was. All he could tell was he was in a castle with vast amounts of grounds close to a dark forest, which went farther than he could see in the dark, and he had good night vision. It was bigger than the grounds and very thick, the trees close together. He let the curtain fall back into place. Loki tensed when he felt a pulse of particularly strong magic, mixed with his own. Loki looked around, his eyes falling on the bed closest to the other window. He walked over. He could feel the magic pulsing from the girl in a unique rhythm, stronger than the others in the room. He could taste it on his tongue, sweet and velvety like fine Alphium wine. He noticed his protection amulet resting on her chest. He crouched down. "About time," he whispered. Loki observed the sleeping girl. He couldn't tell much. She was young, which he already knew. Were all children this small? With bushy brown hair that was everywhere, all over her pillow, sticking to her face, a few strands in her mouth. Loki had to try really hard not to give in to laughter. He'd lost concentration on the illusion, pale moonlight skin, and she didn't snore. The eyes he saw earlier were concealed with sleep, and the growing power within her was unmistakable. He smiled a bit. It took 1,200 years, but the slight magic he felt within her ancestor seemed to finally come to fruition. She'd have been proud. He looked over his charge with green eyes. Outwardly, she seemed fine. He just didn't like how she seemed so small and defenseless. Midgardians didn't exactly train their children in combat. He really didn't like it. Loki stood still and started to focus for the magic he was going to do. It wasn't an easy task to perform a diagnostic an entire realm away. Luckily, it was just a cursory inspection. Not too much power needed, but still draining. He was relieved to find she was healthy. Also faintly around her magic were traces of his own. He cocked his head at that. He dug a bit deeper, the illusion flickering from the extra power boost. He had completely forgotten about this with so much else going on. The magic coming from her was hers, golden in color, but there was this trapping a lot of it at her core. Like a green cage, the two magics wound so tightly together it would take a great deal of time, power, and the aid of the soul forged to untangle it. Oh, that's why the power he felt against the amulet appeared to be moderate. His protection spell had evolved enough to shield others from her full power, decreasing her chances of becoming a large target. Well, more of a target than she already was. Intrigued, he'd need to look more into this. The spell he cast on Eleanor's daughter should have faded with her passing. Instead, it seemed to have evolved somehow and passed down. This was unprecedented, and he really wanted to study this. Unfortunately, this was not the time. With her health established, he did a parameter check. Years of being a warrior and prince that needed to be aware of everything around him made this second nature. Besides, he didn't come up with strategic plans out of nowhere. Okay, that was a lie he did often enough. He could always think on his feet. Knowing one's surroundings was a crucial part of any strategies one may need. Loki looked over at each sleeping form. No danger there. He walked back over to the girl looking at the amulet, speaking softly now that it was fully functional and able to take commands. The snakes, sensing him, opened their emerald eyes and looked up, their bodies squirming as they shifted, indicating they were waiting for their master's command. Loki was pleased to see the enchantment still held now that it was restored. It needed some additions, though. Agmunder, Jorner. Form a shield. The snake slithered in a figure 8, doing a full circle, and suddenly a barrier appeared around the room. Thank you. You did well, sending her earlier. Loki smiled, glad that they had been sentient enough to let him know they were gaining power slowly. Visual proof that his charge was alive. That the family she had died for and he fought for was still going strong. Agmunder, the one at the top, flicked a golden tongue out at him, clearly proud of himself. Knowing he would be alerted if anything should happen, he walked through the door and headed down the stone staircase, torches lining the walls. He took note that there were other doors labeled 2nd through 7th years. An academy now, it made sense to him why she shared quarters with other females. When he reached the landing, in front of him were another set of doors. He went through these and discovered that they were the male quarters. So they kept them separate. That made sense to Loki. He gave each room a cursory glance. Loki left the boys' rooms and down the rest of the stairs into a common room. There was a large fireplace with a couch and plush chairs, desks and other chairs, all in red and gold. Loki found himself cringing at the color combinations, immediately reminded of his elder brother. Red really was a garish color in his opinion. He didn't mind red, he just didn't like it being a main color. Though the common room definitely felt homey. He felt nothing but an imprint of years of joy, echoes of laughter and petty arguments, quills scratching and the passage of time, yet remaining the same. It had a very old, worn feeling about it that made one feel instantly at home and welcome. It reminded him of the feeling he often got when in the garden or his mother's rooms. Loki walked slowly around the room, glancing at the tower windows and looking around, probing at the enchantments he felt. They were not as strong as the magic he could conjure when he wanted. It was still rather powerful. He found additions later would not be needed. Even Loki knew when something would be overkill. Inspection completed. Loki walked through the small hole in the wall. Being but an illusion, opening and closing doors were unneeded. He was shocked, however, when he entered the hall by a voice behind him. "Who are you? Intruder?" A shrill woman's voice spoke from behind him. He whirled around, to his armament, to an old but amazingly done portrait. Small cracks from the old paint of a fat lady wearing pink. Her dark hair in buns, and looking rather stern but shocked. That wasn't what made Loki stumble. It was the fact that the portrait was moving. Not only that, but also talking. Loki put his finger to his lips, indicating for her to quiet. "I mean no harm, my lady." She narrowed her eyes in suspicion, with a hint of curiosity. "How did you get in?" she asked, her voice full of concern. "You did not come through me. You did not also provide me with a password. It's a long story." He addressed the large woman. "I mean the children no harm. Are you the guardian of the tower?" She sat up proudly. "I am. I'll make sure no one who does not know the password gets through." "You did. I don't like it. Why are you here?" Loki observed her, weighing the pros and cons of telling the woman. The pros outweighed the cons. She could be an asset. She had eyes and ears. She saw and heard much. He let his keen mind and silver tongue take over. "You guard the door of someone very precious to me. Surely you of all people who hold such a high responsibility of being a guardian understand the importance of holding one's job seriously. I guard her the way you guard this door, to protect the children. Do not hold that against me. I meant not to startle you. You have startled me. I have not ever had the pleasure of being in the presence of a portrait that can move and talk. I am but a projection of myself of the moment, but will be here in person shortly. I am Loki, Prince of Asgard, Odin's son." Loki gave her a smile, a short bow of his head, and flourish of his hand in introduction. "The god of chaos and mischief? You are real? You are known to us. I was not around during the time you were last on Earth. I used to hear stories as a girl, and the historical portraits will talk one ear off if you visit of various people and events. As real as the sun shines. I just ask that you do not sound an alarm. I do not wish my presence known by those here. I truly do not wish harm. If I did, I would have already. All you need know is I protect one of the witches that lies sleeping within. I would be very grateful that if you hear or see anything that might be a threat, you would tell me." The woman watched him for a bit. She was weary. Good, that meant she did not trust easily. "Very well." She gave a polite nod. Just know I do not fully trust you. You are known to be a liar. Yet I do not see such in your eyes. You at least speak the truth that you guard something precious to you. I can understand that. Each child that has ever called Gryffindor Tower home have been precious to me. I remember each and every one of them. You hold no lie there. I warn you, if I sense even the slightest ill intention from you, I will alert the school. I won't tolerate it. Fair enough. For now I wish to see the castle. Good evening, my lady. Loki turned and went down the stairs to start exploring, curiosity flowing through him. The magical Midgardians were truly fascinating. Talking portraits? He saw many wondrous magic in the 9 realms. Never a talking portrait. He found himself yearning to reveal the castle's secrets. What else lie within the community? He had not felt such curiosity in years. It was rather refreshing. It reminded him when he first started to learn and harness his magic. Loki explored the castle for hours, counting 142 staircases, which he explored, spending several long minutes just watching the staircases move. There were hundreds more portraits that moved, disappeared, talked, and actually visited others' portraits whispering about their visitor. He could have cloaked himself now that he knew that the portraits could see and hear him. He, however, saw the fat lady moving about spreading the word that he meant no harm. Besides, if he ever had to show himself, he'd rather not have everyone alarmed. He found himself talking to a few of them, asking directions occasionally. A few even started to follow him around, giving him history lessons. The castle was huge, with spiraling towers, one of which to study the stars. He liked that tower. He felt calmest at night and amongst the stars. In another tower, there was a rather strange knight that had followed him on a fat little pony, shouting that he wished to duel. Loki had just flicked a finger to send a spark of green magic at him, sending the knight sprawling onto his back, getting his sword stuck in the dirt, which the knight then began to try to get unstuck. The pony watching him lazily and munching on grass, looking quite unconcerned. Loki also encountered quite a few ghosts. These didn't surprise him. They weren't the first he had seen. Niflheim had quite a few. First time he had seen them anywhere but there. They he hid himself from. Ghosts could be unpredictable. He had risked enough letting portraits know he was around, though that had come as a surprise. The castle even had dungeons, one lined with potions, and was clearly a classroom. It was dark and there was a negative energy about it, but a heady feeling. It wasn't magic, but potions were very difficult to make. It took a lot of discipline and skill. Loki also found hundreds of unused rooms, some classrooms, a feasting hall, which he again studied. The magic required to make the ceiling reflect the night sky was powerful and different. It reminded him of the floating roses of Alfheim. There was a room in the palace Loki often went to when he was there, where flowers bloomed and floated in mid-air. Their perfume filled the whole palace. Even though it cost Loki more energy, he did create several more illusions, gathering information, making the place quicker and easier, eventually finding himself on the grounds. The lake, as far as he could tell, was rather large, and the forest thick and dark. It gave him a strange feeling of foreboding. He would have to keep an eye on that if his witch were ever to stray too far near it. He couldn't tell too much in the dark. Loki created a ball of green flame to hover above his palm, casting some light. It wasn't enough, and he expended too much energy as it was. He would have to explore the grounds more in the morning. His exploration led him down the path to the gates of the school. When he passed through, there was a shimmer of magic, and when he looked back, the castle looked in dangerous disrepair. There were warning signs. He stepped back through, and it was normal again. He reached to the diving line, running his fingers down at creating a fissure. Clever, he murmured. A cloaking spell designed to make it look ordinary. There must be repelling charms as well. The castle was not lacking in protection, that was clear. Those who could see it would have to know where it was. He suspected he only saw the repelling mirage because he was not actually supposed to be there. He knew it was there, though, so he wasn't repelled by it. His journey along the path led him to a town with a sign reading Hogsmeade. It was baffling to Loki. Why would someone name a village after a mead made of hogs? The oddities never ceased to stop, it seemed. The village was small with oddly made shops and a rather desolate-looking shack in the distance. If what he picked up was true, this village was made up of only her kind. It had the same energy as the castle, though the defense is slightly less. Heimdall would be able to see this one if he concentrated and was told where it was. On further inspection, he found a map in the window. From it he was able to determine he was somewhere the Midgårdians called Scotland. Loki was draining. He had used a lot. As much as he'd love to explore more, he would get other opportunities. He had to get back to his body. He phased into the girls' chambers again, checking on her one last time. She was still asleep, an arm draped over her face now. Loki snorted. She was amusing. He knelt by the bed again. Now that you're awake, do not let her take you off. Seal your chain. The change will confuse her, as is, so don't move too much until such time as I make her aware that you're alive and your purpose. I will be here in the morn. Until then, she's in your care. They gave soft hisses, settling down into their normal position. As Loki stopped the illusion and Dee came back to himself, he felt winded and exhausted. He'd get a couple hours sleep. He knew not when he'd get the chance to again. He could go quite a long time without sleep, but it was preferred to keep one's mind and body at its peak. With a wave of his hand, he stored the globe again and put the furniture back. There had been a lot of developments this day. One thing was for certain. Loki could no longer say he was bored. Author's note 2. Yeah, I know Loki is a bit sentimental in this. Don't worry, he is more like himself in the next one. Also didn't want to spoil this at the beginning, but here are the snake's name's meaning. Agmundur, from the element egg edge of a sword, or agi. Awe, terror combined with munder, protection. Jornr, derived from the elements jor, horse, and una, love. Also, I used roses in this. They have a purposeful meaning. Yellow, joy, gladness, delight, friendship, jealousy, request for forgiveness. White, purity, reverence, humility, innocence, heavenly. Chapter 3. Author's note. Again, I do not own Harry Potter or Marvel or anything recognizable. They belong to others. I just play with them. Important. The Asgardian affection customs were not my idea. They are Breaking Bad Likia bosses, and she gave me permission to include it in this FIC too. Thanks again for letting me use it. Smiley face. Hope y'all enjoy. She's been really awesome helping me straighten out some of my ideas that I have but don't know how to put into words. Thanks again. Smiley face. And I repeat, check out Brothers of Fortune. Just make sure you have a weekend off. It took me several days to catch up when I found it. Totally worth it. Also, I did heavy research on symbolism for this chapter 1. Hope I did all right. And check out the poll on my profile. Also, I do not usually get chapters up this quickly. I wrote a lot of this when taking a break from chapter 2. I got stuck a couple times on that one, but still wanted to write, so I worked on this chapter as well. Name, Esker means God's spear. Song, Mono Ink, When the Raven Dies Tonight. OMG, this song. Check it out. It fits this story to a T. Official song for this, smiley face, which I've been trying to find since before I even started. I knew there was a song somewhere out there. This is more a male version of what I feel fits the story. Still looking for a female POV song. If anyone has suggestions, let me know. I love listening to new music. Often getting inspired. Warning, lyrics below are not in order. The first part is from the beginning, the second is from later, but they work together. For those of you who don't like looking up songs, I knock on the door. I tap on the floor, it's gloomy in my mind. I scratch on the wall to feeble the ball all along the line. Am losing faith. I'm losing faith here in my darkness. Somebody out there, someone to hold me. When the raven dies tonight, a rare soul to believe me, a savior to release me, a guiding light to lead me. Hello? Is there somebody here? Hermione woke up the next morning, both groggy and excited. As she rubbed the sleep from her eyes, she smiled wide and giggled. Rolling onto her back, she gazed up at the stone ceiling. She kicked her legs in a way children did when excited. She was unable to hold still. Hermione had always been excited for the first day of school, wondering what she would be learning that year. Today, however, was infinitely more exciting and important than any previous year of education. She would be learning magic, how to control the power she held. She would be learning more about the wizarding world she had suddenly been thrust into. With no complaints from her, she'd be learning how it worked. There had to be more than saying words and waving wands. She knew there was science and practicality to it, if her brief research on potions and herbology. With a final sigh, Hermione decided to leave the comfort of her warm bed. She shivered as her bare feet touched the chilly stone floor. It served as a further wake-up call, bringing her body back to the land of the living. She glanced over to the window. She was lucky enough to get next to her bed. The sky was lightening up. The sun, however, had not yet risen. It had to be around 5 in the morning. The birds were singing, and the sky a light purple instead of black. She always got up before the sun. She found it calming. Hermione also quite enjoyed watching the sun rise while enjoying a hot cup of tea or hot cocoa, while also giving her plenty of time to get ready for the day. She stretched, pointing her fingers in the air before freezing, suddenly realizing the familiar weight on her chest, so familiar it hadn't registered till now. Hermione was so used to the feeling. She was not, however, used to sleeping with it on and waking up with it the next day. Hermione's heart almost dropped. Her blood ran cold as air coursed through her entire being. Had she damaged it? Did it break? She looked around quickly, spotting a door opposite the one that led to the stairs to the common room. A bathroom? Say ran toward it, opening up and closing it quickly. How she didn't wake up her roommates, she'd never know. She hadn't been quiet in her haste, nor did she care. Upon entering the bathroom, she looked around. There were 4 shower stalls, a few bathroom stalls, a sink to one side, and a few vanities. Some cushions in front of them, at the center of the room where they could talk to each other while getting ready or to wait their turn. Hermione went to the sinks so she could look in the mirror. Her eyes immediately went to the amulet. She was relieved. It was intact. It hadn't broken or chipped. Relief quickly turned to confusion. Instead of seeing the old, worn, rustic amulet she was used to seeing, she saw bright gold snakes, the ivy fully green and vibrant, the silver polished. In other words, it looked brand new, like she had just bought it. She looked at it in the reflection, her eyes drawn to it like the first time she had seen it. It was beautiful. She reached up and touched the snakes gently, feeling the grooves and lines of the scale she was intimately familiar with. She often traced them when thinking or nervous, when taking a test or doing something life-changing or important. It was her good luck charm. Hermione was not used to the green glow that started to surround them at her touch, followed by a tingling over her fingers where they were connected. Hermione could swear she even saw them move. Hermione reached up intent on taking it off so she could get a closer look, and she did not wish to shower with it on. She frowned. She couldn't find a clasp. She ran her fingers all around the chain. Nothing. It had also mysteriously shortened so she could not pull it over her head either. She didn't seem to find herself panicking. She found herself questioning her mind, ever curious. Why wasn't she panicking? Wouldn't the normal response to something like this be to panic? Also, did this have anything to do with what happened at dinner last night? The image of the man she had seen was etched into her mind, vivid against blurred surroundings. Hermione briefly thought of finding a teacher. Perhaps they could tell her what was going on. She shook that thought out of her head, her hand clasping tighter. No. How if they tried to remove it, and if they succeeded, not give it back? It would have to be a secret for now, until it was absolutely necessary. She'd find out for herself. She vowed to visit the library, which Hogwarts History had said was the largest in the country. Yes, she'd research into it. The professors would be a last resort. It had never caused harm before anyhow. Hermione, her thoughts swirling, went back into the chamber and to her trunk. Taking her uniform and toiletries, she brought it back into the bathroom, setting it down on a small seat next to each stall. Above it, a rack with 2 fluffy towels, one smaller than the other. Sliding open the stall door, she turned on the shower and messed with the knobs till it was the perfect temperature. It didn't take long for her to bathe, her hair taking up the longest time. It was so thick. The water was repelled around the amulet. At least she didn't have to worry about it being damaged. Any doubts of it being enchanted washed away with the water. Once Hermione was done, she tied her hair up in the smaller towel and dried off. Quickly changing into her uniform, she went to the sink. Drying her hair with the towel, she put both in the basket she assumed was for laundry. Hermione quickly brushed and flossed, oral hygiene wired into her brain, more so than most people with her parents as dentists. She had seen what not taking care of your teeth could do. Once clean, she ran a comb through her hair, wincing. Hermione took her wand, She felt like testing the drying spell. She had used it on a few damp carpets. Never her hair. She was confident in her abilities. She was not disappointed after a precise wave of her wand and mutter of a spell. Her hair instantly dried. Still frizzy, but far less than if it had air dried. Leaving the bathrooms, she glanced at the window. The sky was turning pink. Almost time to head down to breakfast. She had enough time to get settled in, tying the curtains around the posts and making her bed out of habit. She started to make the space hers. Using the bulletin board provided, she pinned her calendar a few pictures of her parents and of her with them, one of her and her grandma, and an old picture of her grandmother working on dig in the Arabian desert. Wearing stereotypical khaki pants, boots, and shirt. It was black and white. Hermione smiled, putting her brush on the bedside table, as well as extra parchment, her favorite Muggle books. First editions of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings trilogy. Using 2 purple and blue paperweights just heavy enough to keep them upright. The last thing she added was a quill and ink, ready if any thoughts or last-minute notes needed to be jotted down. She now felt the space was hers. By the time Hermione had finished making herself at home, the sun had risen high enough that she felt it was time to go to breakfast. Grabbing her bag, making sure she had everything she could possibly need in the day. Extra quills, ink and parchment jut in case, her books, 2 of advancements, the other how the Ministry of Magic acted with other countries, which one they were closest to, and which needed more work on international cooperation. It was so far very fascinating. Swinging her bay over her shoulder, she made her way out of Gryffindor Tower and down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Using her memory from the night before, with the staircases changing, she had to politely ask a few helpful portraits for directions. Hermione nearly bounced to the Gryffindor table, ready to take whatever the day decided to throw at her. It seemed lifetimes to Loki as he waited for the sun to rise. He had changed from his cloths the day before into darker black clothing, his armor and coat, green silk interwoven barely noticeable within the fabric. Loki wasted no time upon seeing the first rays appear over the sea. He grabbed his daggers, putting them in reaching distance in his coat, a sharp blade in his belt, and another knife he slid into his boot. He may have ascertained there was no immediate threat or danger to his which at the current moment. He did sense something from the forest, and within the castle, whatever it was, it made him uneasy. Besides, Loki was going to take no chances in Midgard. Loki left the room, the guards nowhere in sight. They had stayed at the ends of the halls. Good. He didn't speak as he passed a pair, didn't even give them a glance. His practiced feet lead him to the quickest way to the stables. He glanced around as he descended the steps, trying to look like he was just going on a morning ride. He had just finished saddling his brown horse Esker and was putting on his riding gloves when he heard feet approaching. Loki turned his green gaze up and over to the newcomer. Tugging at the reins, he gently petted Esker, soothing him as he whinnied impatiently. He always had been able to soothe animals. He got along better with them than his brother's friends. Loki cursed his luck but kept his face impassive as Sif's dark head came into view. She was stunning in warrior's garb, tall and curvy. She wore black leggings beneath the shield maiden skirt. There had been a time he had liked her, but that was a long time ago. What he had seen in her he would never know. Maybe it was due to her not-so-hidden affections for his brother, or that she was unlike anyone he had met before. Or there was a very high chance he had just been bored of the women around the palace and close-by village. Even if he hadn't really felt feelings for her like he thought, he still did not take rejection, while having cursed her once golden hair into dark locks almost as dark as Avanir's, which she usually kept in a high ponytail. Sif was a fierce warrior, whose skill was only beaten really by the warriors 3 and Thor. Though she was quite equal with them, they just had more battle experience. Sif was the youngest of them. Personally, he thought she looked better with dark hair. It matched her personality, and the warriors started to take her more seriously after that. Sif, however, never forgave him. "Loki, what are you doing here this early?" Sif asked, her dark eyes looking at him with suspicion. "Is it suddenly a crime for a prince of Asgard to go for a morning ride?" He glanced at her, again stroking Esker and muttering to him softly to soothe him. "We will be on our way soon," Loki assured him. "No, but you're never out this early. Where are you headed?" Loki thought the question through before answering. It was not any of her business, but Sif was the prying sort. He had to give her something, or she would just follow him. He was not inclined to have the woman warrior get in his way today. That is none of your business. If you must know, my family has made it clear that I have been spending too much time in the library. A trip might clear my head. Can this not wait till later, Loki? We're all supposed to be practicing new tactics this day. We are all, including you, expected to train some of the new recruits today, whilst the officers tend to affairs your father needs them to do. No, this cannot. The 5 of you should be more than adequate to take on those responsibilities by yourselves. Unless you really think you can't handle a few young bloods. He smirked as her eyes flared. We can handle it without you, just fine, Loki, she hissed. Her eyes flashing, and Loki had to hold the reins to keep from laughing out loud. She was just easy to rile up. You may inform Thor that I shall be gone for at least a week. A week? Where are you going to be for a week? I thought you were just getting fresh air. Loki, what is going on? If something's wrong, you should tell Thor. You better not be up to any of your tricks, lie. Sif put her hands on her hips. It is no concern of yours, Sif. Thor doesn't need to be a part of everything, despite what you seem to believe. I'll be back in a week. Loki clenched his jaw. Always Thor. The sun didn't revolve around him, as some would think, ignoring Sif's disbelieving stare as he brushed her off. He led Esker out of the stalls and mounted him with ease. Pressing his heel, and he clicked his tongue, and they were off. He let a laugh escape him, feeling the wind go through his hair. Esker seemed to be enjoying the exercise as well. He had grown a bond with Esker over the years. He didn't even have to pull his reins, only doing so if they needed to go a certain direction instead of the usual route. He just told him where to go. It did not take long for them to reach and start their rainbow bridge crossing. He urged Esker faster. The wind smelling of sea salt stung his cheeks. They made it to Heimdall in record time. He jumped off before Esker even stopped landing gracefully. He grabbed an apple out of his space and walked over to him, holding it out so he could eat it. Loki stroked his mane, thanking him. Loki steeled himself. Heimdall was a hard person to read. Even harder to get to cooperate, but maybe in this he would be on his side. Loki had many ways off this realm into others, including Midgard. All of them would have been faster than coming all the way down to the gates. He had been tempted to use these. So very tempted. He knew better than that, as tempting as that was. He could even shield himself from Heimdall's sight as easy as breathing. In the long term, that was not a god idea. Thor would come looking, and even he wasn't so dim-witted to not figure out where he had gone. Particularly if Mother had decided to tell him what had happened the night previous. He'd then ask Heimdall where he had gone, and when he was unable to be found, it would raise a lot of questions. That could hinder his ability to watch over the witch. Loki wished he had not enchanted the amulet to shield the wearer from prying eyes. Something he was both glad for and regretted. He couldn't have Heimdall pinpoint the girl. He couldn't see her. It would have saved him 3 years of research and waiting. That was something he would have to fix. Just enough so Heimdall was the only one that could see her if looking. It wouldn't hurt to have extra eyes on her. He did, after all, have duties expected of him, sometimes even having to go long periods of time to other realms. Loki could only feel her emotions. He would only know she was in danger if she felt intense fear. Or if she were hurt, he'd feel it himself. Heimdall had ways of contacting the royal family when the need was great. That could come in handy. All that combined lead him there. Loki made his way closer to the Golden Gatekeeper, dark-skinned with golden armor, glowing golden eyes that looked like they had their own galaxies and always seemed a bit sad. It must be a curse to see and hear everything, both good and bad. He stood rigidly. Heimdall didn't move his head. I was beginning to wonder when you would come, my prince. Loki looked at him, but didn't say anything. He was irritated enough that he had to let Heimdall in on this. Then again, he knew that the only one outside the royal family that was privy. Of course, he had seen everything when it had happened. He needed Heimdall as an ally. You have found your witch then? Would I be here had I not? I will open the Bifrost on one condition: be careful. If Odin finds out what you're doing before he's told. I do not envy your punishment. Do you have the coordinates? The magical Midgardians are very good at hiding. I am honor-bound to answer to the All-Father if he should ask where you went. I will tell him. However, in just this one thing, I shall stretch the truth just a bit. that you got curious and are on Midgard for studies. Loki was taken aback. Heimdall, who told his father everything, was willing to omit the full details? He was suddenly very grateful. The last thing he wanted was a lecture from his father about how no prince of Asgard should be a Midgardian's lapdog. Though he knew his mother would be on his side in this. Hell, even Thor would stand up. He still didn't want to hear it. He looked at him with a bit more respect. Seriously, did she touch the hearts of everyone she met? Even Ridged Heimdall was bending rules, who had never even met her in person. He wasn't doing this for him. Loki wasn't that daft. For her family. She's in a school for her kind. It is shrouded by a rather powerful enchantment to keep it from being easily found unless you know where it is. I did find in my search, there is a town near it called Hogsmeade. It is full of magical Midgardians, but it is small. There are a few warning enchantments, but nothing to shroud it. At least nothing strong enough to block your gaze. It is in what I believe they call Scotland. Loki looked over at the gatekeeper, whose golden gaze seemed to move as if shifting through something. There was an uncomfortable pause. I see it. It is a quaint but strange village. I will open the Bifrost to a clearing just north of it. It will still draw their attention. It's far enough away that it will give you some time to go unnoticed. Heimdall put the sword in its place and turned it, opening a swirling blue light that would take him to Midgard. You have my gratitude this day, Heimdall. He stepped through the Bifrost. He felt the all-too-familiar rush at the fast travel. When Loki hit the earth, he landed with ease in a kneeling position, one fist on his chest, his other hand out flat on the ground, much like one would bow before the All-Father, minimizing impact, but creating a small shock wave. Loki eased himself up slowly and dusted himself off. Landing in Midgard was always rough. The way back was easier. He could stand on both feet. Loki looked around at the scorched earth with a runic design now burned into it. The grass around it singed. His eyes traveled upward into the sky, figuring out which direction was south. Once found, he quickly became invisible, so those around him could not see him. Not a moment too soon either. There was a sound of at least a half-dozen pops, as adults of her kind appeared to investigate. Peculiar sticks raised in their hands. The Bifrost had indeed gathered their attention. A woman wearing a deep blue dress, the neckline plunging to reveal an awful lot of cleavage that would fluster most on Asgard. Not enough, though, to be considered normal on Alfheim. Long, curly golden blonde hair going down to her mid-back. Her blue eyes scanned the runic mark. With a flick of her stick and a mutter in another language that he didn't understand. In what Loki could tell was some form of spell. Expecto Patronum, she called out, and a bright blue misted light that had a happy energy about it shot out at the tip of the stick. That was very clearly a conductor for their magic. Odd. Then again, Midgardians were odd. Their magical society appeared to be more so. Loki lingered a bit, hands behind his back, curious as the blue light slowly solidified into a translucent horse. The silvery horse galloped around her for a moment before standing in front of her. Headmaster Dumbledore, there has been a disturbance near Hogsmeade. A bright light, and now there are scorched runes on the ground. This could be a threat to our students. Tell the teachers to be on guard. With another wave of her hand, the horse sped off. So it was a communication spell of some kind. Fascinating. He really had to study more of their magic. He wasn't sure if his magic could do anything like theirs, but it was worth noting. Feeling like he lingered too long, Loki disappeared, traveling through space, stopping just outside the castle. He relaxed his shoulders. At least they seemed to take protecting their children very seriously. Not that it would help them too much in this case. Lucky for them, he wasn't here to harm anyone. That isn't to say he would promise he wouldn't stir up a bit of trouble, though. He smirked. Loki took the time to look up at the castle, getting his first good look at it in the day where he could see more. It was primitive but rather impressive regardless. Tall towering spires and torrents. Hundreds of windows. Everything appeared to be made of stone. Though it was still in the early hours of the morning, there were signs of activity. The castle was waking up. Loki looked around. The lake he had seen the night previously was bigger than he thought. It had to go for miles at least. A giant squid was floating on top, lazily moving its tentacles. Not the strangest thing he had ever seen, but surprising nonetheless. He hadn't expected something like that to be hidden in Midgard. There was more than they previously thought about Midgard. Loki found himself pondering what else was hidden here. The scholar in him immensely curious. He walked further, finding stone steps leading up. He took his time, getting the feel of the place. Near the forest was a rather large hut. A giant of a man, well, half giant. At least he wasn't nearly big enough to be a full giant unless he was a runt. He was big with shaggy black hair and beard. Going about his daily, routine ferrets on strings around his neck, a large hound at his feet, following him lazily. Its tail wagging back and forth. Loki caught movement out of the corner of his eye. His attention was drawn to a willow tree standing strong and proud, its branches and whole trunk moving, hitting birds or anything that got close. The birds becoming a poof of feathers. Someone apparently didn't like company. He laughed, finding the willow rather amusing. It shook itself, a few green leaves falling, and became still once more. He paused at the archway leading into a courtyard. He turned around to look over the forest. It was even bigger than the lake. The trees close together, he got a very dark feeling from it. There were ancient things hidden within. Things best left alone, he expected. Loki's eyes were suddenly drawn away again, this time to the sky, as a creature broke through the canopy. A winged horse it turned out. Loki cast a spell on his eyes, so he could see the creature more closely. He was now able to take in its skeletal appearance, large leathery wings and reptilian face with white glowing eyes. They looked like something off of Niflheim. I wonder what you were called, he thought as he watched it fly close to the hut and touch down. The giant man threw it a ferret which it happily ate. The creature had a sort of gentleness about it, if one got past its appearance. After watching for a bit more, Loki turned back and headed through the courtyard, focused once again and remembering his way from his exploration the night before. He was headed toward the tower where he had last seen her, when he stopped, feeling the pull of the amulet moving and a pulse of her magic not far from him. He changed direction, going down another hall. Loki saw various students making their way to the feasting hall, all ranging from around his witch's age to late Midgardian teens. Breakfast that made sense. She wasn't going to be in the tower all day. Just surprised him since it was so early. Children like to sleep if he remembered correctly. Loki had always been so eager to learn that he got up earlier than others, and he'd be forced to wait. There were not many in the feasting hall yet. Loki noticed as he followed a group of teenagers into the hall. Plates of food lined the 4 tables, so it was easy to find his witch. Not that it would have been hard for him, even if it was packed. Having familiarized himself with her magic and being able to sense the amulet. Had he not had those things, Loki would still be able to find her. Her bushy brown hair made her stand out quite a bit. Loki walked closer. Time to figure out what she was like. He felt oddly nervous. He had never been a guardian before. The odd protection detail didn't count. His older brother had a few times. No one had ever trusted Loki enough. Further proof in his mind that his friend had been very addled in the brain. She sat in the middle of the table by herself. Only 5 others scattered around it. A large book propped up on the table. Her eyes darting around the page like she was starving. She ate some eggs without once removing her eyes from the pages or getting any on it. He watched her curiously, besides her doe-like eyes and features that would no doubt become more regal as she got older. The only thing she had in common with Eleanor was how her smile went to one side as if she was holding some big secret. There was something about this girl that was unique. He couldn't put a finger on it. She really couldn't be compared to anyone else. She was simply her. It was in her aura, and he got that same impression at his first brush of her magic against his. Soothing like water, washing away the blood after battle. As he got closer again, the taste of velvet-sweet wine brushed over his tongue. He was glad he was only attuning himself to her. With all the magic around him, he was sure to get a headache. He opened himself, just a simple sensation. He would be able to tell if a Midgardian or magic was negative or positive. Loki held still his hands in front of him, like he often did during his father's lectures. Studying her. He wanted to know about her. He didn't want to keep comparing her to an ancestor she probably didn't even know a thing about. What made this girl her? The biggest question and priority was finding out what in the 9 realms her name was. Loki had to back up suddenly to avoid being bumped into by a curly red-headed boy about 5 years older, tall with glasses that kept falling down his nose, as he half ran to her, a big stack of parchment in his arms. Hermione! He pushed his glasses back up. So your name is Hermione, he thought, a small smirk forming. First question solved. There was no answer, just the sound of a page being turned. Hermione, the boy said again. Still no answer. Hermione! The boy finally raised his voice a bit higher and gently touched her shoulder. It didn't look like threat to Loki, but his whole body tensed. He knew Midgardians were not the same as Guardians, being more freer with their affections. In Asgard, there was an etiquette one had to follow. Different kinds of touching meaning different things. A language all its own. The royal family was held in an even higher standard. One had to be careful. One misunderstood touch could lead to a major headache, particularly one in public. He himself had a bit of an embarrassing incident in his teen years with a Vanir named Sijin that took months to fix. It was an accident, he swore. He really didn't like just how casual the boy was, until he decided he was safe or not. Loki was not going to allow him to touch her. He wouldn't interfere with their culture, but until he knew her relationships with others. He wasn't going to allow even casual touching. Once he established who she was closest to, he'd allow it, depending on what the touch was and who it was. In the meantime, with a flick of his wrist, he sent a shock of electricity at where they were connected. It would feel a bit stronger than static, not putting too much power into it to avoid it being suspicious. He was rewarded when the boy immediately removed his hand. Hermione, he said again, shaking his hand a bit to shake off the shock. That undoubtedly was feeling a bit numb. Hermione finally jumped and let out a startled sound. Oh, Percy, you scared me. Hermione put a hand over her heart. Sorry, Hermione. I've been trying to get your attention for the past 3 minutes. That book must be rather interesting. Percy pushed his glasses back up. Hermione's cheeks went crimson. Yes, I picked it up at Flourish and Blots for a bit of light reading. What is it you need? Light? Loki smirked. The tome was huge, and it looked rather heavy. It had to be a third her weight. Her idea of a light read was apparently the same as his. What is it called? Percy rifled through the papers till he apparently found what he was looking for. Your class schedule. Oh, thank you. She took the paper and started to look over it. It's called Magical Advancements in the 70th Century. It's fascinating at all the potion advancements during this time. Tired of standing, Loki took a seat across from them, one elbow on the table, his finger tracing his lips as he thought. This was going to be difficult. Even if he made himself invisible like right now, others could still bump into him and his cover would be blown. From what he remembered from his earliest studies, classrooms were small and they all crowded together. Loki listened to Hermione as she rattled off important advancements, hardly pausing for breath, which he found rather impressive, like her lungs couldn't move fast enough to keep pace with her thoughts. She was fiercely intelligent, giving the older boy a run for his money as they debated if a blood-replenishing potion was more important of advancement, or the development of a diagnostic spell that allowed one to see if any damage was done internally. Both were good points. Loki was inclined to side with Hermione on this. Replenishing one's lifeblood seemed far more important. As long as blood flow was stopped and replenished, it wouldn't be too hard to find out what was wrong and go about fixing it. Though Loki was a bit biased in this. The Soul Forge was far better at highlighting one's physiology and pinpointing an illness or injury. Also, he had seen almost more death by blood loss as death by fatal blows. They, however, were on the right track, though monumental as their advancements sounded individually. Used together, they would be far more effective. He tapped his fingers silently, looking around, memorizing the feast hall. It wasn't nearly as impressive as it had been the night before, with the very stars outside reflecting on the ceiling. That was serious magic. He had always loved the night sky, ever since his mother first started teaching him their solar systems and the stories behind the constellations. There was just so many possibilities, it was infinite. He noted the older magical Midgardians ate their breakfasts along the back table overlooking the other four. They must be the head scholars. The vantage point was a good one on keeping an eye on so many children. As the morning grew later and more students flowed in, he started to notice there was a sort of order. He sat up straighter to pay more attention, while still keeping a rather vigilant eye on Hermione. who was once again immersed in her book. Each table's students had different crests and colored ties, he thought they were called. Loki wasn't exactly up to date on Midgardian customs, let alone clothing. The table where he sat across from Hermione. The ties were red and gold. The crest a red and gold lion. This was going to forever grate on his nerves. The table behind Hermione was a bit more tolerable, though he got an odd feeling about the group. Their colors a silver and green with a silver snake. He liked the snake part, it was his favorite creature. Though a strong negative magic coming from a particular group at the center of the table, who seemed to revolve around a blonde. Not evil, but negative. The table directly behind Loki, he observed a canary yellow and black combination. It reminded him of a bee. He smirked at that, remembering when his brother got stung by messing around with one. Even though their mother told him not to tease it, he kept poking it until it finally stung. Their crest a badger, at least that's what he thought it was. A sociable animal living in large dens. He also remembered they were rather vicious when threatened. Loki was rather surprised he remembered that. He had only read briefly through the Midgardian wildlife in the archives. The last table, whose students wore blue and bronze and eagle on their crests, had their schedules out and were discussing excitedly about lessons. He observed a few, like Percy, wore badges on their robes. Below each one he read, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. What in the Norns is a Hufflepuff? Dash Ravenclaw and Slytherin. House names? What did they mean? Loki was very confused. Apart from the fact that students appeared to be sorted into groups, he had no idea what the groups meant. Loki at least recognized house colors and crests when he saw them. After all, every clan in Asgard had their own. The royals and nobility had individual ones, picked very carefully on their 100th year. His own were green and gold. Green, the color of his magic. That, and he had always been drawn to the color. His mother had so kindly pointed out that it was the color of growth, teasing him endlessly about it. Loki had chosen to ignore that. It really had been because green was the color of his magic. Loki's choice in gold, however, was a bit more complicated. It was more than a royal color, more than wealth, power, and status. Though that was a factor, it could also mean illumination, love, compassion, courage, passion, magic, and wisdom. Ultimately, he chose it because his elder brother had chosen gold. They had been closer back then. It meant different things to each of them, however. Loki was rather passionate, always seeking more knowledge. That was what the gold represented for him. Thor was another matter. Royalty, wealth, status, and power. The source of that power was again different, with the only similarities. Thor was courageous, compassionate, freer with affection, always willing to befriend. Loki wasn't at all social, preferring the library, practicing his magic, and playing tricks on everyone. Thor's main color red. Intense emotions, interaction, passion, desire, danger, wrath, and courage. Foolishly, so YEA asked him. His brother never knew the difference between recklessness and bravery, and raw physical power. In general, the color red is connected to all things physical and emotional. The very embodiment of Thor. Loki's colors combined, he was quite proud to admit. Magic, wisdom, power, not much in the physical sense, though he could hold his own. His power lied elsewhere. Desire. He desired a lot of things. And calculation. Everything he was. Both their choices were so very different yet similar. They balanced each other out, much like how they were. Loki came up with plans, though often ignored. Saw political ways out of a problem first, or just lying his way out, where his brother would just rather beat the problem into submission, a method that did occasionally have merit. A trait Loki often used to his advantage. Thor was more hands-on, whereas Loki, though good in physical combat, much preferred using tricks, magic, and his silver tongue to get out of situations. Gold may be shared between them, but it meant something different to each brother. So the same, but not the same. Equal. Their crests were completely different matter. Loki smiled, remembering. Thor had barely spent a week on his weapon. Mjolnir became his crest. Loki had commented that it was lazy. His brother really had not put any thought or effort into it. Thor had just laughed it off, saying he'd rather be training than designing. When Loki became of age to create his own, he took damn near a year researching. In the end, he chose two intertwined snakes. Knowledge, power, duality of good and evil. Mischievous, cunning his favorite creature. Even his own familiars Igmunder and Jorner are snakes. Snakes who serve him well, and who now made their home on his main amulet, the one he was now watching the witch play with idly. He could feel their happy vibes. They were rather fond of her, enjoying her subconscious attention, which was funny since they had gone into hibernation the moment he put it in her ancestor's hand. They had not bonded at all to the girl, just like Eleanor had foreseen her birth. They just seemed to have been waiting patiently for the same girl, Hermione, to be born. The Norns worked in mysterious ways. Igmunder in particular seemed to think she was well worth the long sleep. He chose them intertwining in the sign of infinity, never having a start or stop. In the end, the crest was obvious. Even so, he didn't rush into it. He researched, but always came back to the end result. After all, it would be permanent. Best be absolutely sure. Loki drummed his fingers on the wooden table, which was filling rapidly now, and he still hadn't come up with a solution for his problem. Hermione had finally put her book down in order to eat her breakfast, more than a couple bites here and there. His eyes were drawn to a round-faced boy who dropped the schedule Percy handed him almost immediately after taking it. "Good morning, Neville," Hermione chirped, giving a genuine smile. "Good morning to you," to Hermione. Neville took a spot next to her. He sounded rather out of breath, like he ran there. "I barely made my way here. I woke up late, and then I got lost. Why do the staircases have to change? I thought for sure I'd miss breakfast, then I realized I don't know the schedule. So I wouldn't even know where I should be trying to go. I was in such a hurry as well. What if I forgot something?" Loki watched with mild amusement as Hermione took Neville's bag and started taking out items, checking their schedules to make sure he had everything for today at least. "You don't have any parchment, quills, or ink," she commented as she put everything in his bag, taking out her own rather heavy one. How many books could one person carry around? It had to weigh more than she did. Loki watched as she took out a dozen quills, for bottles of jet black ink, and extra rolls of parchment paper. Hermione passed the boy an extra ink bottle for quills and 2 rolls of parchment. "You're a lifesaver, Hermione." Neville looked relieved, and Hermione was giving a genuine smile, her eyes lighting up as if helping him with something so simple was worthy of being proud of. Loki could think of a few things more worthy of being proud of, yet the pure joy it gave her was hard to ignore, making him smile. A faint smell of wet grass and earth after a heavy storm and a feel like lighting suddenly hit him hard. His head whipped toward the entrance of the feast hall, eyes searching. He almost thought Thor had followed him, then remembered Thor was not going to be looking for a while. For magic to completely take over his senses like that, it alarmed him in a way. He rarely felt power like that. His parents were one of them, and a few Vanir and Elsie had met, but all 4 of them were ancient. Hermione had potential once she was trained and grown into her own, and he removed the cage, which he wouldn't do till she was 15 or so. The sheer amount he felt would overwhelm her at the moment. His eyes landed on a boy Hermione's age, with untidy hair and green eyes behind. What did Midgardians call them? Glasses. There had been a strong negative energy that appeared briefly before overrun by a strange, powerful positive energy. Loki got up and circled the table till he was behind Hermione, creating green sparks on his fingertips just in case, his body tense. There was something more to the boy, something that made him uncomfortable. There had been a brief dark aura coming from his scar, then disappeared. The boy himself looked normal enough. Still, Loki couldn't shake that feeling. He kept close to Hermione. The feeling was gone. He would keep an eye on the boy, though. He wasn't going to lower his guard so easily. The boy chose a spot in front of Hermione. He filled his plate, still half asleep. A redhead equally as sleepy and similar to Percy. Both in magic and appearance, it was obvious they were brothers. Sat next to him. "Good morning, Harry." "Ron." Hermione smiled. She seemed perfectly awake, though Loki never understood how someone could be so chipper upon waking up. He got up early himself. He had training and a lot of responsibilities. That didn't mean he tolerated company before late morning. The dark-haired one Loki thought was Harry, since Hermione's eyes had gone to him when saying his name. "I'm excited for our first lesson. Our first class is charms. It's all terribly exciting." She gushed, her eyes alight with excitement. "Bloody hell, Hermione. Are you always this chipper in the morning? Ron groaned, crossing his arms on the table and burying his head there. Hermione waved him off. I'm a bit nervous, Harry admitted. What if I don't do so well? You'll do fine. Besides, this is why we are here, to learn. Every great witch and wizard started just like us. No clue. You'll see we'll be just fine. Ron grunted into his arms, but Harry gave her a small smile, his nerves having been eased just like the Neville boy. Loki wondered if it was some form of magic her family possessed, or if they were just natural with people. There was suddenly loud screeching and hoots causing Loki to look up as hundreds of owls of varying breeds and sizes swooped in from the high windows, some dropping parcels in kids' laps or hands. He recognized some as letters. Loki watched interestedly at this strange phenomenon. Was this how they received their messages? By owl? It certainly appeared so. A snowy owl, bearing no packages, landed in front of Harry. Harry smiled and stroked her feathers, breaking off some toast into bite-sized pieces for her. Loki could tell it was a female. She was bigger, her wings spanned longer. Snowy owl females were bigger than males. Loki only knew this from his previous time in Midgard. He had found the birds interesting and intelligent. This particular owl, as she nibbled on crisp bread and drank a bit from the goblet, was looking right at him. Animals were always able to sense him, the aware ones at Lesset. She did not look at him with distrust, but with a knowing gentleness. She was not alarmed. Her beautiful feathers ruffled proudly, as if she knew he was admiring her. Loki smirked. She was proud. He could admire that. After a gentle nip to Harry's finger, Loki had relaxed a bit now about the boy. He continued to watch him for now. Loki had the strangest feeling that if the owl trusted the boy, he could. He just wouldn't easily. He couldn't explain the feeling he got from her. She gave several hoots and flew off with the rest of the owls, her soft wings grazing Loki's cheek. At the small brush and watching her and the other birds go, he suddenly got an idea. He smirked, eyes glinting with mischievousness. Had his brother or the others been there, they would be shifting uneasily. He had found the answer to his problem. Albus Dumbledore stood in front of the scorched earth, peering behind half-moon spectacles as he read the intricate words and designs. He was not even the tiniest bit surprised, though the reasons were still unclear. The god of mischief and lies was in their midst. He circled the rune. He had been expecting this since the previous night. Last night, Dumbledore watched the sorting, clapping as first years were sorted into the house they would be in for the rest of their school care. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Other than Harry Potter, the boy would have a very trying life ahead of him. He wished he did not have to bear such a heavy burden. That was until Hermione Granger's name was called. Dumbledore noticed a pendant around her neck. More so, he sensed dormant magic in it. He moved forward in his chair a bit more to get a closer look. He was quite surprised to see a Norse god's amulet around her neck. Loki's, if he remembered correctly from his studies. It wasn't the normal kind of pendant one would pick up because they liked it or they worshipped them. No, this was a real protection amulet, and a very powerful one, if he wasn't mistaken. Even amongst wizards, real protection amulets were not easy to find or to create. Therefore, were really rare. He non-verbally cast a charm that allowed him to see magic signatures. It wouldn't last long. Just long enough for him to see that it was feeding off the condensed magic in the air. It was dormant, but waking up if the squirming of the snakes were anything to go by. Miss Granger just became rather interesting. He best prepare for a rather special guest. Loki would be around before long. He had not thought it would be so soon. He did not believe any of the students were in any danger unless they posed a direct threat to Miss Granger. Very small odds of that. Loki was there for one reason, and one reason only, though he couldn't fathom why. Well, Albus. Madame Rosmerta chewed her lip worriedly. The students are in no immediate danger, madam. Hogwarts has found itself host to a rather unexpected guest. Harm is not the intention. Do not fear Rosmerta. He was purposefully vague. All right. She looked worried and not thoroughly convinced, but she trusted him. Dumbledore turned on his heel, operating back to his office, lost in thought. He would very much like to speak to Loki. How did one get an audience with someone that did not want his presence known? He started to pace his office, thinking. Hermione had the feeling of being watched since breakfast that morning. It hadn't gone away at all. It was odd that she didn't feel threatened by it. It just was an annoying feeling, like an itch you couldn't scratch. She blew some of her hair out of her face. Her second class that day, history of magic, taught by the only ghost teacher, Professor Binns. He gave her quite a fright when he floated into class through the blackboard. Was at least going smoother than her first of charms. He was a rather boring speaker, but his knowledge was enough to keep her attention. She let her quill go across the paper, making meticulous notes, so she wouldn't forget anything. Whenever she glanced around, she realized she was the only one not dozing. Her first class, taught by a small man named Professor Flitwick, who had to stand on a pile of books just to be seen, had not gone smoothly at all. Charm started normal enough. The professor introducing himself, starting a loose outline of what they'd be learning that semester. She was most excited to learn how to make objects fly, though a bit disappointed they'd have to wait till next month. He was just about to get into the second half of the term when the window had blown open. Simple enough, so Flitwick had gone over and closed it. He had started again when it blew open again. Flitwick shut it with his wand this time. It immediately opened back up. He tried a locking spell that didn't work. It opened again. By this time, Flitwick was getting annoyed, so he put a broom through the handles. That hadn't worked either. It went skyrocketing, and the door flew open. Flitwick had thrown up his hands in defeat, muttering about enchanted castles and needing to inspect the window later. Hermione was quite glad to go back to making notes on what their first lesson would be, when class was interrupted again, this time by a very large raven with oddly green eyes, swooping in over their heads, making them all duck to avoid getting hit. Flitwick had then spent the next 10 minutes trying to shoo and maneuver the raven back out the window. The raven wasn't having it. It clipped Flitwick on top of the head with its wings whenever it passed overhead. When it finally landed on a beam above them, Flitwick tried scaring it out, flicking his wand, sending spells at him. The raven just hopped along the beam, avoiding the spells, its green eyes watching Flitwick like he was part of a particularly fun game. When Flitwick finally gave up, the raven chose a beam above Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Seamus's row, settling down directly above her. It started to preen its feathers. After that, the rest of the class went smoothly. The raven was rather quiet. It almost looked asleep when she had gathered her things. The raven swooped out the window, and it shut on its own. Hermione had just finished her notes on the first Goblin Rebellion when she heard a tapping at the window to her left. She tried to ignore it, but the tapping continued incessantly. She sighed and glared at the window. She was met by green eyes looking at her, realizing it was the same raven pecking at the window and flapping its wings trying to be let in. She made a small noise and a shooing motion. "Go away. Some of us are trying to learn." While everyone else was almost asleep. Seamus Finnegan was even drooling. The raven paused a moment. It seemed to be laughing at her, and it started to peck again. Annoyed, she leaned over and unlatched the window and pushed it open a bit. "Please be quiet," Hermione hissed, going back to listening to Binns. The raven hopped up on her desk and climbed up to her arm and around her shoulders so it was on her right. It settled itself there. Did she have a sign on her that screamed, "Perch here"? On her? The bird seemed determined to follow her. He chose the area above her head to sit. Now it made her suspicious. Is that the raven from Charms? Harry, who had startled himself awake, asked curiously. "Must be mate. How many ravens with green eyes have you met?" Ron turned back to staring out the other window. He wasn't even trying to pay attention. "He seems to like you," Neville commented, as the raven tugged at a strand of her frizzy hair. She gave a long, suffering sigh and tried to get through the rest of the class. The raven moved, jumping with small bat of its wings from her shoulder to the desk, then walked over to her stack of books, hopping up onto the stack with another beat of its wings, giving her room to write. She curiously ran the back of her pointer finger over its downy feathers between its shoulder blades. It was soft and sleek, the wings strong and flexed under her touch. He or she allowing her touch. As she took notes and petted the raven, she became calm, finding herself wondering what the rest of the day would be like. Her first day went very well, even though the raven had followed her everywhere, except to the girls' bathroom. Instead, it waited for her outside, perched on an unlit torch. He spent the day annoying some of the teachers. Others found him amusing. The bird was so stubborn, even Professor McGonagall gave up after a while. He was very fast. Whenever a teacher tried and failed to capture or lure him away, it would give a caw that sounded like laughter. What on earth is wrong with this bird? I've never seen anything so stubborn, Hermione thought, annoyed by the bird, but also amused. Though she didn't understand the attachment it had to her. The teachers didn't either. Professor McGonagall was the first of them to realize the raven wasn't going anywhere. So she pointed to a golden perch used for birds to rest on during more advanced transfiguration. Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione, then the green-eyed bird, twirling her wand between her fingers, looking thoughtful. With one last glance to the raven, she continued on with her class like normal, Hermione taking vigilant and detailed notes for later use. By the time the first day was over, she was tired, and she hadn't had the time to check out the library. So before dinner, she found herself in the library. She found herself stunned as she stepped through the library archway for the very first time. After a few moments, forgetting the bird that now was on her shoulder, she was certain her mouth was open. The library was vast, books floating in the air, a few older students taking a few down for work. It was almost a maze. Once out of her awe-induced shock, Hermione made her way through the shelves, nearly running in her excitement, her eyes roaming the books, getting the feel of the different sections. She was amazed just how complex magic really was. It wasn't just waving wands and saying words. There was a science to it. Not the same kind as Muggles, but a science still. Well studied and understood. More possibilities being discovered every day. It didn't take Hermione very long to find the section she was looking for. The section appeared in use compared to other aisles. The books covered in dust except a few here and there that had been used recently. At once she started to take down any books about protection spells and amulets. Amulets in general, with a heavy emphasis of magical. She soon had a nice stack. Finding an empty table and taking a seat, she set the pile onto the table. With a flap of his wings, the raven perched itself on the top of the chair across from her. Hermione took the first slightly dusty tome, with uneven pages that were yellowed with age. A tingle went down her back, and she felt herself smiling, opening it and releasing a cloud of dust. She coughed, waving her hand over the book to settle the dust. Well, this hasn't been used in a while. She addressed the raven, who had flown up onto a higher shelf, shaking its feathers of the dust that had settled over him. Sorry. She apologized. Hermione ran her finger over the index. Finding a promising chapter, she flipped to it, blowing over the page, since she couldn't see the words very well. She started to read out loud to the raven. Enchanted protection amulets first started to appear in the 12th century as a way for wizards to protect other wizards and witches from the Muggles who wished them harm if they were accidentally revealed. They enchanted the amulets with their powers, and threw runes etched on the back for the meaning of the protection. They would pour their magic into it over time, storing their energy. When most threatened, the magic of the amulet would release and protect the wearer. The amulets also allowed the one they are connected with to sense where they were, if they were in danger, so they could rush to them. Because of how much skill and magic one must pour into an amulet. Most protection amulets only last a few months to a few years, depending on the magical prowess of the witch or wizard that cast the spell. See page 400 for details on how one is created. The raven flew onto her shoulder, kneading its claws, gently looking at the page as she read. She was getting used to him, though his presence was sometimes distracting or downright annoying, since they are so difficult and rare to make a true lasting one. It is easy to spot a real one. Amulets of protection are sealed onto the person. There would not be a clasp or tie to remove unless the creator wishes. Runes on the back or around the front will emit the energy put into it. A warning pulse. The third and final way to tell if it is a true, powerful amulet that can survive the ages are the symbols that are chosen. The chosen that are oftentimes of beasts or crests, such as phoenixes, serpents, owl, or cat. Crests are the creator's house or the house of the mythological gods that once roamed our land or were thought to roam. Popular ones include Hecate, Zeus, Ra, Hades, Ares. The rarer being that of the Aesir. It is widely believed that they were just powerful witches and wizards. Evidence supports both claims. It may never be truly known. Possibly the rarest and most powerful that is known and recorded is that of the god Loki, the rarest chosen symbol. Only a handful made. Only one real was ever been seen or felt worn by a muggle. Given most likely by a witch or wizard that became fond of the muggle and wished to protect from their enemies. The amulet was only seen once. Its existence entirely questioned. That of two golden snakes intertwined with green leaves. The amulet disappeared before it could ever truly be studied. The ministry recorded it as one of the large signatures during the attack on the Holy Island, as Muggles referred it as Lindisfarne by the Vikings in the year 793, which leaves many to believe that one of their own turned to protect the settlement. Once the struggle ended, the powerful signatures disappeared and was never felt again. The girl and the amulet disappearing along with them. If found, amulets should be approached with caution. Many go dormant. If reawaked, and the magic of the wearer not recognized, it can cause a curse. Others will burn painfully if tried to be picked up. If they find the wearer's intentions are pure, the amulets are known to reassume their purpose. Hermione paused to let that sink in, her hand going to the amulet resting just above her chest, squeezing lightly. There was no doubt in her mind that this was one of the true protection amulets. Was her ancestor the one thought to have been the wearer that was only seen once? How could she be sure that this was the same one? It would require more research, although in her heart of hearts, there was no doubt. After all, how many could truly last so long? If it was true, it had been in her family for quite a lot longer than a few centuries. How was that possible? Surely it didn't stay with them that entire time. Wouldn't it have been lost to history? Unless, as it was suggested, it was enchanted to the one given. Wouldn't it make sense that it would extend to the family? Due to it being so old, it must have been one of the dormant ones. She also couldn't dismiss what had happened at the feast. Did the amulet do that? Had it taken her to the creator? Was Loki actually real? There was a lot of evidence suggesting that this was so. She would have to do more study. What made it wake up all of a sudden? She wondered out loud. Hermione remembered the feeling she often got when she was too far from it. Perhaps her family, to a lesser degree, felt the same disquiet, so just kept it. At some point, they had stopped wearing it and just stored it for safekeeping. Hermione found herself longing to know more about how this had come to her. What she wouldn't give to go back in time to see the events firsthand. She grabbed the next book, going through them, getting much of the same information, reading up on a few famous known ones, one of which had belonged to Helga Hufflepuff herself, and was kept safe in the Ministry Department of Ancient Artifacts, occasionally put out during historical event fundraisers. Hermione continued to read until her stomach growled loudly and cramped uncomfortably with hunger. She sighed, looking around. The sun had completely gone down, the library almost empty. She hadn't even realized. She was in a world of her own, picking up remaining books and putting others back. She made her way past the shelves, unsurprisingly followed by the Raven, to a stern-looking woman, whose name plaque said Madam Pants. Madam Pants looked over her glasses at Hermione. "Excuse me, ma'am. I would like to check out these books." Hermione set the books down on the desk. At first, the librarian said nothing, looking her over. Then she got a sign-out parchment, dipped a quill in jet black ink, writing down the titles. "Sign here, and I expect them to come back in the same condition as they left here." "Yes, ma'am." Hermione signed her name in elegant, tiny handwriting. Taking the books, she put them in her bag, promising to bring them back soon as she was done with them. Hermione ate in silence at the dinner table, ignoring the chatter around her as she read one of the books. She had set aside a small plate for the Raven and poured him some water in the goblet. She knew ravens were completely capable of finding food for themselves. She still felt like she should watch out for him, like he was apparently watching over her. Something was itching at the back of her mind most of the day when it became apparent he wasn't going to leave him alone. She couldn't grasp whatever information was eluding her. Like she should know something. Hermione made a bit of small talk with the Irish Seamus and Neville about their first lessons. Once she had finished eating, she stood up and headed back to the common room, her tiredness increasing and her brain full of information from everything she had learned that day. Her first day had been quite informative. Now tired and full again, she changed into her night clothes, the raven turning its back to her, which she didn't notice. Once comfy in a worn white t-shirt with a faded peace symbol that had once been her grandmother's, she got on a trip to the Americas before Hermione was born. It was big on her, but she loved it in loose black bottoms. Sitting cross-legged on the bed now, she leaned over, dipping the quill into the ink. Next to her bed, she leaned over to scratch out another day on the calendar, the 19th circled. The raven flapped its wings, sitting on the edge of the table, tilting its head the cute way birds did when confused. It's a calendar. Tells us the days. Today is the 2nd of September, and this day. She pointed to the 19th. Is my 12th birthday. She smiled. It will be the first away from my parents, though. I'm a bit nervous. Everything is different now, isn't it? It's not a bad different, just needs some adjusting too. She spoke more to herself than the raven. Taking the brush, she kept on the beside table, glad she made herself at home that morning. She started to brush her bushy brown hair, wincing once or twice when it snagged. You know, she paused, looking at the raven, wondering when had she started talking to it. I used to spend it with my grandmother. I would spend the morning with my parents and the day with her. We'd have dinner afterward. My parents would tell stories of work that day. They're dentists, meaning they work with people's teeth. One year my dad even got bitten. He still has the faint scars. My favorite part were the stories she'd used to tell. Hermione's eyes got a bit misty from the memories. It felt good to talk to someone. There were some things a girl couldn't talk about to her parents. She ignored the fact that the only person she could talk to was a bird, who could not talk back. Meme was always a bit eccentric. She loved ancient histories and myths. In fact, she was an archaeologist and historian when she was young, with a PhD in mythology on top of that. She'd tell stories of war and love, stories of men and women who refused to back down, even dying for what they believed in. A lot of it real events, others legends and myths. She'd tell me tales of the Greeks and Egyptians, all the way to the samurai and the armies of China. Stories and history from all over the world. We'd talk for hours. I could never tire of her lessons, begging to stay up past my bedtime just to hear a bit more. 2 years ago, before she moved on, she told me of the Norse, of the Aesir, and of Asgard, of the great tree Yggdrasil, of Odin, his wife and sons, of the mighty Thor, god of thunder. Hermione giggled as the raven gave an indignant squawk, but none so clever. She set her brush down to rub a thumb over the pendant. She also slid under the covers, blowing out the candle. The moonlight gave her plenty to see since she hand-closed all but that side of the four-poster. She could faintly hear the other girls talking and giggling. As Prince Loki of Asgard, with his keen intellect, magic, and silver tongue, able to think and talk his way out of some of the harshest of situations. He was always our favorite. Brute strength is good and all, but what good does it do in situations outside of battle? She stretched out, getting comfy. She let out a happy sigh, missing the proud ruffling of the raven's feathers. Maybe it's no coincidence the pendant that has been in our family is his symbol, even now with it changing as it has been. It makes me wonder if there's a piece of the puzzle I'm missing. Meme told me it's been in our family for at least 3 centuries. What if it's older than that? A lot older. If this is the real thing like the book said, does that mean that the myths hold some truth? That Loki is real? If he is, why our family? How did it come to be passed down? Who was the first? What were they like to earn such protection? So many questions. Questions I may never know the answer to. Hermione wrinkled her nose. She did not like nor accepted that the questions had no uncoverable answers. She'd find a way somehow. Last night, I was taken somewhere. Not physically. I can't describe it. There was a man, with green eyes and dark as night hair. Regal looking. Was that Loki? Did the amulet do that? Or was it something else entirely? She rolled over, one hand under the pillow, the other on top of it, her head resting on that one. She looked up at the sky. Away from mass population, there was no smog or buildings impeding the view. She smiled. Hermione always thought that there must be more out there somewhere in the vast universe. Maybe not in their own galaxy, but somewhere. The universe was too big for humans to be the only ones out there. A theory given more solidarity when she discovered she was a witch. This whole other world opened up to her. If that was possible, then other things she thought were improbable may be probable. The raven flew over her to perch on the sill, looking at the stars like she was. Hermione gave a yawn as she started to drift off. I wish I could see them, the other worlds that must be out there. Her voice faded as darkness came up to claim her. Before it took her completely, she could have sworn she heard a man's voice. Soft and accented. You will, Hermione Granger. You will. Hermione was dead to the world. In the morning, she would think what she heard was her tired subconscious falling into dreams. For now, she slept unknowingly watched and guarded. Author's note 2. A guy rewrote the colors and crest portions 7 times, and it still doesn't sound right. The flow seems to be so choppy to me. I just couldn't fix it. I just hope it didn't destroy the chapter to bad, that I just couldn't for the life of me find words to describe what I was going for. Not proud of that part. I hope it was at least coherent. I'm not sure I explained how the gold color is the same, but their symbolism was different for them. I feel like I failed. However, the rest of it I really enjoyed writing, and I hope y'all enjoyed reading. Chapter 4. Author's note. I do not own Harry Potter or Marvel. This was meant to get up on Halloween last year, but as we all know, that didn't happen. Nevertheless, here it is. I'm sure you're all familiar with writer's blocks and life. Over 20,000 words. I've never written such a long chapter. It got away from me, so my apologies. There is a sneak peek of the next chapter at the very end. If you don't like spoilers, be warned. It's my treat for taking so long. Big shout out. I'm sure you all noticed the amazing new cover image for this story. It's thanks to Nox Soulmate, who was kind enough to make it for me. I hope I did okay with the history. Delving into it around the time Hogwarts was formed was about the time the Norse invaded England. From that I gather some of the things they learned and know are just as much from Norse as Celtic and Anglo-Saxons. Not a historian, or knowledgeable on what kind of runes they learn. I assume they learn all of them. P.S. Concerning Nidavellir, I did not go by Infinity War's portrayal. I went by what I found in the Marvel database on Wikipedia, fan forums, and several fanfictions. And probably a bit of inspiration from Tolkien's world. I regret nothing. Nothing. As for Nowhere, I always imagine it kind of dirty industrial. Criticism welcome as long as it's constructive. Some advice is also welcome. If anyone is interested in baiting, please, if you're up to the task, I will never, ever rush a chapter. I really enjoy sharing this with y'all. I want you to see everything that's going on in my head that's making this story what it is. So much planned. As much as I would like to get to certain parts, one won't rush this. It's not perfect, but I love it anyway. Important, there is a part in here concerning a familiar mischief maker. You will read and figure out why I took some of it out to make a one-shot I hope to put up soon. Didn't quite fit into the feel I was going for in this chapter, but it was so much fun to write that I'm going to post it as a canon one-shot. My muse this time, I was listening to a band the last couple months. Hopefully the English translations is right. If not, I'll fix it. It is not metal. Very spiritual. Check, it is a French band called SK with a cute LD. One of the band members looks like Floki from Vikings. SK with a cute LD run. Old Norse. Vakiet. Völer alla fra violfi vitkar alle fra vilmejen se berender fra Svathöfa. Vakithat mant, fehu, urus, turisal, onsus, roido, genaskepo, vunyo, hakolo, nautio, isa, yera, heio. English. Envoy, that's what it means. All the witches spring from Witalf. All the warlocks are of Wilharm. And the spell singers spring from Swordhead. Envoy, that's what it means. Fehu. You are Uzi. Thurusaz and Suz, Rado, Kinaskibo, Wunjo, Hagalaz, Nodis, Isa, Jera, Hiwas. Loki crouched near Hermione's bed, watching her sleep, his head cocked in confusion. He was completely intrigued by her. She was more curious than any scholar he'd ever met. More than anyone even had the right to be. Clever, and he suspected she knew that there was more to the Raven than met the eye, but was biding her time until she figured it out. Or if Loki decided to reveal himself. He would in time. For now, it was best for her if she didn't feel like she had to be on edge, of which Loki was certain she would be if a stranger suddenly showed up and started to tail her without warning and seemingly randomly. Even if she already knew, mortals were so easily startled. Yet, despite her suspicion of the Raven, She had still talked to him openly anyway. She had shown almost an adult level of emotions. She clearly had loved her grandmother as fiercely as he loved his mother. She wanted to see worlds. He would give her that. In time, patience was luckily his forte. What amazed him most was that what she thought were hypotheses were very close to the truth or completely correct. She had more answers than she realized. She just needed what connected all the dots. Now that she was asleep, he took hold of the amulet, gently lifting it enough to hold it in his hand. He closed his eyes, pushing his magic into it, muttering spells so it would never fade again. A spell to track it anywhere, rearrange the prying eyes, keeping it intact, but making it so that Heimdall could see her. He spent almost 10 full minutes weaving spell after spell, strengthening and adding. Loki whispered the words. He briefly worried the chanting would disturb her. Instead, it seemed to deepen her sleep, his mind wandering as he tended to his task. You will find I am not so easily fooled, trickster prince. Now, will you stop being an arse and let me help? Loki gave the tiniest of smiles. Even after all these years, he could still recall the sound of her voice. You'd be proud, he thought. She definitely inherited your stubbornness and zest. I don't yet know whether or not I should think that is a good thing, or if I should be utterly terrified. It was odd, being by her bedside while she was asleep, like he was invading her privacy and space. Which he was. Even odder that Loki felt so at peace. Loki chuckled as Hermione Granger rolled on her other side, her bushy hair going everywhere again. This time, Loki could laugh. He reached over and tucked her hair behind her ear, so she wasn't eating her hair, his thumb going over her cheek. She'd be okay for now. Watching her for just a moment longer. This was what they had struggled for. He'd been starting to think that it had all been in vain. But there she was asleep, just inches from him. He felt relief. His eyes glanced at the stars, giving a silent thanks to the Norns, before going to the time counter, careful not to alert her sister witches of his presence. Their way of keeping time was strange. Asgard went by their kings. Currently, the Aesir were on their third age. They even went by stars, due to Asgard's physiology always remaining the same. They did not go by seasons like the Midgardians. They had no moon, yet their stars changed in a circle during the year. Midgard was similar, only they also had a sun and moon to go by. Asgardians had a light that came and went, though there was no discernible sun. If one was even inclined to keep track of time, there were very few important dates to be aware of. Just a handful of important celebrations. After childhood age and the completion off their rite of passage also becomes rather unimportant unless they made it to important milestones. Time being counted by their deeds. The only thing they seemed to have in common was the tracking of cycles. Loki ran his fingers along the time counter and counted the non-crossed days to the circled one. 17 days until she turned 12. That was more than enough time. Loki shielded himself from Heimdall's gaze, while simultaneously creating a decoy of himself. He had sitting in the common room, reading. Satisfied Heimdall was none the wiser. He had been using so much of his energy the last couple of days he was drained, keeping the raven form so long after exhausting himself the night before was taxing. Taking a small red crystal from his space, he held it in his hand, concentrating as he drew magic from it, replenishing it just enough that he could do what he needed to do. He summoned the borrowed energy and pictured where he wanted to go in his head, with a slight pull as he went through the void. Upon stopping, he had arrived on the interstellar port called Nowhere. I hope Tanalir Tyven is in a good mood, Loki thought, or this would become rather difficult. Nowhere consisted of miners, traders, and thieves among other unsavory folk that had made a home out of the seemingly mechanical head of some ancient celestial, whose name has been long forgotten. Loki stood in the shadows, looking around to make sure he arrived where he wanted. Without a word and a flourish of his hand, he drew out a cloak from the pocket of space. He quickly put it on and pushed the hood up so his face was covered. The cloak was a battered blue that had been through much and more often than not proved to be an excellent cover on more than one occasion. It was so old that the blue was fading, tattered at the ends. He'd look like any other wanderer to prying eyes. The ground he stood on was dirty due to the smog and steam of the self-made industrial planet. As usual, the port was buzzing with activity, people whispering in shadows, their heads together. Loki watched their hands. Sure enough, he saw the subtle exchange of coin, the brief, barely noticeable flash of metal, giving it away. Stepping out of the shadow of the allies he often used to appear in, he paid no heed to the distrusting eyes of the two men he had just observed exchanging suspicious activity. One was blue-skinned with a metal mohawk and the slightest of stubbles, wearing the pirate's trade, not unusual to be seen in ports, being hired and always out for their own gain. Could trust them only as much as you could pay them. He knew a few himself. Loki had eyes and ears everywhere, high and low. Walking right on by them, Loki took a path he had long since memorized. In fact, it was more muscle memory nowadays, weaving through the side streets. As he continued to travel closer to the main streets, it became more crowded with civilians, making Loki to have to navigate in and out of the throng of people. He smelled the main street before he saw it. The smell of food wafted through the streets, making it easier to find. As the scents became stronger, he found himself actually rather hungry. While he could go a while without food if he wanted, he did get hungry. The last thing he ate was dinner the night before. His eyes roamed the stalls. As he passed one full of round pink spiked fruit, he skillfully using the steam Tad occasionally released out of the ground from the mines, and quick hands the vendor unaware as he argued and haggled with a customer. Loki walked away from the stall. Removing a small knife from under his sleeve, he peeled the fruit as he walked, revealing its red center. He cut a piece out and popped it into his mouth. It was sweet like strawberries and cool like watermelon, with a slight tartness offsetting all the sweet that would leave a tingle at the back of his tongue. Idly watching different merchants selling their various wares. Food, jewelry, clothing, weapons, and imports. The latter two Loki noticed was even becoming scarce here. That was troubling. Since this port was so far away, it usually took longer to be affected. Things began to quiet down as he made his way past the market, eating the last slice of the fruit as he entered the city proper. Loki crossed a bridge and went up 3 flights of stairs to the left, then 12 more leading to his destination. Loki was not even the slightest bit winded as he landed on the top. Ice cloak brushing the ground, letting himself in the doors in front of him. One would think they stumbled into an exotic warehouse. Glass cases exhibiting various items, the like of which were so old and rare, even Loki, whose vast knowledge of artifacts, particularly those involving magic, did not know the names nor the properties held. Some of the glass cases showed various animals and even some humanoid species, most of which were women. There was plants of all kinds growing around the room, dangling from the ceilings and wrapped around some of the glass, reminding him of the jungles of Vanheim. Loki did not drop his defenses. If anything, he was on full alert. The collector was no fighter. However, he was nearly as crafty and shrewd as the god of mischief himself. It was a ways mentally stimulating dealing with the man. Loki actually had to often use all his skills to try to get the Tyvan to cooperate. He was untrusting, so it was harder to get him to believe in his silver-tongued lies. One could not say Loki did not like the challenge. Walking to the reception desk, further past the shrubbery and further in, a woman sat behind it, in her mid-20s, though it was hard to tell with other species of race. She had pink skin, long flowing hair like starlight. She was busy with a large pile of papers. Loki leaned against the counter, appearing relaxed and nonchalant. "Excuse me, miss. I seek an audience with the collector." The woman gave a startled shriek, jumping out of her seat, which spun and her papers scattered everywhere. Loki suppressed a snicker, especially when moon-like eyes widened, not only in fright, but also with dawning realization. She would have to pick up and sort through all those papers again, delaying her ability to finish the task she had to begin with. "Stars! You scared me half to death. You shouldn't sneak up like that." She was still trying to slow her heart a hand against her chest. True, he had not made a sound, making the situation all the more amusing. "My apologies, my lady." Loki smiled. He really wasn't sorry, but she seemed to believe him. She waved him off as she started to calm, picking up all the papers and settling back on her seat, starting the painstaking task of getting the papers in order once again. "How is it I can help you?" She spoke, voice clipped, clearly irritated with him. yet using her professional tone. I seek an audience with the collector. I'm terribly sorry, sir. The master is not seeing anyone tonight. You are more than welcome to leave a message or come back in the morning. You may schedule an appointment with me. Loki gave an eternal groan. Of course. Why am I not surprised? I really must speak to Tanalier, tell him it's an old friend. He owes me a favor. She seemed startled at the use of the casual way he spoke of her employer's first name. If that is not enough to sway him to see me, let him know I have something he so desperately wants. The receptionist looked at him wearily, not at all convinced. He did not blame her. Tyven could get easily irritated, and she didn't want to become one of his trophies. A part of his collection. With a twist of his wrist and a brief shimmer, a card appeared between two fingers, and he held it out to her. White with golden inlay of his crest and green runes of his name underneath. Here, you will want to see me. I assure of that. Her moon-like eyes flickered between him and the card. After what seemed an eternity, she took it delicately from him. I will be just a moment then. Rising herself from the desk, she wore very little to the imagination. A blue silk cloth wrapped around one leg and hooked around her hip, another on her arm and around her chest. Her kind was of the stars, a daughter of not his grandmother, a race of beings she had claimed called moon incubi. They were made from the night sky according to the race's myths. They were not fond of anything unnatural on their skin, preferring to be free. He was surprised he didn't make the connection before. Then again, he wasn't focusing too much on her, but more on his task. There was a distant opening and then closing of a heavy-sounding door. Loki tapped his fingers against his thigh, watching one of the vines, a deep green with veins of a pulsing yellow that had wrapped itself around one of the cases. He didn't get to examine the fauna for long, for there was a sound of footsteps. The receptionist had returned. The collector will see you now. Loki smirked under his hood. He had known Tyven would see him. After all, their visits were often profitable for him, and if nothing else interesting. The collector loved to be in the loop. Loki followed the moon incubi into a new room, devoid of cages and displays. Instead, full of objects that pulsed with strong and ancient magics. Tingling and brushing over his senses, it turned into a maze of objects that he knew lead directly to the vaults. The collector was waiting for him in the center of the room. Tyven had stark white hair, calculating warm brown eyes, a spark of madness in its depths. He always wore white gloves and rather extravagant clothing. As Loki drew near, he pulled his hood back. Asgardian prince. He gave an over-exaggerated and theatrical bow with a flourish of his hands. Tyven. He gave a sharp nod in acknowledgement. What do I owe the honor of an audience with the Dark Prince at such a late hour? I think we have known each other long enough to skip the formalities. If you insist, Loki. What is it you require? Straight to the point, one of the reasons I like you. Loki started walking along the shelves, Tyven falling into step beside him. I'm looking for the Journal of Osiris. I believe it holds some information I require. Why would you want that of all things? Let's just say it's a start. I really rather not part with it. It's the only one of its kind, you know. No one has dared open or copy it. I myself keep a distance. I can assure you, I can offer something far more valuable. And pray tell, would that be? His eyes glinted. Information. Loki summoned an amulet of blue teardrop with a flowing and moving silver chain circling around it, as well as a gift. I'm listening. Loki left the collector. Some information shorter, the reward greater. Loki held a worn book with no visible title, battered and blood-stained, written by a powerful magic user during the reign of his grandfather Bor. Cursed for eternity to Helheim, and the goddess spared no sympathy. He had been feared for many reasons. Research into blood magic and dark experiments concerning magic and mutations, as well as necromancy in an attempt to cheat death. Hel did not appreciate that in the slightest. Loki didn't envy that man's punishment. It also contained knowledge of old magics that one would be hard-pressed to find, even in Vanheim. He hoped he could find the answers to how Hermione Granger came to have his magic caging her own, which wasn't a bad thing at the immediate present moment. That much power in a small body wouldn't bode well. Magic usually grew with practice, time, and as the user aged. Hermione seemed to have been born with more than was normal and growing by the day, hers and his somehow intertwined. She just could not access as yet. The cage that was keeping her needed to be explored. He had to know more, possibly when she could handle it. Remove it. Loki would start his quest for answers with this book. He stored this in his space for later perusal. He may not get his answers yet. It was a start, shimmering out of existence again and appearing anew in another realm. Night of Valor, the home of the dwarves. Crafters of legends. Loki made his way to the entrance of the mountains. It had been quite some time, and he always did enjoy their humor. Short, squat, and hairy. Their spirits were as strong as iron. A lively bunch. He knocked several times upon the door. It was a sound of scuffling, and a peephole opened up and shut. A rattling of chains, and the door opened inward. Well, I'll be damned. Silverdung, what brings you here? Not that we don't appreciate a visit from a prince of Asgard. You're always welcome here. After what you did to help us during our last big scuffle with those dazed trolls. Tooth, it has been quite a while. It is good to see you are well. I would like an audience with Eitri, if he is available. Tooth barely came up to waist. Long tangled blonde hair and beard to his feet. An axe at his hip. He gave him a grin, only one tooth in his mouth, having lost all the others in a battle long ago. Hence his name. Loki did not know what his name was before he was named Tooth. He's in a meeting with Brock. We've been swamped with requests for arms from many of the other realms. Tell me, Silvertongue, is the situation becoming that dire? I am afraid so. Loki frowned. This was the first he was hearing about the scramble for weapons. He had predicted such. It still put him on edge that they were to get the YEA I weapons of the dwarves. That he had not been expecting. Not this early. The realms were getting uneasy and angry. Dark times are blooming Lysmith. I feel it in my old bones. Tooth took a torch upon the wall and started to lead him into the mountains. The sounds of mining and hammers against metal were unmistakable, as well as the oppressive heat coming from the forges. Loki had to cast a cooling spell, lest he started to sweat. You are welcome to make yourself at home until Eitri is ready for visitors. Thank you. Loki walked with him in silence for a while, splitting up at the fork. Loki decided since he could not speak to Eitri at the present moment, he could busy himself with his second task here. Greeting a few dwarves he passed, Loki made his way through the tunnels he had long since memorized, until he came upon a cavern and hall, the size of which put even a hall of Asgard to shame. Ornate pillars of stalagmites and stalactites that had fused together, and the dwarves had carved beautiful inlays. The walls glowed eerily with crystals, precious stones, and gems of varying shapes and sizes. Tables scattered everywhere. Dwarven females, mostly in a few male, sorting, cutting, and creating innate jewelry, sought heavily by mages. For the magical, enhancing properties the crystals in particular held. Others were working on the final stages of weaponry. Prince Loki! Prince Loki! You've come to visit. A small voice squeaked, causing Loki to look down. A grin spread across his face. He knelt down in front of a small child, with red hair that shone brightly, despite the low lighting, and honey-brown eyes. Why isn't it little Honora Ruby Gold? I'm not little anymore, Prince Loki. I'm 7 now, and am learning to craft. They say I'm not old enough yet to work on forges. I'll prove to them I'm ready. I'll be the best blacksmith Knight of Lear has ever seen. You wait. She stood up a bit taller, her chest puffing out proudly. Oh, my apologies, my lady. Loki smiled playfully and put his fist over his chest in a mock bow. Honora giggled and curtsied. Can you do the magic, please? Honora gave him wide puppy dog eyes. Well, how can I possibly say no to that face? You did ask so nicely. He winked. Honora stood back, watching in anticipation as Loki started to move his hands around each other. A moment later, a green orb appeared a few inches above his palm, only to split apart in dozes of green, glowing butterflies that flittered around her. Loki watched the wonder in her eyes. Her fingers going over the butterflies, her fingers going through it, and it in turn circled her. She twirled, laughing playfully, trying to catch them. Loki had always had a soft spot for children, innocent to the world and all its wonder and its cruelty. eager to explore and learn. Uncorrupt, not expecting much. Why, what's this I see? Someone has left her post. A mock stern voice interrupted them. A dwarf woman with flowy blonde hair, 2 braids on the side of her head. The slightest of beards on her chin. Round face and violet eyes. Look who's come to visit Kindra. Honora stopped chasing the butterflies as Loki stopped the illusions. I see. The prince has decided to distract young apprentices from their work. She grinned, an eyebrow raised in Loki's direction. Loki smirked a mischievous smile, not the least bit apologetic. Off you get. You have quite a bit of work to do, young lady. It won't do if you want to be a master of your craft. Kindra smiled with motherly affection. Oh, all right. Honora pouted. I'll see you soon, right, Prince Loki? Of course, my lady. He bowed his head. She gave one last smile before going back to her post. You're such a distraction. Kindra chuckled. This is an unexpected surprise. She continued to say, I found myself in need of your father's skill, as well as your assistance. The dwarven woman blinked. You've never requested anything from us. What is it you require? I'll be more than happy to help, if it is in my power to do so. I'm looking for a rare crystal, a Megan crystal to be specific. That is a heavy request. What in the Norns could you need it for? Surely you are not in need of such a thing. It is not for me. Oh. She raised her eyebrow in curiosity. When Loki said nothing, she shook her head. You're not going to tell me who you're going through so much trouble for, are you? You're not up to anything too dangerous. I hope. It is nothing like that. Loki smirked, completely ignoring the open rhetorical question. Forgive me if I'm nervous. You don't have the best reputation. Loki put his hands behind his back, giving a non-committal hum. It really is not for me, I assure you. It will be put to good use. Kindra studied his face, searching for something. Whatever it was she was looking for, she seemed to have found it. Nodding her head once she turned, walking down the hall. Well, come on. Loki rolled his eyes, but followed. While passing one of the tables the apprentices were using, Loki, hands behind his back, smirked at Honora, who was putting a great deal of effort in sorting stones that would fit the hilt she was working on. Her brow was furrowed in concentration that only the most determined of students had. She seemed to sense his gaze, for she looked up with honey-brown eyes, giving a grin. Loki winked at her and put his finger to his lips with a movement of his fingers, the stones she was working on sorted by type, color, and size. She covered her hand over her mouth to stifle her giggles. Picking up the nearest one she was looking for, she started her job in earnest. While she buried herself into practicing, everyone had to start somewhere. He remembered when he was first learning his magic craft. He smirked. He had been a good pupil. That didn't mean he wasn't his teacher's worst nightmare. Even Frigga was not spared any of his pranks. Loki had followed Kindra into more halls until they were in a small alcove. It was cold compared to the rest, barren, with only one table, and on that table were only 5 refined Megan crystals of varying color. 2 pink, 1 amber-colored, 1 clear, and a jet black. Megan stones were power enhancers. Like many of the stones and crystals they infused with some of their weapons and jewelry. Only more powerful, more concentrated, taking 500 years to refine. They were usually reserved for royalty, or hoarded in case of a calamity. If used properly by a magic user, preferably someone who had mastered their craft. Loki had no need for it. He could amplify his magic if need be. He rarely used this unique ability he seemed to have unless it was life or death. It could be useful, and he had a feeling in a particular witch's hands. Its full potential could be used. They weren't vastly studied. Knowing his witch, she'd find out more about it. He tried not to laugh. He could picture her quite clearly. He had only known her for a day. Her love of knowledge was just that strong one could not help but to notice. She'd spend hours studying. She was a curious creature. She held the books in the library with a reverence and excitement of a child. She knew exactly where to start, with an assured and confident motions of one who researched often. He also knew, without even having to consider it, she wouldn't abuse the crystal. It wasn't her character to abuse power. Search it out to understand, yes, but not use. Loki didn't become the god of lies and chaos without learning to read people. She'd use it to protect herself and others. That's all he wanted. The Megan crystal, when not activated fully, would help her learn to channel her magic and give her spells more precision as she learned. It didn't just amplify. It would be good training for her. In time, she wouldn't even need it. Kindred turned to look at him expectantly. Loki smirked. Reaching into his pocket, he drew out a gem. Crystal clear, except for 3 drops frozen within like blood. She gasped. Loki, how did you find that? Tears entered her eyes, and she took it with the chain it dangled from with shaking hands. In truth, Loki had found it on accident years ago during a civil war on Vanaheim. He hadn't returned it, although he had planned to. Eventually, when he could get something in return. Like now. You may take whichever one you want. Norns, you can take all of them. The return is worth more than anything we have. I only need the one, Lady Kendra. Loki stepped forward to the table, hovering his hand over it. They were protected by powerful magic. He wasn't stupid enough to try to grab one until it was safely away from the wards. He didn't bother to ask her to remove them. They were rather tedious to build back up. The smallest, the red Megan crystal, caught his eye. Once safely lured away, he turned his hand under it so it floated above it. Kendra watched in curiosity as a white rose appeared in his hand, pure in color with the tiniest specks of gold. The first that had ever bloomed, and he'd taken from the tree. Loki smirked. This was the only one that was important. He had been saving it for her. His ritual was mostly for his brother's benefit, to show he was coping. His brother's disbelief with the first one Loki took was most amusing. How Loki was his very personality and being. Taking them were so opposite of what he would normally do. Confused the big oaf. He couldn't help but continue to lead him on. The fact they were pretty was just a bonus. As if he needed an item to remember her by. Eleanor was a hard woman to forget, as loath as he was to admit it. Wench, Loki let go of the rose, and its petals scattered, shrinking and floating into the air. Rapidly in circles, wind whipped both his and Kendra's hair, vanishing the stem. The petals reformed, so the flower was about the size of a pea, still perfectly formed and visible that one could tell what it was. The crystal rose up further from his palm and started to dance in a circle. Again, the wind picked up, and the 2 items moved faster and closer until there was a bright, brief flash as they collided. The wind stopped, and the light died down. The red crystal now circled lazily just above his palm, the rose encased in it, preserved as if it was trapped in amber. The white flower stood out brightly. The gold parts of the flower occasionally sparkled when the light hit it just right. Loki smirked, rather proud of himself that he got them to combine so easily. When Loki was done, he gave a small smile. You have my gratitude. Hermione would get much out of this. He felt a thrill of excitement go down his spine, again wondering what she'd find out that no one else had known, what she would do with it and accomplish. Loki looked down at his palm, where the cool Megan crystal rested, the rose encased and preserved, sparkling beautifully. He looked forward to finding out. My father and uncle should be done with their business by now. Kendra interrupting his thoughts. Loki gave a regal nod of his head. Turning around, he left the cavern. Kendra still staring at the necklace in her hand. Her fingers curled around it, putting it near her heart, and reverently saying a prayer. Stayed behind. Loki made his way to the heart of Nidavellir. Their legendary forges roared with life. The all-consuming heat surrounded him, thick like a fog the moment he entered. Even with a cooling spell, he felt his neck getting wet with the barest hint of perspiration. It was here he found Etri working on a mold for a future legendary weapon. His thick, wavy bordering on curly hair stuck to his skin. He was covered in dirt, ash, and coal. Loki was curious. They were adept in infusing weapons with powers, much like his brother's Mjolnir. This mold was not very far along, so Loki could not tell what form it would take. The only thing he could discern was that it was on the small side. He did not know what powers or abilities it would hold either. URU weapons were powerful, very sought after. Not even he knew how they did it. They guard their secrets zealously. Lie Smith, he boomed in deep voice upon seeing the prince. I had heard tell that the legendary Silver-Tongue Prince has decided to visit. To what do we owe this honor? Not up to any tricks, I hope. We're still fixing the mess you made with that stunt you pulled with the trolls. Loki smirked, remembering how he had tricked them into a tunnel entrance and then causing controlled explosion to block them from being able to get inside. It got them away and blocked out, did it not? You collapsed 5 tunnels. We are still rebuilding the 4. Eitri gave a scowl that did not reach his brown eyes, sparkling with contained mirth. So, what is it that you want? You never come by just to chit-chat. It is never just a social call. In fact, you usually bring ill news or trouble, always straight to the point. Loki gave an exasperated sigh. The corner of Eitri's mouth twitched, still trying to remain stern, and was failing miserably at it. With small thought, Loki drew from his space, retrieving 2 types of metal. He held it out to him, which Eitri then took and brought close to his face in examination. Scabrite, refined and perfect quality, not a single flaw, as well as a scrap of our own YEA I metal. I won't bother to ask how you got YEA I. Not hard to figure that one out. My question lies with the scabbard. How did you manage to get this? Loki chuckled. He grabbed a piece when he noticed the value and price was mysteriously going up quickly. He sensed something then, that something was not right. So he managed to get his hands on a piece, which took a bit of weaseling it out of a courier with his silver tongue. It didn't take long for him to succumb to the lie that he was a shop owner coming out to get it quickly. The metal wasn't easy to get to in the first place. It was even harder now than back when he had acquired it. I have my ways. I am sure you do. What would you like me to do with these? I thought that would be obvious. I want you to craft something using both these metals. No need for sarcasm. I was merely asking what you have in mind, Silver Tongue. Loki walked confidently over to a nearby bench, shifting through parchment, sketches, and half-formed notes, until he found a blank piece of parchment, yellowed, the edges singed, and the upper left corner was black where it had briefly caught on fire. Taking a charcoal-like substance the dwarves used to sketch their creations and ideas, he began to work. Eitri walked over to him, peering around him at the table to see what he was sketching. Loki's hand moved deftly and quickly as he gave a rough outline, and Thor had thought it a waste of valuable training time to take lessons from their mother in art and in music. Loki, on the other hand, enjoyed it. On top of everything else he was taking at the time, learning Sidar, princely duties, and lessons on being ruler and gaining knowledge. There was no harm in learning art as well. It had come in handy more than once. Loki also liked the hobby as it gave him something calming to do, something to take his mind off things when it all became too much. It didn't happen often now that his studies were completed. When Loki finished, he let Eitri get a closer look. Eitri gave a thoughtful hum, and over the next 20 minutes they talked quietly, discussing details. Eitri giving his own input, working together to finish it with very minor changes. Do you think you can do it? It is an unusual request. I can do it, there's no question about that. It is not often one gets a chance at working with Scabrite. It makes it far more interesting to combine them. As far as I recall, no one's ever done so. I am anxious to see the results. You never cease to surprise me, Prince Loki. When will you be finished? Loki asked, taking an Eitri's thoughtful look at the metals on the table. Come back in 8 days. I will have it completed by then. I shall be the one to do this project personally. Loki nodded and also put the gem in Eitri's hand, who was watching Loki as if he was trying to see what he was up to and thinking. Too bad for him. Loki remained the same, giving not a hint. I would trust no other if you didn't. All right, it will be done. He pocketed the gem for safekeeping. Before you leave, Silver Tongue, I shall hear news. Loki chuckled, of course. Eitri grinned, and together they made their way to the feasting hall. Sitting down on the high bench next to Eitri, he declined the offer of food with a shake of his head. Loki did accept a pint of ale. It wasn't as good as Asgardian mead. It was good all the same. Getting comfortable, they fell into a conversation. They spent the next several hours exchanging news, both in local and political, as well as economical, and in length about the trade war between Muspelheim and Vanaheim. It slowly died down from that and into the personal news of their lives. Eitri was rather proud that his daughter Kindra had recently started to be courted by a high-ranking dwarf, a great forger and soldier. He hoped this time things would go well. Loki, on the other hand, gave less than honest news of his affairs. A little about his family, but he skillfully avoided talking about himself. when Loki managed to find an appropriate time to excuse himself. They exchanged last-minute pleasantries and goodbyes. Loki relaxed his form. In an instant he was gone, traveling through the void with a rushed feeling, landing in the Gryffindor common room. Dispelling his illusion at the same time, he uncloaked himself. Exhausted. Yet again dash. He took a seat stretching out over the quite, unfortunately, red couch, grabbing a paper with the headline of an attempted thieving. Their news, he supposed. The vault in question, 713, had been emptied earlier that day, thought to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. They have not found any evidence of who the perpetrator is. Loki paused, rereading the article several times. It couldn't be a mere coincidence that the day the unknown thief tried to rob a vault was the same day it was withdrew, storing the information in his mind. He continued to read the magical Midgardians news, catching up as much as he could on the current goings-on in Hermione's community. Some of it was foreign to him. Loki was confident he'd figure out. There were many issues scattered upon the tables. Well into the early hours of the morning, Hermione woke the next morning groaning. She felt drained, yet well-rested. She questioned why she felt drained. However, she quickly pushed that aside, probably had a nightmare or something she didn't remember. Rolling on her stomach, she nuzzled the soft pillow, stretching like a cat, digging her fingers into the pillow. As her brain started to reboot, she felt a thrill of excitement go through her, and she giggled, basking in the first sun rays that peered through the window. She enjoyed the feel. Finally deciding she should get up, she drew open her drapes, slipping into her slippers this time instead of the cold stone. She was not going to repeat yesterday's rude awakening. Suddenly remembering something, she glanced around, feeling disappointed when she no longer saw her feathered companion. It was odd. He had annoyed her almost all day yesterday, never giving her a moment's peace. Hermione found herself missing his presence. She secretly hoped he was just grabbing his breakfast and would be back. With that thought in mind, she made her way to the bathroom to complete her daily routine before going to search for her own nourishment. When Hermione was done and back in the dorm, she felt her face burst out into a wide grin. The raven was resting on one of the posts on the bed. "There you are. I was beginning to think you moved on. Tenacious thing." The raven gave a caw and flew to land on her shoulder, shaking his head and ruffling his feathers in an attempt to get some of her wild curls out of his face. She giggled and took her hair, pulling it over to her other shoulder so he had room. "How about we head to the Great Hall now for breakfast? Though I am sure you've already eaten, you can have some of my toast." Hermione left the dorm and practically flew down the steps and out of the portrait hole by the sun. It must be about 6. The raven managing to stay on in her rush, digging his talons in her robe. When Hermione entered the Great Hall, she hummed, noticing it was quiet. She put her current research tome on the table with a soft bang, the heaviness of it rattling the silverware. It wasn't one of her course books either. It was one of the ones she had picked up the night before, specifically Norse magical influence in Britain, this one going into the history of what the Vikings had brought with them, specifically the knowledge of runes, which was integrated and used heavily with what they already knew, expanding it farther than witches and wizards were able to do at the time. How it evolved through the Anglo-Saxons, those that inhabited the area later. The runes kept evolving and changing as culture started to merge into it. It all stemmed down to the Norse and Celtic. There were other runes as well that they used to their advantage. Hermione was fascinated. She would have been even if she hadn't been researching the amulet, the origins, and possible meanings. It would be great light reading material. So she was most excited to crack the book open. It was too bad ancient runes were not taught until 3rd year as an elective. She would love to learn. "Are you reading about the Norse? Is it terribly interesting?" A soft voice, slightly accented coming from her right, asked. Hermione looked up just as she was opening the book to look at Parvati Patil, one of her roommates. She smiled, meeting the dark gaze of the girl. They are rather fascinating. How Celts and Norse collided, learning from each other and making the foundations of modern magic we use today. It isn't just our Celtic ancestors we get it from. "Oh, that does sound interesting. It sounds like something my sister Padma would read." The raven hoped down on the spot on her other side, finally leaving her shoulder, as if bored by the gabbing. settling himself down near a plate, beginning to pick fruit and dropping it onto his plate, as well as an already cut up piece of bread and some cheese. As she talked to Parvati, "Well, isn't he just a prince?" Parvati laughed softly. "He does act like he owns everything. No one tells him what to do. Every teacher that tries end up having a very hard time teaching us." Hermione nodded, agreeing, referring to yesterday's events. The raven stared at them, tearing off small pieces of the bread off, almost as he was saying, "Your point would be?" I thought it was rather amusing to see Professor Flitwick so flustered. It was highly amusing to watch him running around the classroom. Parvati grinned. They fell into a comfortable silence of eating, Parvati leaving to sit next to Lavender, leaving Hermione alone with her raven. Hermione nibbled on her eggs, turning pages, though suddenly a thought entered her head. She shut the book with a loud snap. "You are in need a name," Hermione suddenly said out of nowhere. "I can't continue to refer to you as the Raven or Raven. You're rather godlike." She hummed, studying him. "What about Meldius? He's a lightning god." Hermione asked to herself thoughtfully, only to be startled by a rather loud raven's cry. Hermione covered her ears. "Okowo. Okay, Meldius is out. Gwendalu? God of strategy. That seems fitting." The raven, done eating, flew over to her book, using his beak to open the book. He started to peck at the paper she had been using as a bookmark. Notes from the night before. His beak going straight to Loki's name. Ravens were intelligent. Perhaps he just remembered her talking about it to him, and liked the sound, noting when she wrote it down. Ravens were, if she remembered right, capable of mimicking human speech better than a parrot. So it wasn't much of a stretch that it had long-term memory. Still, she was very suspicious. "Are you sure?" The raven made a cooing sound, scratching the page. "Loki it is. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were. Unless, Ari, you." She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Loki just went to Nestle on her shoulder and preened his feathers, not giving her any indication that he even understood her or that he was listening in any way. Hermione found herself pouting a bit, going deep in thought, as she remembered those green eyes, ink-black hair, strange armor, and regal air that she had seen the first night here. The raven had green eyes. Loki was said to be a shapeshifter. She couldn't prove it yet, though. It could be just all in her head. However, it was far too real, not to mention the pendant. She needed answers, and they still were evading her grasp. Everything led back to this supposed god of chaos and lies. Hermione did not believe in coincidences, at least not when there was so much evidence to the contrary. She stroked Loki's feathered wings with the back of her fingers. He nipped at them, but didn't hurt her. With one last bite of her breakfast, Hermione picked up her bag and book, and since she had some time, having memorized their classes' locations, went straight to the library, got out some of her school supplies. In order to get a head start on some of the assignments they were given yesterday, she would have started last night, had she not stayed up so late trying to find information. Hermione, just before classes would start, packed up her bag and went to go to the classes of that day, hoping it would go without incident. To her relief, Loki stayed good. He didn't annoy any of the teachers, leaving her to finally learn in peace, at least until just before the last class. She was on her way to defense against the dark arts when the strap of her bag broke and the contents fell to the floor. She gave a cry of frustration and knelt down, repairing her bag, and started to gather up her supplies and put them away. "Here, let me help." She looked up to see that it was Harry Potter who offered. He didn't wait for a response. Crouching down, he started to gather her things. After a minute or two of scrambling around, they managed to get everything gathered and put away. "Thank you, Harry. You didn't have to. It was no problem. I wanted to help." Harry smiled and offered his hand, which she took, allowing him to help her up, unaware of Loki's feathers rising and watching Harry closely. They parted, Hermione thanking him one last time, and headed to the stairs to their last class of the day. Hermione climbed the stairs, Harry trailing behind. Suddenly, the stairs started to change. Squeaking at the suddenness of it, she found herself grabbing the railing. Harry doing the same on the other side. Hermione accidentally glanced down. They were rather high. She felt woozy, putting a hand to her temple, trying to stop the nausea and the spinning. She did not like heights. When the stairs stopped, she stood up straight, a bit wobbly. She didn't mind climbing stairs or with heights, it didn't bother her. Looking down, Y in movement was an entirely different matter. She dreaded her first flying lesson. Hermione stumbled. Harry, who wasn't far away, and with surprisingly quick reflexes, grabbed a hold of her, pulling her to him. Flushing with embarrassment, she found her back to his chest and his arm around her waist, the other having grabbed the railing. It was very embarrassing and uncomfortable to be so close to a boy. Not to mention humiliating that he saw her lose her balance. Way to make a good impression. Sorry, he muttered, sounding just as flustered and uncomfortable as she felt. It is okay, Harry. Thank you again. They stayed still for a fraction too long, making sure her episode passed. There was a flutter of wings, and Harry let go rather quick. Loki had nipped him, making him start to bleed. He moved so fast neither of them saw it coming. Without thinking, she used one hand to gently grab Loki. Hermione used the back of her fingers to stroke between his wings. She did that a lot. His feathers were just so soft. Loki was still ruffled and practically glared. He didn't settle down until Harry was a respectful distance. He wasn't hurting me. He was helping. Now I am the one sorry. I don't know what got into him. It is okay, really. He must have thought I was a threat. Harry held up both hands in the universal sign of peace. You're bleeding. It's fine, I've had worse. I have to say, he has to be the strangest bird I have ever met. He almost seems human at times. Loki, Hermione interrupted. Loki, that is an odd name, has been following you around for 2 days. He must have taken a liking to you. Aren't ravens protective of their flock? Hermione hummed and brought out some cloth she carried with her just in case, handing it over so Harry could put pressure on the cuts and gash. They are, though you should know. Flocks of ravens are called an unkindness or a conspiracy. Usually they live in pairs. Harry raised an eyebrow, clearly finding the names odd. It's no different than a flock of crows being called a murder. Hermione defended, blushing a bit. You are really not making a good impression today, Granger. She thought sarcastically. Harry, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Ron came barreling around, the voice interrupting their conversation that Hermione had been enjoying. She hadn't had a real conversation in a while. We are going to be late. I'm coming. Goodbye, Hermione. Harry gave her a smile, his cheeks still red, as he darted off after Ron, leaving her and Loki behind and alone. You know, it's not nice to attack people. You could have gotten us both into trouble, Loki. Loki remained tense upon her shoulders, still ruffled. Hermione gave an annoyed sigh. Is it too much to ask that you don't cause trouble for 1 day? He gave her a reproachful look. Hermione sighed again, spending the rest of the day going through her defense against the dark arts class, a class that the Raven seemed to be interested in, settling himself on her books, and actually appeared to be listening, not sleeping. Harry was very right in the observations of Loki. He was the strangest bird. Hermione's suspicions grew. After class, she went to the library to work on her homework and studying. At dinner, she sat alone again with only Loki as her companion. It bothered her a bit, but one look at her feathered friend, and she couldn't seem to mind for long. She enjoyed talking to him, bouncing her ideas off him. He couldn't respond back, but saying things aloud gave her a clearer perspective. After dinner, it was straight to the library again for more studying and homework, then to the common room to read through some of the books she had picked up the day before. She thumbed through the runes book as well as different amulets and spells. So far, nothing seemed to be very similar to the one she wore around her neck. Enjoyable and informative anyway. Hermione moved to the couch by the fire when it became unoccupied, tucking her legs under her, soaking up the warmth. Loki, on the mantel. She stayed there for so long the fire turned to embers. She was Brayfly reminded of Poe's poem, The Raven, shifting on her front, then rolling onto her side, eventually going on her back before she started feeling very sleepy. She tried to fight it. Her efforts were futile. Hermione fell asleep with the book on her chest. Hermione didn't even wake when there was a shimmer and a figure appearing where her companion had been, shifting only a little when a blanket was pulled over her. She would assume one of her housemates put it on her in the morning. She couldn't have been more wrong. She didn't stir when there was a light kiss to her forehead and a whisper, "May the Valkyries guard your dreams," followed by a feeling of warmth and going into a deeper sleep. She woke up the next morning to Neville shaking her gently. "You fell asleep down here reading." Hermione blinked at him blearily, giving a slight yawn. "I didn't realize how late it was." It was a very interesting read. Neville gave her a reassuring smile. "It's almost breakfast. I'm not usually up so early, but you're Raven. Loki, his name's Loki. Loki woke me up, pecking at me. No idea why. So I came down here, after I found I couldn't get any more sleep. He's better than an alarm clock." Hermione chuckled. Just as said, Raven flew onto the arm of the couch. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Hermione gave a side smile of amusement. "What's an alarm clock?" Neville tilted his head, looking thoroughly confused. "It's like a clock, but electric with digital, meaning the numbers appear on the small window instead of hands. You set it to the time you wish to get up. It then creates this most annoying, loud beeping noise that you have to turn off manually. So it forces you up. That sounds like a very unpleasant way to wake up." Hermione yawned again, giving a tired smile. "It is. Let me get ready, and if you want, we can go down to breakfast together." "I would like that," rolling over so she could sit up and then get off the couch. Hermione made her way to the girls' dorm, getting ready for the third day, wondering what today would hold. Loki decided to let Hermione be for a while, but he kept an eye on her through their connection, still tense from the day prior. He may have overreacted. Harry Potter did keep Hermione from falling as she nearly fainted. He could have just grabbed her arm, or something that was far too familiar. Again, he knew Midgardians were different. He was young as well, still a child. Not like he had ulterior motives for catching her. That did not mean he liked it. Loki finally started to relax as he wandered the castle. He needn't have bothered. Every time he checked, she was concentrated and in an almost meditative state. Loki found he loved wandering the castle. It was ever-changing. Even the armor moved. He hadn't felt so curious since his youth. Here it was ancient. Not as ancient as Asgard, but old enough that magic seeped into everything. Hogwarts, as he came to know the castle to be called, seemed a breath, alive, giving him quite a bit of amusement. Usually one to be plagued with boredom whenever he wasn't causing some mischief or coming up with plans, dealing with the council. He hadn't been bored once. He was currently watching an interesting painting of a girl who insisted on showing her dancing. A smile on her face. Even other paintings stopped what they were doing to watch. He had no idea what this dance was called. It was elegant. She danced on her toes, a white dress flowing around her ankles, a crown of flowers on her head. He sat on the railing humming, making sure he was on the railing of a landing and not on a moving staircase, when he became distracted by a fairly loud bang. Curiosity led him to pull away from the painting, the girl smiling and continuing to dance. Another bang as he got closer to the fourth-floor corridor. He was woefully unprepared for what he encountered. A man that was transparent, but not see-through, hovered in the air. Dark eyes and hair covered in mixed-matched clothing. A hat with bells and a cackling laugh. Not a ghost, but something else entirely. Loki kept back, evaluating the situation, wrinkling his nose as he caught a whiff at what he was tossing at all manner of objects. A roundish item that exploded on impact and created a nasty smell. Loki covered his nose with his sleeve. Another bang, this one hitting a student that was late for class. She shrieked as it surrounded her, and she took off running. The being taunting. "Can't run from old Peevesy." "You can't." He cackled, following until she went into a classroom. Loki curiously followed the being, down the stairs and into one of the halls. He made himself busy loosening rugs so people would trip right into one of the suits of armor. He was some form of trickster, it appeared. "Is that all you got?" Loki smirked, materializing in front of the being. He appeared startled before a wide grin formed on his face. He turned upside down, legs crossed. "I should sound the alarm, I should. You don't belong here, you don't. You're not a beast, a teacher, or a ghosty. You could even, but you won't." Loki stood confidently. The being watched him curiously with mischief in his eyes. "You say you can beat old Peevesy. I challenge you, I do. If you beat me, Peevesy shan't say a word. How do I know you won't go back on your word?" Loki hummed, giving off a flare of disinterest. "But you's a smart one, yous are. You don't." He cackled. "No one would believe you anyway, and they won't be able to find me. Unless I wish it. Nonetheless, I formally accept your challenge." Old Peeves hasn't had a challenger before. This will be fun at will. Then let us begin. Draco made his way down to the dungeons where he would be having his first ophical potion lesson. His mother taught him some before he came here, so he'd have a head start. He would enjoy it more if it wasn't a class he had to share with the bloody Gryffindors. Crabbe and Goyle flanking him as usual. His steely gray-blue eyes glared at some of the Gryffindors who loudly ran past. Uncivilized, the lot of them. Crabbe and Goyle just grunted. Not the smartest of wizards, but they had their uses. "Excuse me," a bossy voice said from his right. He glanced at her. He recognized her from Herbology. Hermione Granger the Mudblood. Draco sneered at her, though she didn't seem to be paying any attention to him. He also noticed she was without that bloody bird that stared at him all through Herbology with a distrustful look, like he was going to attack at any moment. It gave him the creeps. He didn't really like ravens. They were ill omens. When he didn't move, she gave a very annoyed sigh and pushed past him to run to their class. He hissed when she brushed against him. Draco jerked back like he'd been struck. A spark went through him, white-hot like embers had gotten into his cloths and onto his skin. Draco watched Granger as she went down a corner, her bushy hair flowing behind her. He rubbed his arm. It still felt like static was going over him. "You all right?" A boy with dark hair that was windswept like he didn't care. Draco avoided the boy's dark eyes. It always felt like he was trying to ascertain something invisible when he looked like that. "I feel not." "Yeah, and Merlin wasn't a Slytherin. Are you going to get to the point anytime soon?" "Fine. You just look like you've been struck with a stunning spell." You suddenly clutched your arm. "So don't go telling me, Malfoy. It isn't nothing, and I am not an idiot. Could have fooled me." Not glared. Just didn't like that the mud blood touched me. Bullshit. What did she really do? The two boys made their way into the potions classroom, taking seats. The potions room was in the dungeon. It was dark and damp. Heavy smell of ingredients. Odd jars filled with things Draco could not even identify. It had a sort of mysterious atmosphere. Honestly, Theo, I don't have a clue. When she touched me, even through my cloths, there was a white-hot feeling like fire and a sickening feel in my stomach. It didn't feel at all natural. That is unusual. Theodore glanced over at the Granger girl. "I don't sense anything." Draco fell into silence. He didn't pay too much attention to Professor Snape as he went over his welcoming speech. He was studying the Granger girl. If only he could place exactly what was wrong. Draco did find it highly amusing watching Snape interrogate and insult Potter. Hermione, though, was nearly off her seat in a desperate attempt to gain his attention to answer the questions. Overeager and frustrated each time, she was ignored. Draco tried to hold back a snort. She looked like she had sat on porcupine quills. His analyzing was interrupted by the professor giving them their first assignment. A potion to cure boils. Not a very hard one. It was their first potion, so that made logical sense. He was paired up with Blaise Zabini. Draco worked on their potion, filling with pride as Professor Snape complimented on how he crushed the horns. Though he found his gray-blue eyes going over to the mudblood. Annoying yet again. There was something weird, an energy cloaked around her. He had first felt it when passing her in the hall. Like he had been hit with embers of a fire. He had recoiled at the contact when she brushed past him. He had never recoiled in his life. He didn't like her at all before that. Now he didn't want to even go near her. He refused to be afraid. In her presence he felt disgust, and it wasn't because of her blood status. There was something wrong with her. No one else seemed to notice. Draco glanced over at Blaise Zabini. He had grown up with him. The Zabinis had a rather unique magical ability. He wondered if he had felt it as well, or if he was gone crazy. "Hey, Blaise," Draco whispered, casually going about the potion. Blaise looked at him sideways with dark eyes. "Is it just me, or is there something not right about that mudblood?" Blaise looked from Draco to Hermione. Not her herself, not completely anyway. "We are mostly feeling." Blaise paused, looking around them for an example. He seemed to find one. Blaise leaned forward. Using his wand, he lifted the chain of the pendant Millicent Bulstrode wore about her neck. "Hey," she hissed. "Wand to yourself, Zabini. Don't flatter yourself, Bulstrode." Blaise dropped the chain, settling himself back on his seat, ignoring the girl's death stare. Draco raised an eyebrow at Blaze. A chain? No way is that feeling coming from a chain. Besides, Granger doesn't even wear jewelry. You obviously don't look all that closely. He spoke in a monotone, gesturing with his hand toward her. Draco humored him and glanced over. Neville's potion was melting Seamus's cauldron, and Granger had jumped back, since her and the brown girl were right next to him. Now that he knew where to look, it didn't take much for him to catch a brief, silver glint of metal as fire lit it up. About her neck. Draco became curious, his potion done. He found himself rather bored. She would be fun to mess with. He tried to get a closer look at what was around her neck. Granger kept it beneath her shirt. All he could see was a chain. What kind of enchantment was it? He could still feel the sparks, and he shuddered. Curse maybe. Pulling his wand out of his robes, he pointed it at Potter's cauldron, since Granger and Brown's was already bottled. It exploded, landing on them. They barely backed away in time, except Granger, who was trapped between the two stools and the desk behind her. Her eyes screwed up tight, waiting for pain. Both them surprised when it didn't hit her. Instead, the liquid seemed to land just inches from her. Specks that should have hit her fell down inches from her, like water off glass. It didn't even reach her shoes. He made eye contact with Blaze. It can't be what I think it is. She's a mudblood. Who on earth would give her something like that? Must be one of those temporary novelty ones. Though he said it, Draco was unsure. Blaze was looking at him in the eye, one eyebrow raised. A clear, "Are you kidding me?" Draco saw that Blaze had not a single doubt. He knew better than question Zabini and his unique talents. It was just quite often hard to believe. He found himself thinking, what in the name of Merlin was going on? Hermione slept restlessly. The day she had been dreading since the moment she received her class schedule. Their first flying lesson. Hermione curled up and stared at the curtains, her stomach rolling with the movement. Their first flying lesson. Hermione never backed down from learning or going to class. Just this once, she'd rather this not be a requirement. To say she was terrified would be the understatement of the year. The curtains not helping in the slightest. She rolled over again to stare out the window, the wind blowing wisps of her hair over her face. She watched as the sun started to rise. She felt herself break into a smile. Loki was there this morning. She took the time to forget her fears for just a moment. Well, she admired how the sun rises peach and gold light hit the raven just right. The sun surrounded him in an ethereal glow. His black feather shone sleek against the red and pink of the early hours of the morning. Hermione reached over and gently stroked his head and his beak. "Good morning, Loki." Hermione yawned. "It's going to be a rough day." Loki bumped his head against her fingers in a greeting, and what felt like, to Hermione at least, encouragement. She smiled again, and finally convincing herself to get up. It was just another lesson. Once ready to go, she held out her arm. Loki flew onto it. His wings were huge. It never ceased to surprise her. Just how big he was. Hermione had been hoping, as she sat down, that she'd be able to eat at least something. However, even the smell of food made her want to be sick. She managed to have a few bites of toast before giving completely up on the task. It was not settling well at all. She firmly pushed her plate away. She was having none of its nonsense this morning, thank you very much. Loki was watching her closely, in a way that made her put a whole new perspective on Edgar Allan Poe's Nevermore. It was just creepy. Not that it had anything to do with the poem. She could see the appeal of it being a raven. Said Raven pushed her plate back over to her, clicking his beak as in reprimand. "I can't." He gazed up at her, clicking his beak again, more firmly, pushing the plate even further. "No," Hermione said firmly. "I am not the slightest bit hungry." Loki ruffled his feathers agitatedly, in a way that had Hermione been in a better humor, she'd have thought amusing. Loki went over to the fruit bowl on the table, picking through it till he found what he was looking for. A grapevine. He proceeded to plop it onto her plate. Loki gave her an expectant look. "I really can't, eh?" "Ow!" Hermione hissed as Loki chose that time to nip her finger. She gave Loki a glare as she put her slightly bleeding finger to her mouth, sucking the sting away. That really hurt. Loki didn't look the slightest bit apologetic as he put another vine onto the plate and a few strawberries. Hermione's fear was temporarily forgotten, replaced by righteous indignation. "Fine, you silly bird. She took 2 grapes and popped them into her mouth, chewing with exaggeration. Loki cooed and brushed his head against the back of her hand. Hermione grumbled, reluctantly eating the fruit on her plate. When the plates cleared, there was still some time before the lesson, so she did what she always did: open a book, nibbling on her lower lip as she read a guidebook on flying, muttering to herself to help her memorize it. Hermione's hands began to shake halfway through her task, making her shut it with a snap. It was no use. She couldn't concentrate. Subconsciously, she pulled at some of her hair, taking deep breaths to avoid hyperventilating and a full-blown panic attack. Hermione, are you all right? Hermione jumped, looking around to see who spoke. Oh, I'm okay, Neville. Really no need to be concerned. She gave a forced smile to Neville, who looked as pale as she felt. So he was dreading the lesson as much as she was. That was a bit comforting. What are you two nervous about? Ron butted in. Hermione wrinkled her nose, seeing with a mouthful of food again and still talking. Rude. I mean, it's not that hard. It's rather fun, actually. Not everyone is fond of heights, Ron, never having flown before. I am personally excited. I can see how it is nerve-wracking. I think all of us that have never been on a broom have varying degrees of nervousness. Hermione nodded rapidly. Exactly. You're a quick learner, Hermione. I'm sure you'll do fine, Harry said before taking a bite out of his bacon. Hermione gave a weak smile, running her fingers over Loki's wings. She couldn't learn this all from a book. Another reason she was not looking forward. She knew the mechanics. Knowing and actually doing were vastly different things. By the time mail came around, she was tugging at the end of her shirt subtly under the table. She was blissfully and momentarily distracted as Harry's beautiful snow owl Hedwig landed on the table, next to her raven Loki. She accepted a piece toast from Harry, holding her slice in one talon, nibbling on her treat. Everything Hedwig did, including eating, was graceful. She gave a smile at the odd pair that had somehow became friends. Black against white. Loki seemed quite content in Hedwig's company, which was rather odd considering he had the tendency to ruffle his feathers and click his beak at other birds in warning. She was distracted further with a loud, "Hey, Neville's got to remember all." "Oh, I read about them." Hermione beamed, unable to contain herself. Terribly fascinating, not to mention very useful. The smoke turns red when you have forgotten something. There is a slight problem. Neville furrowed his brow as it turned a vivid blood red. I can never remember what it is I've forgotten. The whole table started giving soft laughter. Even Hermione cracked a smile, rubbing his back in sympathy, not wanting him to feel bad. She didn't mention that he forgot his robes. Out loud instead, she pushed a piece of paper to him, telling him what he forgot, so he could get it in time for their lesson. Shaking her head as Neville took off, she felt a bit better. Hermione, after a while of fidgeting, checked the time on Seamus's wrist. Was time to meet up with their teacher, Madame Hooch. Moving her hair over one shoulder, she set her hand palm up for Loki to walk into, wings fluttering a bit as she drew him to her shoulder, which he quickly made himself comfortable as if he claimed the spot as his spot. Hermione was finding with each day she was enjoying his prescience more and more. The weight of him on her shoulder now seemed the most natural thing in the world. His talons dug into her shirt and robes a bit, but never enough to hurt her, only keep his balance. The courtyard was rather nicely kept. Madame Hooch, upon meeting them, and unfortunately the Slytherins at the door to the courtyard, lead them to a large grassy area with no obstructions. The sun was bright and warm, beating at their backs and caressing their faces. There was the slightest bit of wind. A perfect day. Hermione's stomach turned just then as Madame Hooch told to form a line behind a row of brooms. Opposite the row Gryffindor filled was the Slytherins. Just what she needed. It was one thing to make a fool of herself in front of her house. It was another matter entirely to make a fool of herself in front of their rival house. She barely heard what Madame Hooch was saying. It felt like she was underwater. Gathering up her courage, showing no outward fear, she held her hand above her broom. Up! Hermione's broom didn't go into her hand, like Harry's and Draco's automatically did. She tried again. It continued to roll over. She was half hoping it never would, to spare her having to deal with flying and the inevitable taunting of the Slytherins in front of her. Her only blessing when she finally got it to go to her hand. was seeing Ron get smacked in the face with his. She suppressed a giggle. Why, Harry was outright laughing. Hermione jumped as she felt soft feathers brush up against her cheek. She glanced sideways. Loki was brushing his head and side up against her cheek in an encouraging manner. Her nerves settling. She felt ready, just as she found that didn't get the chance to use her newfound courage and take to the air. For just as they were mounting their brooms, several things happened at once. Neville's broom had taken off with him and would not obey him. Instead of taking him back to the ground, the old broom bucked him off, taking a tumble down the roof, eventually finding himself on the ground with a sickening crunch. She'd bet her grades it was his wrist or ankle. Hermione was the first one to reach him before Madam Hooch. Sure enough, Neville's wrist was clearly broken. See, flying is dangerous. Madam Hooch helped him up, skiing, confirming that it was a broken wrist. Hermione wanted to go with him to the hospital wing to make sure he was okay. Before she could move, Madam Hooch gave a sharp command and dark promise. Nobody move while I take Neville to the hospital wing. If I catch anyone off the ground, you'll be riding off from Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Madam Hawk had not been gone with Neville 5 minutes when the next series of events hit. Predictably, with young students left alone, with no supervision, Draco had taken Neville's Remember-All, tauntingly going to put it on the roof after skillfully flying off the ground like someone who's done it thousands of times. Harry glared at Malfoy and got on his broom. Hermione's heart leapt in her throat. She got closer to him, trying to stop him. Don't! You know what Madam Hooch said? You don't even know how. Hermione groaned inwardly. He was going to get himself killed. Hermione didn't want him to do anything reckless or stupid. However, her warning and pleads went entirely ignored. What an idiot, she grumbled, her eyes never leaving Harry. Hermione had to admit, he was a complete natural. She wasn't surprised given his blood, even managing to catch the nearly invisible ball in midair. Draco did not look amused, his jaw clenching, his glare increasing in intensity, if such a thing was even possible. The heat in his gaze would fry an egg. Hermione did not join in on the cheers. She was most assuredly not going to reward the breaking of the rules. She was about to tell him off for doing something so reckless and utterly stupid that could leave him with detention. Or even worse, Madam Hooch could make good on her threat and get him expelled. They had been there barely a week. She never got the chance. Professor McGonagall came out, looking stern, her lips thin. Harry Potter. It went quite as he was lead away. Hermione worried for a while. Sitting by herself on the grass after standing became too much. She tugged at the grass and, throwing what she got at Loki, who ruffled his feathers and hoped/walked around trying to dodge. She got him a couple of times, getting grass and dirt onto him, the pieces sticking loosely to his feathers. Hermione laughed, watching Loki actually rolling on the ground, trying to remove it from his feathers. He gave a noise that could only be described as indignation as he got grass stuck on his beak and talons in the process. He shook his head, rapidly shaking some loose, pushing his talon over his beak. It didn't work. After she caught her breath from her fit of giggling laughter, taking pity, she gently pulled the grass and dirt off her feathered companion. They settled down in compatible silence. Hermione settled on her stomach and still tugging on the grass, whilst Loki nestled in a nest he made in the grass in front of her, his eyes blinking slowly as Hermione started to sing softly to him. Unaware of stormy blue eyes watching her with suspicion, his dark companion with interest. When Madam Hooch finally returned, she had been hoping that this would signal the end of the lesson, postponing her misery. She was dead wrong, since it was their only class or the day until late in the afternoon. Madam Hooch got permission to extend the time initially given for their lesson. Hermione's stomach went back to turning, taking a deep breath, summoning all the Gryffindor courage she could and all the determination she had, which Hermione was very proud to admit she had in abundance. As she took her position above the broom again, she felt the comforting weight on her chest. She brought a hand up to clutch it, saying a prayer to whatever god was out there, that she would not fall to her death. Madam Hooch surveyed them with hawk-like eyes. Counting to 3 once again, she blew her whistle and they all kicked off from the ground hard. She was relieved to find she managed to take to the air remaining steady in the process. With the great help of not looking down at all. It was still disconcerting not to be on solid ground. Hermione swallowed, her mouth dry. She leaned forward and touched back down. She was unable to enjoy the bliss of being back down for very long. Madame Hooch made them repeat the motions several more times. After her fellow classmates succeeded, Madame Hooch went on to tell them to take a few turns upon their last kick off the ground. Adding to the turns, she started to tell them to go back and forth between turns. Hermione barely managed to follow directions twice. She very quickly found herself nearly falling off, making her even more dizzy, if that was even possible, and wanting to scream. Only the sound of the Slytherin's snickers at her unsteady movements kept Hermione from doing so. Say clutched onto the broom, handle more tightly to steady herself. Hermione was startled, nearly losing her balance again, as Loki landed on the tip of the handle, his back to her. She envied him of his ease in the air. Loki spread his wings and jumped off into the air, flapping twice to keep a glide. Once accomplished, he looked back at her and took into the directions Madame Hooch gave them, with no sharp or sudden movements, doing it slowly. It did not take Hermione long to find out what he was doing. He wanted her to follow. As if to confirm her thoughts, Loki gave a left turn and again looked back at her. Hermione gave a breathy laugh. She was being guided and attempted to be taught by a bird. How often can a person say that? I feel like a chick being forced out of her safety nest. Loki gave another turn, then a circle around Madame Hooch, and he was off again. By the time the first lesson came to an end, Hermione had become an okay flyer. She'd need more lessons, but she would be able to ride one if it was ever truly necessary. However, she was not the least bit comfortable upon a broom. Hermione accepted she never would be. She just hoped she would rarely, if ever, have to use this particular skill set beyond the term of course. Hermione was just gathering her tings, ignoring the whispers and taunts from the Slytherins as they passed, about how pathetic it was to be guided by a bird. Hermione didn't give them the satisfaction of a reaction. Loki had no such inclinations. He glared. It was most definitely a glare at the passing students. Millicent bumping into her hard. Hermione didn't react. Ignore them. Ignore them. She hummed in her head. She had found the experience rather enjoyable, thank you very much. It was nice to have the extra support. Quite frankly, if Hermione was completely honest, did not give a damn about their opinion on the subject. She had just put the last item in the bag when she was approached by Madame Hooch. Miss Granger, correct? She gave what Hermione believed to be a rare smile. It lit her up her usually stern features. Apart from Sprout, all the female teachers that she had met were rather no-nonsense and stern. Given their subjects, it was probably needed. Hermione beamed back. Is there something wrong, Madame Hooch? Not at all, dear. I just wanted to say you have a lovely raven. Male, correct? Yes, he is. I myself have 2 of them. They, unlike other familiars, seek their witches, and on very rare occasions wizards themselves. Usually not to one so young. You are a very lucky young lady to be thought worthy by one. I myself was just out of Hogwarts and training for the Harpies. Not unheard of for a bird species to attach to themselves to members of my family. What's his name? Loki, ma'am. Hermione felt a bubbly warmth in her chest, her hand going to hold her hidden amulet. She was worthy. That one word, that one small word, meant so much to her. She didn't even care if it came from the raven, something, or she suspected someone. She glanced at Loki. If only she could prove it. Thought her worthy. She felt herself break out into a wide smile that hurt her cheeks. With that said, I have an award for Loki for being a great flying assistant. Loki gave a proud ruffle of his feathers. Madame Hooch brought out a small pouch upon which she took out a small piece of fruit of some kind. It was red and yellow, about half the size of a crabapple. Taking out her wand, and with a flick of her wrist, the fruit was cut up into small enough sizes for Loki to have. Madame Hooch put the pieces in Hermione's awaiting hand. Thank you. The fruit smelled like a mix between citrus and berries. Curious, the inside was a blood-red color. She took another sniff and curiously tried a piece herself. She gave a groan as the juice hit her tongue. It was sweet and tart at the same time. A bit of a berry and citrus taste like it smelled. It tasted like the ambrosia her grandfather had used to make at family get-togethers. And sort of was delicious. Hermione took another piece and held it up to a perched Loki on his self-made throne. Regal and proud, Loki eyed it wearily. After only a few brief seconds, he seemed to make up his mind and accepted the offered gift. He ate the first piece slowly, as if to savor the taste, see if he liked it. He must have decided he did, for he ate the rest of it more quickly, not getting a drop of juice on himself or Hermione. Madam Hooch gave on Odin. You best be off, Miss Granger. Yes, Madam Hooch. Loki seems to like the gift. Thank you. No thanks needed, now skedaddle. She laughed, slinging her bag over her shoulder. She made her way quickly for lunch. She was starving. What little she ate at breakfast hadn't been enough. She was in hindsight thankful Loki had gotten her to eat something. Hermione had just gotten into the passage that led to the Great Hall. Halfway down, Hermione spotted Harry and Ron coming from the opposite direction. Hermione was still disapproving of his behavior at their lesson. She couldn't help but be relieved. He didn't seem to have been expelled. She also couldn't help the half-smug smile when their excited conversation reached her ears. First years never get on the team. A seeker to boot. You've got to be the youngest since a century ago, at least according to McGonagall. What if I'm not as good as she thinks and I make a fool of myself? You won't make a fool of yourself. Hermione walked overconfident in her words. It's in your very blood. What do you mean by that? Harry furrowed his brows in confusion. Hermione felt a pang in her heart. Not of pity, but sympathy. It must hurt not knowing anything about one's parents. She would be devastated if it were her, especially if they had been murdered like his. Hermione could only hope that learning a bit about his father would fill some of the unknown. Follow me. She didn't give them time to ask questions or protest, for she was already halfway down the hall in a sprint, forcing them to follow after her. She led them as quickly to the trophy room as she could. She scanned it briefly, finding the Quidditch awards quickly and with no trouble, grabbing hold of a very confused Potter's robe and pushing him in front of her into the case. Pointing at the center one of the trophy years, where James Potter's name was etched clearly on a shield with the rest of his team's names. Blimey! You never told me he was also a seeker in our house, Ron said enthusiastically. Harry was looking at the trophy in awe. With a tiny smile of pride, I had no idea. Hermione thought as much, rolling her eyes mentally at Ron's lapse in memory. How hard was it to forget someone didn't know their parents? She turned and left the room, going to lunch and giving Harry some time alone with his thoughts and friend. If Hermione thought the excitement of the day was over, she soon found out it was only just the beginning. When Hermione overheard Harry accepting Draco's challenge to a wizarding duel, Ron volunteered to be Harry's second. She became concerned. Why couldn't those two stay out of trouble? Her concern led her to where she was now, arms crossed in front of the portrait hole, a quarter till midnight in her robe, listening to the footsteps of the two boys coming out of their dormitories. You! Ron's face became as red as his hair when he caught sight of her. Should be in bed. You're one to talk, trying to sneak out when it is well past curfew. The both of you are going to get caught and lose all the points I earned from knowing about switching spells. Hermione gave what he hoped was her most disapproving face. It wasn't even the points she was truly worried about. She could always earn them more. Harry had just narrowly escaped trouble today. Hurt even had it not been so natural to him as breathing. Where are you even going? You know Malfoy is just puling you around. He has no intention of showing up. It may even be a trap to get you into trouble. I don't think that is any of your business. Harry's tone was ice cold, pushing his way past Hermione, his tone making her flinch. He had never talked to her like that. Hermione Granger was not going to back down, even though it hurt that neither of them were listening to her. She was just trying to help. Growling with frustration, she followed them out of the portrait hole against her better judgment, cursing her luck when it closed, and she did not see the fat lady in her portrait. Great, now they were all stuck. Great, now we all will get in trouble. No one asked you to follow. Ron hissed angrily. Where's that bloody bird anyway? Didn't think you could function without him. Go bother him. Hermione bit her cheek, emotions bubbling up inside her, conflicting. She didn't know whether to be insulted or not. Instead, she just felt angry. Missing the look Harry shot his friend a disapproving look, or the brief flash of regret. For your information, Ronald, I function quite spectacularly without him. Loki chose her, and she was in hindsight quite happy he pestered her that first day. Was she supposed to be ashamed that her only friend, a raven, followed her around everywhere? She certainly wasn't. She poked Ron rather hard in the chest. He has a name? It is Loki, and you will use it. Who the bloody cares? It's a bird. Ron stepped back just a bit. Something fiery in her aura he had not felt before. Shut it, Harry hissed. I see something. Hermione and Ron exchanged one last glare. Hermione's eyes scanned the corridor, landing on a dark lump. Ignoring Ron and Harry both, she went straight over, licking her wand, casting a quick lumos. A glow appearing at the tip of her wand, illuminating the space in front of her. Illuminating the lump that turned out to be Neville. Whoa, where did you learn that? Harry asked curiously and rather impressed sounding, making a proud flutter in her stomach. Standard Book of Spells, Chapter 2. She knelt down next to the sleeping Neville and shook him awake. Neville, wake up. Hermione jumped, looked just as startled as Neville when he gave a squeak and bolting up off the ground, bumping his head hard against hers. They both hissed and rubbed their foreheads. Sorry, he squeaked, his face going pink as he scrambled up off the ground the rest of the way. It's fine. I startled you. Great, everyone is sorry. If you excuse us, we have business to attend to. Ron took off in the direction of the trophy room, Harry close beside him, Neville holding out his hand like a gentleman. Hermione took Neville's offered hand, letting him help her up onto her feet. We better go after them. No use standing around here. The fat lady left her portrait. Neville gave a despondent groan. Today just isn't my day. Hermione gave a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Both of them walked quickly to catch up with the other two boys, all of them unaware of the almost silent sound of scales on stone or the faint hiss. They arrived to their destination 10 till midnight. As Hermione expected, Malfoy was nowhere to be seen. She folded her arms over her chest. See, I told you he set this up. He may just be late. It is not quite midnight, Harry snapped stubbornly. He won't show. Hermione clicked her tongue. What do you know? Ron stared her down. More than you. Shut up, both of you. Harry hissed with irritation at their bickering, rolling his green eyes in the process. They both scoffed and went silent. None of them spoke. The only sound was Neville's shuffling feet. Hermione started to tap her foot. It didn't take long for midnight to pass, but both boys remained stubborn, unwilling to see that they had fell for Draco's goading. By the time a quarter passed, Hermione was at her patience end. Just face it, he is not coming. He tricked you. Harry heaved a sigh. Maybe you're right. Maybe is that it? I am correct. He isn't here, and he had no intention of coming in the first place, and you know it. Now, let's go before we get caught. No sooner than those words left her lips, there was a sound, followed by a familiar voice. Keep your eyes open, my sweet. They must be here somewhere. There was a meow in reply. The four of them looked at each other, and without a word, in simultaneous understanding, they took off on a run. None of them saw a green flash as the snake changed into a cat, running after them quickly to keep up. The four of them and a hidden cat picked up their pace as they heard a distinctive cat's warning howl. Hermione and the boys took a sharp turn and found themselves in a corridor, only slowing their mad dash when they thought they lost Filch and his cat. Hermione clutched her stitched side, barely able to catch her breath, when there was a crash and the sound against heavy metal hitting stone floor reverberated in the hall. She froze, praying to the gods that they were far enough away that neither the caretaker or Mrs. Norris heard. Hermione was out of luck, grabbing Neville's hand when she saw the crafty cat come into view. She searched with her eyes, trying to find a door. She ran to the nearest one, the boys reaching it before her, and pulled the handle. It didn't budge. It's locked. Now what are we going to do? Hermione roughly pushed them aside. Drawing out her wand, she pointed it at the door. Alohomora. The lock clicked and opened up a smidge. How did you know that? Ron and Neville said at once. Slightly odd. Chapter 7 of the Standard Book of Spells. The four of them quickly entered the room, shutting the door tight. Hermione held her breath. The only sounds she heard were of the boys' slightly labored breathing. She grabbed Harry's robe sleeve as she heard Filch's approaching footsteps, her body tensing. Please don't check. As far as you know, it's still locked. Please keep believing that. The four students held their breath, moments passing, then releasing their breaths all at once when his footsteps disappeared. That was close. Hermione was starting to regret her decision to tag along. Last time she would try to help them, while she was thinking, waiting a bit longer for good measure, just to make sure the caretaker truly was gone. The boys' voices suddenly stilled mid-argument of some kind. She hadn't been listening, focusing on Filch as she was. The only sound was Neville's whimpers. Hermione turned around to see what exactly was their sudden problem. She froze in place. Down the corridor not far from them was a massive, giant three-headed dog. Hermione was reminded of Hade's guard dog, Cerberus. Had a muggle seen one and came up with that myth? Its eyes were on them, lips curling to bare their teeth, drool following in the process, dripping on the floor in disgusting pools. Hermione's eyes darted around, looking for a way out. It didn't escape her notice that one of its massive paws was on top of a trapdoor. Like Cerberus guarding the gates of the underworld, they were guarding something, and they stumbled onto the wrong territory. They must have startled it, for it to be so long without hearing a thing. It was awake now, and they lost all element of accidental surprise. Her hand flew to the doorknob behind her with the intention of escaping through. Hermione's fingers barely grazed the cool metal of the handle, when suddenly the center head lurched forward. Hermione screamed. She would have been hit, seeing how she was backed up and nowhere to go. No time to open the door, cornered between the three boys. At that very last second, as everyone snapped to attention, Harry and Ron dodged to the right, while at the same time Neville went left. He must have noticed her, for he had turned back rather quickly and grabbed her arm, tugging her to the side just in time. It had all felt like it was in slow motion, taking minutes instead of the seconds it had really taken. Time sped up again when she hit the floor from the sudden force of Neville's pull. He was a lot stronger than his baby features made him look. Her palms scraped on the old stones that made up the third-floor pathway. Hermione hissed, blinking back tears. She could feel the blood welling up and coating her palms. She would worry about that later. If there was a later, there were more important things to worry about, like escaping the three-headed dog, the Cerberus, as Hermione called it, for she had no other words or names for three-headed dog. Recovered quickly from its shock of loosing its prey. It reared its heads. The two outside heads glanced both left and right at the same time, debating which way to go. Hermione did not wait for the Cerberus to make up its mind. She quickly recovered herself, getting up and grabbing Neville by his robes, again, yanking him upward with her. Hermione could not see their other two companions, Harry or Ron. The dog was too huge. She just had to hope they were okay. Her eyes searching for another door. There has to be one, she thought frantically, barely making it past the Cerberus's legs, when it decided that her sudden movements were worthy to go after. Making up their minds, there was snarling and barking behind her. The dog raised a massive paw and made a wide, sweeping swipe. Hermione saw it from her proverbial vision and dodged the swipe. Neville was panting hard beside her. The Cerberus raised a giant paw yet again, swiping it downwards instead of sideways this time. The two students running forward managed to escape being hit once again. Hermione's heart thundered against her ribcage uncomfortably, letting out an elated, gasping laugh when a door at the opposite end of the corridor was spotted. "This way! Hurry!" she shouted, thankfully finally hearing the other two's shouts, trying to divert the dog's attention, which was failing miserably. It was intent on its target. Hermione finally saw the messy black hair and flaming red out of the corner of her eye. They were making their way down the only path of escape, giving up on distracting the beast. They almost made it just a few feet from the door. "Hermione, look out!" Harry and Ron said simultaneously. Hermione turned her head, just in time to see a large paw, and she was unable to avoid it this time. She was hit hard in the side as she was swatted at the side. She tucked into herself, rolling as she hit the wall, lessening the impact on her extremities so as not to break anything. Pain laced through her, and she was dazed, barely able to focus, a ringing in her ears. She looked up, blinking the blur away. Three heads were over her. They were growling, drooling, their teeth bared, ready to attack. A string of thick drool fell onto the floor inches from her. She could smell the dog's rancid breath. It certainly had a severe case of dog breath. She closed her eyes tight, trapped again, bracing herself for the pain. She didn't want to die. Did anyone really? Not when she had so many unanswered questions, so much she hadn't learned nor knew about the new world she was lucky enough to find herself in. The Cerberus reared its 3 heads. Hermione covered her ears, blocking out her schoolmates' useless sows and attempts to distract the dog so she could escape. However, the action failed to block out a howl that most certainly did not sound like a dog's. Her eyes snapped open, hearing a snarl in front of her and the feel of a soft and warm tail. She gasped, momentarily forgetting the dog. A large wolf stood a protective stance in front of her, hackles raised, and half its body blocking her from view. Its ears were peeled back, teeth bared and growling softer than the dog, but far more terrifying. Hermione only had a short moment to take in the sleek black fur that looked softer than feathers. Her instincts kicking in after the shock, and she fled. Ron grabbed her robe, tugging her as she got near them, pushing her out the now open door Harry was holding open. Once they were all out, they slammed and locked the door. The last thing they heard was growl and a yelp. There must be a silencing charm for it went dead quiet once the door was firmly shut. For a moment the 4 of them stood there, silent, their bodies trembling. Hermione felt the beginnings of fear being turned into shock, then pure anger. Without a word or even a backwards glance to the boys, she marched toward the common room. Neville close behind, missing the looks the other 2 gave each other, that of confusion and unease. Loki watched the children leave in his peripheral vision, teeth bared and snarling at the dog, using his body to block the exit, challenging the dog. What in the name of Nilheim was something like this doing in a school? Surely they could have warded it better against apprentices if it was truly necessary to have the dog in this place. Loki's mind raced as the dog pounced in his direction, using his speed and smaller stature to dodge forward. Running between its legs, the left head snapping at him, barely missing Loki's tail. Both he and the dog were growling, the 3 heads barking like a warhound unleashed onto the field. Loki rolled out of the way, the left head who had snapped again at him, catching only air. In retaliation, Loki used high sharp claws to scratch the muzzle, creating 4 large gashes. The dog yelped and whined in pain, the other 2 heads snapping at him, trying to get at him, whilst one paw was over the one's muzzle. Now that the children were safe, it was time to end this. Enough of this, he projected into their heads. The dog stilled, heads cocked. Loki calmly backed up, not once giving his back to them. His green eyes locked with theirs, not blinking nor wavering. He had more than enough knowledge on canines. He had a way with them. The best hunting and war dogs were trained by him. Not to mention his companion Fenrir, who he found as a cub trapped within the forgotten parts of Vanaheim he had dared explore as a child. He had gotten in a lot of trouble that day. Fenrir was in a forced, enchanted sleep in one of the crumbling temples. Loki freed him, and now Fenrir was loyal to him, and him only. The wolf didn't like or tolerate anyone else. Was the most stubborn canine to ever walk the 9 realms. Was the hardest to train. Compared to him, they should not be a problem. When he was far enough back and the 6 eyes wavered, still not removing his gaze, showing them who exactly was the alpha. A golden shimmer surrounded him, where a wolf was replaced by his natural form. The dog snarled, lips curling a bit to reveal just a bit of the fangs, and a loud drool to hit the floor. Enough, he repeated. The dog watched him wearily, however stopped growling. It kept its teeth bared ready to defend, which is what it had been doing this entire time. Defending the corridor that was its territory. A territory children accidentally found themselves in. To make matters worse, he was definitely guarding something if the trapdoor it kept a hind paw on was anything to go by. He was loyal to someone and was taking guard duty seriously. Fenrir was much the same way, guarding his room, and Loki's with a scary amount of determination if Loki needed to be alone and augment threats. He patrolled the royal wings zealously. He was responsible for more than One-Eye Nergi's early retirement. Now that the dog was calming down, Loki raised both hands up and facing out toward him. approaching slowly and lowering his tone from firm and commanding to soft and soothing. Enough, boy. I do not wish to fight. See? I'm not trying to get what you're guarding. He was regarded again for a moment. Then, very slowly, two of the heads slowly went to touch his palm with his cold, wet noses and sniffed. The dog started to relax, lowering himself to the ground, stretching out its massive paws. Loki took this as his cue. Taking his left hand, he held it out to the center head, who was still being uncertain. There now, see? He rubbed his muzzle, earning himself a very contented groan. Loki continued his ministrations by scratching behind the ears. One rear leg started to thump, causing the whole corridor and ground to shake. A front still over the face of the injured head's muzzle. Now he was no expert healer. He had taken lessons in the basics of healing. It came in handy over the years. They were a warrior race, not to mention all the dangerous situations he found himself in over the years. Loki extended his hand to touch the injured dog. It lowered head, whining. He pressed his hand over the wounds, causing the dog to grow in warning, which went entirely ignored. He focused his mouth, moving silently with the spell. A gold light surrounded his hand and onto the gashes. It took a EW moments before it started to heal slowly. The skin stitching back together, shrinking until only the faintest unnoticeable scars. The dog relaxed all the way, giving slight yawns. Loki took advantage of their sleepiness, whispering in his native language, forcing a command. Animals were particularly susceptible to commands, especially that of dogs when faced with an alpha personality. Svefn, the dog, nearly immediately fell into a deep slumber. Once he was sure it was perfectly asleep, Loki gave an exasperated sigh. 1 week. 1. Already nearly got yourself killed. To say Loki was livid would be an understatement. Anger he could deal with. The fear in his stomach? Not at all. So he ignored it. He stood there for several moments, his magic flaring out in his anger, causing the torches on the walls to light up and grow tall, flickering out again when he got a hold of himself again and became calm. Once calmed out of his rage that had built since the dog first attacked them. If he hadn't been here, he didn't want to think about how close she was to being torn apart. Who knew what else was hidden in the castle? He would have to keep a closer eye on her and double his alertness. He took one last look around. With a wave of his hand, the door unlocked and opened without a sound, waving it again to shut it tight, and made sure the lock was tightly in place. Taking another breath, a shimmering gold surrounded him, shrinking until a raven hovered where he had just been. Flapping his wings, he took flight out the nearest window and flew as fast as he was able to reach the tower. Loki barely managed to land on the sill of the girls' dormitory. One of the girls had left it partially open, but his advanced hearing picked up on Hermione's voice. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to bed before either of you think of another clever idea to get us killed. Or worse, expelled. Loki flew onto the bedpost of Hermione's bed just as she entered the room. Hermione removed her robe angrily, tossing it on her trunk instead of putting it neatly away like she normally did. She was being as quiet as possible so as not to disturb her sisters. Loki flew down to rest on the end of her bed. They're idiots, the both of them, she hissed venomously, reminding him vividly of another headstrong woman he knew. She crawled onto her bed, sitting Indian style, huffing. I mean, honestly, they should have known Draco set them up. How thick can one get? If they did, like any sensible person, I would not have tried to stop them to make them see reason. We would never have been nearly killed, and poor Neville getting roped into this. Loki in one flap of his wings to sit on her knee, bumping his head against her fingers, trying to make her feel a bit better. He was completely out of his element here. At the touch, Hermione started to rant about the events he already knew about, letting off steam. By the time she was finished, she had calmed down, pulling the sheets and blanket up so she could crawl into it. Loki took a place by her head on the pillow. She rolled on her side to stroke his feathers. Hermione gave a yawn, closing her eyes. Thank you, Loki, for saving me. I know it was you, and one day I will prove it. You're not ready, not yet. Loki kept post-eye on her pillow as she fell asleep. Still on edge, he watched her through the rest of the night. Not sleeping at all. As long as he was around, he would always be there, Still uneasy and pondering that dog, Loki found himself back at the Bifrost site. He had said he'd be back in a week. It had been a very long week, full of new things and dangers he wasn't aware of. Hermione Granger was going to be the death of him. It hadn't even been a full week, and she had already got herself into serious trouble. He feared what might have happened down that corridor if he had not stepped in. Now he knew how his mother must have felt after all the dangers and sticky situations he and Thor got themselves into over the centuries. Karma was truly a cruel mistress. He glanced up at the sky. Heimdall summoned the Bifrost. One heartbeat, then two. Suddenly, he was enveloped by the familiar rainbow of light. When it ended, his feet were planted firmly on familiar ground, a golden dome overhead. The silent, ever-watchful gatekeeper's gaze ahead, gold eyes seeing. You don't have to ask. I will alert you if there are any changes. She studies. Hermione Granger will be in that library for quite some time. Heimdall almost sounded amused. It was hard to tell from his monotone. It showed in the slightest crinkle at the corner of his eyes. Loki almost snorted. It was a good thing he learned long ago not to give in to those childish inclinations. Though annoyingly, every now and then Thor was able to lower his shield. Don't need to tell me. She'd live there if she could. Every day she was in the library as oft as she was able. Her nose stuck in a book until sleep would take her, sometimes in the middle of writing an essay. It was most amusing to see her wake up with ink on her face. He could wake her up whenever this happened before ink would transfer, but what fun would that be? With a final nod goodbye, Loki went to meet Esker, who was waiting for him at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Loki was grateful his steed was intelligent and always seemed to know when he was needed, mounting him like second nature. He gently dug his heels in. You know where to go, boy? Esker huffed in reply, and they took off. They ran through the village near the castle with practiced ease. Loki was in no particular hurry this time, so they took it a bit slower than last time. Loki stroked his neck as they came into the palace courtyard, urging him to slow down, eventually coming to a stop at the palace steps. Sliding off, Loki removed some sugar cubes from his space. He held his hand out, palm flat up. Esker snorted in pleasure and quickly lapped up the rare sugar treat. Loki gave a few pats and stroke over his muzzle. Turning his gaze over to the stable boy, he motioned with one hand to come over. The stable boy was quick and gave a bow and soft greeting, eyes lighting up upon seeing Esker, taking the rein from Loki. I'll see to it that he is well settled. My prince. Loki chuckled. See to it then. He gave a last pat on Esker's flank as he was led to the stables. Loki inhaled the familiar sense of his home. The scents of his mother's garden wafted in the wind, scenting the air with a familiar perfume. Loki ran his fingers through his raven hair and started to ascend the stairs, nodding in silent greeting to the servants who bowed as they passed, and in acknowledgement to the Einar jar. He was attempting to force himself to relax. He wanted to go straight to his mother for some counsel. However, he had been gone a full week. He didn't need to know what had been happening in his absence. Loki did have duties. He couldn't count on his brother's storytelling. If he had paid attention at all, Loki had only made it halfway to the council room, hoping to catch someone and get some updates, when there was loud shouting. He groaned. Brother, you look well. How fared your trip? The Prince of Mischief has darkened the door once again. We were thinking that you had disappeared on us. Loki closed his eyes. Norns give me patience, he muttered, turning to his brother and his band of misfits. Thor was beaming, running over to meet him. Fandral II, to speak of his arrival, had a half grin on his face. The other two, Volsag and Hogan, remained silent. His eyes locked on Sif's dark gaze, which held even more suspicion and distrust than usual. He just gave her a smirk and turned to his brother, nearly missing her scowl. My trip proved most enlightening. He didn't fail to miss Sif's tensing. If only she knew. In the meantime, he enjoyed her misplaced irritation. Thor seemed to have enough sense not to say what he had been up to around the others yet. If Loki wanted it known, he would make it known, but he saw the burning curiosity in Thor's eyes. There was no way he could avoid the upcoming discussion. So Loki gave their long-established signal, something they used when they wished to talk without prying ears. Loki pretended to tuck a black strand behind his ear, tapping behind it 3 times with his finger. As much as I find your company riveting, I really must attend to my duties." He gave them a fake smile he perfected over the years as he turned and walked down the hall toward the royal wing. It wasn't long after he entered his room did he hear the loud footsteps of his brother, who burst open the doors in his enthusiasm. "All these years, and you still don't know what subtlety is." He chided, closing the door with a flick of his wrist. Thor waved him off. "I must know." Loki pretended to not know what he was talking about. "Must know what, brother? You need to be more specific." "Loki, this isn't time for one of your games," Thor groused, sitting down none too elegantly on the couch. "I wish to know what you've discovered down there on Midgard. When Sif told me of your leaving for a week, I thought you finally took my advice and got out of that library. Then I realized, since when have you ever listened to my counsel? Wasn't it hard to figure it out from there? What would have you take off like that? There is only one reason, isn't there, brother?" That was almost intelligent. "Loki, Norns, did you find her? It is a her, yes." Loki rolled his eyes. "Of course it's a she-witch. You and I both knew that long before now. Things change. Yes, but not something like that, Thor. You are stalling, brother. You can't keep her to yourself forever." "Can I? She was his little witch after all." "Loki." Loki chuckled. Oh, he knew he couldn't. However, it would take all of Yggdrasil, and maybe not even then, for him to take whatever security she had in not knowing about all of this until his witch was good and ready to face the universe and everything it had to offer. "Please, Loki. Promise me. Swear it." There was a sounds of shouts, metal against metal, vases crashing, screams, and a crying woman whose blooded hands clutched at his own in a desperation he had never yet witnessed before or since. In all his centuries of living, Loki shook his head, trying to block out the sudden memory searing behind his eyes and pounded against his head like it had happened just hours ago. The memories were recurring more frequently the last week, when he rarely thought about those days. It was more like when he was more secure in her abilities to take care of her own in a bad situation. The realms were somewhat peaceful, but also held danger. She wasn't ready yet. She needed training. Although Asgard was safe for her, so maybe, when she's ready, and no sooner. Loki decided, "I'll be holding you to that, brother." "Oh, no doubt you will, brother." "Now, did anything happen when I was gone?" "Actually, Loki, there has been a rather gruesome event." Loki's eyes snapped to his brother. He hadn't expected him to actually know anything. "What happened?" "The Alpheum ambassador for Vanaheim was found dead this morning. No blood, no wounds, no poisons, not even signs of a natural death. Completely healthy." Loki's eyes flashed. He didn't even have to guess who was behind it. The how and who carried it out was unknown and troubling. "So the first blood has been spilled. Very clever. Distracting your enemies by dividing them and have them fighting each other. Why? You work in the shadows. Wherein with whom does your allegiance really lie, Salter?" Without another word, Loki exited his rooms and went in search of someone who could provide a better and more detailed an explanation. Could the last 24 hours get any worse? Spoiler warning. "Won't you come out, little dove?" Loki smiled a bit, hearing her sniffling quieten and her scrambling up off the floor. It was several heartbeats before the stall opened slowly, and she stepped out timidly. Her lion's mane she called hair was mussed like she'd been clutching it, and strands stuck to her wet cheek. Her eyes red and swollen. "You know this is the girls' bathroom, boys." She cleared her throat. "Men," she clarified, "are not supposed to be in here," she admonished with no real heat in her voice. Loki smirked. Her first thing to ask was not "who are you?" Nor was it a scream or fear, but the fact that he was breaking the rules. He really needed to teach her that rules were meant to be ignored, broken, or bent. "Who are you?" was her next question. "You know who I am, Hermione Granger. You've known for quite some time now. You're Loki, aren't you? You're the raven that's been following me around since my first day." Chapter 5. Author's note. Do not own Harry Potter or Marvel. First, I must thank all of you who have read, and even more TE comments. The overwhelming, positive response is truly an honor. This will never be abandoned. If I ever take too long, feel free to spam my PM. There are times where I don't realize the gap. I had some problems with my 8-year-old laptop. It finally died. Then I decided to rewrite some of it. Much happier, and my mom had a double bypass. She's doing good. Followed by upload problems. This chapter just did not want to come out in a timely fashion. That was even before Corona. It's up now, though. Keep an eye on my page for the one-shot. The nature of tricksters. It's the one shot that goes with this story. The competition between our two favorite tricksters and surprise guests. P.S. I know the books mentioned are not nindies, but I had issues finding suitable ones. So for the sake of this FIC, just pretend that they are. PSS, I hope everyone is doing okay with this pandemic, keeping y'all selves safe. Dear guest, to the one who left the review of the grammar/punctuation making things a bit clinky, I'm trying to find a beta. I found one for the first chapter, but I haven't heard from her in a while. She hadn't gotten around to the others. Song choice. I to kuni by Ever. Ch ek it out. The English version is called Into the Mist. Both Gorgos Vin, though I don't speak the native. I love it more. I feel there's something a tad lost in the translation. Whatever the reason, I like the original. Video is stunning. I think the language is Faoese, but not sure. Friend, can you see me? Walking here in the mist. Have you wandered as I have? In the silence deep as death. Things could Loki found get worse. For not yet a half hour after arriving, did he get summoned to the king's throne room. Worse, not only were his parents and brother there, but half the nobles as well. So, we are making an example of this, are we? Loki, my son, why had you gone off for a week without word or warning? Without consulting me? Loki clenched his jaw. Thor did so all the time it got a slap on the wrist. Curious, Midgard has been ignored for centuries. I was wondering what was going on. He lied easily. Is that so? I have heard very differently. His voice got stern, and he stood up, one of the ravens. Hugin, perched on top. Damn it, why was I not informed one of my sons is acting like a Midgardian's lapdog? His voice boomed over the court. So inventive. With all due respect, father, this is something that does not require your permission, nor even your acceptance. Loki. Odin boomed. Loki schooled himself. Must we do this with theatrics? He sighed. Explain yourself, my son. Why did you leave Asgard, and why were you following a mortal of all creatures? Loki felt a flash of anger, and his jaw clenched again. The room was dead silent. Simple, it's my duty. It should also be yours as Midgard, not one of the 9 realms. You will not lecture me about the responsibilities of a king. You will stop this. I forbid you to leave Asgard for Midgard. Your duty is here with our people, not a fragile Midgardian. You cannot do that. Loki uttered, his voice low and icy, a tone he never took to his father, had never even dared. The thing she made him do. The room erupted in whispers. Frigga stepped up beside her husband, resting a delicate hand on his bicep. Dear, we should at least hear our son out. Odin gave a grunt. Speak. Why can I not do so? Am I not your father and king? You are, but even you do not have the power to make me break a blood oath. A blood oath that was also sworn to the very Norns and whispered in the ancient tongue. I can't break my oath. To do so would take my life. You know this. Nor do I want to. Father, please be rational. I'd rather not go through the trouble of sneaking out of Asgard. A blood oath? To a Midgardian? What possessed you to do such a stupid thing? Their lives are short, a primitive race. Not worth the oath of an Asgardian, prince no less. There was no higher honor than to do so, a life for a life. Loki didn't expect his father to understand. It was frustrating to make him see. What exactly did you swear to do? I swore to protect this Midgardian, though I wouldn't call her that. What would you call her? Odin sat down in defeat. To those who knew him, he seemed worn down and tired. He hoped he wouldn't fall into another Odin sleep. The court watched intently. The All-Father to them just looked like a king, a parent exasperated with his child. Loki allowed his true nature to slip in with a smirk. A sorceress, enchantress, witch. Odin sat up, appearing more interested. His mother's eyes sparkled with mischief as she walked down the dais to put her hands on his shoulders, radiating love and support. We have raised our son to be honorable, have we not? A daughter of Freyja, blessed with her gift. That itself is honorable enough. Frigga smiled, a wave of emotions going through her. Pride that her sister's blessings were still strong. Sadness that she could not witness it. Tell me more about these sorcerers and witches. Odin peered down at him, tensing a bit at the mention of Frigga's deceased sister, whom she loved more than anything apart from her children. He had softened his tone. They I find are hard to locate, hiding themselves well enough that their community is separate and unknown to the non-users. I have been observing them. They are taught like any other realm's children gifted in magic. They have their own government and hierarchy that is separate, but works in the shadows of the non-magical Midgardians we are all familiar with. I have not had much time to study further. Odin studied him for a good, tense moment. The All-Father closed his one eye. I shall grant this. To not do so would dishonor the recipient and the creator of an oath. As well as our people, I will not risk one of my sons being an oath breaker. Of course you'd gloss over the fact that I would die. The whispers started up again louder, angrily. In his defense, surprising him by taking his side a rare thing. To be an oath breaker was to be lower than the deceased the serpent. Loki may be a trickster with a silver tongue. False promises and lies were his nature. But he, like everyone else with any form of honor, didn't make oaths lightly. Never did he back away to what he swore to. He may not be the favorite of the court, but they knew and respected him just enough to know that oath-breaking was not one of his faults. Silence. He slammed his staff down. We will talk no more of this. I will have words with you later. Go! Loki gave a bow before standing and leaving the hall as fast as he could without looking suspicious, rolling his eyes at the stares and whispers that followed him. He was grateful that his father, though harsh and unforgiving, was also fair, respected their laws. It was his job to uphold them all, oaths which were no trifle thing. Especially, he was just annoyed at him, of all people, swearing to a Midgardian. Once he was out of sight, he rubbed his temples. That was not how he wished his father to find out. He detested those ravens, wanting to get this over with, knowing his father would not be done with his kingly duties until sunset. So he made his way to his father's rooms, a dark figure amongst golden columns, the light starting to fade and give way to stars. That was until a voice interrupted him from his goal. Well, isn't it our prince? Or should I say lapdog? Well, this is getting better and better. Angel. He looked over to him, where he was casually leant against a pillar, forever a thorn in his side. Loki often thought of him as a poisonous weed that needed tending to. One day he'd prove that he was no good, but for now he'd lie low and wait for an opportunity. I would say more of a guard dog. I do have teeth. He grinned, and the illusion of him faded. The real him stepped up behind Angel, pressing a knife against his throat. He felt the other male stiffen. A dog is a dog. You have fallen so far, haven't you? Immortal, really? So easily breakable. Loki didn't like that tone, almost a threat. Angel thought he'd found a weakness. You would be very surprised. He pulled the dagger closer, the tiniest cut causing a red line to form as blood rushed to the wound. He removed his dagger. Angel stepped away quickly and rubbed a hand over his throat, glaring at Loki with such hate he was sure if he could he'd be surrounded by the lava of Muspelheim by now. Don't you have something better to do? Like treason, call me curious. Angel appeared calm suddenly, but Loki knew better. He felt the tremors, and they called him a coward for using magic? One of their own couldn't even handle a confrontation. Loki knew that Angel was not good at upfront battle, preferring to fight in other ways, behind the scenes creating turmoil that Loki always fixed. For he was the god of chaos, creating turmoil and stopping it were his specialty. Really, Loki thought Angel's arrogance often made him forget just who he was trying to deceive. Angel was good. Loki was better. He would let him play his games for now. Eventually, he would slip up and show how he fit into the equation. Loki knew for a fact he had something to do with Muspelheim. He just had to be patient. You seem agitated, my prince. Hit a nerve? It's none of your concern. Loki moved away from the scheming snake. Don't give me a reason to take care of you, Angel. Loki left the scowling lord behind with those parting words. Loki took a walk around his father's part of the royal wings, pondering everything. He'd have to find Dahl. He needed details on the Alfheim ambassador's death. When a respectable time had passed, Loki found himself in front of his father's room, the two Einherja watching him closely. I have business with my father. He will be expecting me. They studied him a moment and opened the doors. Loki strode in confidently, waving his hand so the doors closed. His father's room was rather large, a room to have private meetings in the front where you first walked in. It was decorated in gold, and red. The detail in the stone near the balcony was like spiders' webs with red crystals, if one was inclined to look more carefully. A painting of Yggdrasil covered the arched ceiling. There were furs littered throughout the room, proof of old hunting conquests. There were also a variety of weapons along the wall, and scrolls scattered about a desk. A fireplace took the whole right side of the room, where two wolves bathed in the warmth of the fire. His parents did not share rooms as was custom, so it lacked a feminine touch. Loki would prefer to keep his queen close, another key difference between him and his family. Even Thor would follow this tradition. He most certainly wouldn't. Loki took a seat on one of the chairs, across from a red couch, putting his hands together thinking. The wolves Jerry and Frigga yawned, lounged on a pelt of fur in front of the fire, showing brief look at pearly white fangs, tongues curling before shutting again, blinking sleepily. Frigga had lifted his head and removed himself to greet Loki, who scratched him behind the ear. The more calm of the two. Frigga was a gray wolf with white patch up his snout and between the eyes. They were big about waist-high, not nearly as big as Fenrir, but large in T-airway. Frigga seemed to decide he was far more interesting and rested his head on his leg. Loki let out a chuckle. He really did have a way with canines. They liked very few people outside of Odin. Himself, his mother, one of Frigga's handmaidens who his mother had never been without, not even when in Vanaheim, and the attendant who snuck them extra treats. Jerry took this opportunity to take up the whole center of the pelt. Jerry was pitch black, his fur sleek, the more dominant of the two. His tongue lolled as he panted from the heat, but refusing to move regardless of being uncomfortable. Loki watched the fire crackle, his fingers dug into Frigga's soft fur. A tug at the back of his mind told him that Hermione was very happy about something. At least she was okay. Loki rubbed the soft part of Frigga's ear, who let out a happy growl. "I think you'd both like her." Frigga licked his cold, wet nose in answer. Jerry opened one eye. They were smarter than most gave them credit for. He could tell by the twitch of Jerry's tail that he was very much interested in who they wouldn't try to eat was. Loki did not know how long he waited watching the fire and petting Frigga, whose head was still on his knee, very much asleep, before he heard his father. Loki leaned back on the chair, just as his father threw the doors open. Neither wolf, startled, quite used to his moods. The doors closing firmly shut behind him. Loki waved a hand, and a flagged gin of mead appeared on the table. His father, who had calmed down somewhat after their altercation, took the mug and a seat across from his son. The firelight dancing over their features, the only light in the room. Yet both men were semi-obscured in shadow. Odin peered sternly at him with his one eye. "You said a life for a life. Care to enlighten me what that means?" So his father had been listening. He grew pensive, running his hand down Frigga's back, pondering on what and how much to tell him. "Father, do you remember my first assignment on my own?" Odin took a drink, studying him, the two of them circling each other, treading carefully. "I remember there was a conflict on Vanaheim at the time. I sent you to scout and report any news on what was going on. You did rather well, if memory serves." Loki saw the moment Odin put two and two together. "Is what you're about to tell me the reason why we did not see or hear from you for over 2 months? One of our soldiers had reported that you had gone further in, and to have more with you as you spied would be dangerous. That isn't what happened, is it?" Odin looked tired, his ire gone for now, showing a rare moment of his paternal side. "No, that's not what happened at all. I did go deeper into the old territories amongst the ruins. I was attempting to root out the source of the fighting. The group on the offensive that were thought to have been wanting to expand their own territory was in fact warning not to get close to their own with the expansion the main tribes were doing. They were protecting, not expanding, pushing back, not forward. Hogan was the first to figure that out. I remember. I took General Jark with me when I went to investigate the reasoning behind this, discovering they were the protectors of the sacred lands. I felt that something was off when we arrived, and the further we went, the more that feeling intensified. Upon reaching the center of the city, his demeanor started to change. I wanted to examine the main temple that was the heart of the ancient city. Instead of going there, I lead us both to one of the other temples scattered before it. Odin sat up straight. I sensed the change in him when we entered, though he did not act until we had arrived at the altar. I don't think he realized we were not in the main temple. Jark wanted something. He stabbed me in the back. Coward. Only the weak and dishonorable attack an opponent from behind. I was able to take him out with my daggers easily enough. I had sensed the attack coming. I was young then. I didn't recognize that his knife was coated in a rare poison, scorpion. I don't know what happened after that, but I found myself on Midgard. A woman saved me. I sensed a bit of magic inside her. A bit of the sight. Very weak, almost unreliable. All it really did her was give her excellent reflexes and uncanny ability to know without realizing. She saw a child. Hermione, the girl I'm guarding now, would be gifted with strong magic. She saw darkness, but being as weak as she was unable to give specifics. And I swore I'd protect her when she was born. That is exactly what I'm doing. She saved my life. I'll guard her and her bloodline. You will not be able to change my mind on this. The room became quiet. Only the sound of Fricky's occasional yawn broke the silence. Loki scratching behind his ears each time. Loki finished his drink during the silence. I must take my leave, father. The hour is late, and we both had long days. Loki could tell when he was no longer needed. Freki whined as Loki stood up, having lost his pillow and forced out of his comfortable spot, only quieting once Loki assured him that he would visit. Freki gave his hand a lick, and with a shake of his thick fur, he trotted back to the fire. Ignoring Greki, Freki found a prime spot in front of the fire. Ignoring Greki's warning growl, plopping his rear end beside his head, scooting close so that Greki was forced to move from his spot. Begrudgingly, and with a chuffing his irritation, he faced away from his brother, accidentally hitting him with his tail. Seeing the two like this, no one would guess they were vicious wolves of war. Taking his leave, he left his father alone with his thoughts. At first, he wanted to seek out Dagny and Einar. It truly was late, so he thought better of it. It could sit till the morn. He had a rough 48 hours anyway. A whole week, really. He hadn't slept. Not that he needed to often. He rarely got tired. Between Hermione, Huss responsibilities, using quite a lot of his energy, he needed to regain his strength. Utterly rewarding and freeing as it all was. He looked forward to his rest. He made his way through the halls, using a few secret passageways to make their journey faster. He knew when he reached it. Loki kept the hallway to his room darker than the other halls. The sconces barely lit. Flames small, barely flickering and casting shadows. Just enough to see the ground, which he could walk blind. Loki kept it like this for 3 major reasons. First and biggest reason was conserve oil. They got theirs from Nidavellir, whose prices weren't up to compensate for the inflated prices of Alphium imports, thanks to the damage caused by Muzzlefime increases before the standoff. They all felt it. There was not a shortage yet. There would be if things continued as they were wasted. He could see in the dark anyway, with the right amount of cider to his eyes. He could see just fine. Only brother and mother visited him, and they both were able to see fine enough. If they visited at night, which was rare. The second reason was at the end of the hall in the form of 2 glowing yellow W pinpricks, low to the ground. When he made it to the halfway point, they lifted up, almost reaching the vast ceiling. With a blink and whispered spell, Fenrir came into focus. Gave him an element of surprise. The proud wolf's sharp white teeth bared. One would think Withhot, knowing him, that it was a threatening gesture. In reality, it was nothing more than a toothy grin. With a shake of his fur, he laid down again. His breath came out of his nose in a strong burst of wind, making Loki's hair fly blow behind him. The third. Loki liked it this way. Hello to you as well, Fenrir. Loki took the last steps over to him, reaching up to run his fingers through the soft, dark K fur. Seeing something from the corner of his eye, he turned to it, raising an eyebrow. I had no idea your loyalty could be bought. He waved a hand in the direction of mostly eaten pile, unknown meat. Chuckling Lole. Fenrir's only reply was a lazy flick of his tail and a growl of mock offense. Let's see who you let in that has thought this late hour was the perfect time to meet. Fenrir rolled onto his side, stretching out. Unconcerned, his master had finally returned home. He could bask under the shining stars in a well-earned break. Loki gave one last stroke and pat on his side. He unconcernedly opened the door to his chamber. Fenrir wouldn't just let anyone in, bribe or not. With a twirl on his fingers and a flick of his wrist, the large golden doors shut and locked themselves. A snap and the fireplace roared to life, casting a warm red glow in the room. Loki went and sat on one of the two chairs, a chessboard on the table between the two chairs. The one across was his uninvited guest. What do I owe for this unexpected pleasure? Dagny sat across from him, leaning on the left arm of the chair, her legs tucked under her, one of his books open in one hand. Loki had never seen the woman like this before, all relaxed and casual. Her long, dark, and star-streaked hair was loose, falling about her shoulders, long enough to reach her waist. It was no wonder she kept it up. It accented her strong features whilst at the same time softening them. Dagny was also without her usual armor, instead wearing a familiar royal blue gown he recognized as one of his mother's. Why on earth did women share cloths? As her oldest friend and ex-shield maiden, Dagny was allowed the privilege. At first she said nothing, instead pulling out a concealed hairpin to mark the page she had finished reading, setting it upon the table. Evening, Loki. Loki said nothing. Straight to the point then. Let me start by saying welcome back, my prince. Your second reason? He chuckled with amusement. I want to discuss with you the tragedy on Vanaheim. To fill you in on what I discovered not covered in the reports. Yes, my brother informed me of the death of the ambassador. I had the intentions to seek you and your husband's counsel in the morn, only to find you had similar thoughts. Like-minded people think alike. What do you have to share? He asked, summoning a glass of water for her. This would be a long talk. She took a grateful sip. What did your brother inform you? Only that he was found with no physical trauma, no health problems, and no signs of poison. Yes, all that's true. The door was locked from the inside, too high up for anyone to get in the window. Too visible, someone would have spotted their climb. I have an old friend that oversees investigation. He has been known to work special cases, magic. She hummed, taking another drink. There was no signs of seed, so they are not focusing on it. My friend was not the least bit convinced of this. He checked on the ambassador himself. Did he find anything of interest? If it is seed, it is unlike any we have ever seen or heard of, which is why no one picked up on it. What do you mean? His report to me told of an energy so low that if he was not looking for anything unusual, he would have never detected it. Loki became thoughtful. Either it's a weapon infused with seed or at a low frequency, or one powerful mage that can alter the footprint, which is unlikely. They would have masked it completely, if that were the case. Loki, do you know of any poisons that could do this? There are very few substances seed-borne, 3 to be exact. A few others that can be infused if you know enough alchemy. A few powders as well. All that I know are rare, or take centuries of study. Did your friend notice anything else suspicious? A blue film over the eyes and around the mouth. 8 hours after he was found. Slow acting. So he could have been poisoned or enchanted elsewhere. The killer may have never set foot on Vanaheim, making it even harder to track them down. I have a few of my own contacts in the realms. I will consult with them. I will also see what I can uncover in the archives. There may be a clue on what exactly killed him, or, at the very least, where to start our search. Dagny gave a nod and a hum. I will talk to Air. Her intelligence, in healing, is unrivaled. She may know of something. Loki nodded. She would be a good lead. Dagny finished her glass and Loki vanished it. I should take my leave. We now know where to begin. You are also exhausted. I can see it in your eyes and body language. I am fine, woman. She narrowed her eyes. You will rest. Ordering a prince around? He smirked. No, I am ordering you as your godmother. You have that young girl to watch over. You will be no help to anyone as exhausted as you are. Trust me when I say children are a handful. She gave him a pointed look. She didn't have to tell him twice. I don't know what you mean, I assure you. I was perfectly well behaved. I can't believe you just said that with a straight-faced mischief. Loki just smirked. Just means I am prepared. Dagny patted his shoulder on her way out. Try to humor me, and I am borrowing this book. Loki waved her off. Go ahead. Give my greetings to your dear husband. Loki waited for the doors to open and shut again. When he was sure he was alone, he sank into his chair, sighing. She was right. He needed rest and recooperation. Muttering about nagging women, he went to his room. He would get some sleep. He had much to do tomorrow. Hermione woke up the next morning, the sun higher in the sky than it was her usual wake-up time. She didn't feel remotely rested. She was still exhausted. She actually wished it was Saturday and she could have a lie-in. With a tired sigh and a not-so-slight wince and hiss as her raw palms scraped against the fabric of the sheets. In her effort to push herself out, she yawned, making it to a sitting position and rubbing her very tangled and messy curls padded into the bathrooms. Morning lavender. She stifled another yawn. She needed tea. Something strong with a high caffeine content sounded nice. Or maybe she'd try her hand at some coffee. Lavender looked up at the mirror, watching Hermione's expression and making eye contact as she worked on her curly blonde hair. Morning. You're up later than usual. You are usually up, dressed, and in the Great Hall before I even start my routine. I had a bit of a rare lie-in. Hermione yawned at the end of her sentence. Yes, coffee. She would try some coffee this morning. It isn't that late. Only 7 in the morning, Lavender informed her. Finishing of her hair with her signature ribbon, a silky blue today. Hermione just gave a hum. Starting her own morning routine. She was just drying her hair when Faye Dunbar shuffled in, looking like the living dead that had a fight with her pillow and lost. Morning, Hermione casually said as she left the bathroom. Faye just mumbled something incoherent that Hermione could only assume was a good morning, for it sounded like troll language. Hermione quickly double-checked her bag, making sure she had everything she needed for the day, even though she had checked before bed. Satisfied that everything was perfectly in order, she walked down to breakfast. When Hermione reached the Great Hall, she had been hoping to spot her feathered companion since he was not in the dorm, feeling oddly disappointed that he was not there. She hoped he'd come back soon, from wherever or whatever he was doing. Plopping down in her usual spot, her bag making a thud when it hit the floor, and piled her plate with eggs and toast with marmalade and poured herself some coffee, putting cream and sugar in it like her grandmother used to make hers. Both her parents liked it black. She knew it to be bitter, and Hermione was not a fan of bitter or sour things. Grabbing a book, she opened it up beside her plate, loosing herself in it and her breakfast. She was halfway through both when the boys made their way to the table. Hermione gave them a scowl, but otherwise ignored them, pointedly, for they sat in front of her, due to the lack of other available spaces. They seemed to be ignoring her as well, not saying anything as they proceeded with their breakfast. Ron tucked into his with a gusto that she had never yet witnessed. Hermione had noticed after some observations that out of the 4 Weasleys currently attending Hogwarts, he had the worst table manners. She rolled her eyes and got back to her book. By the time mail arrived, there was still no sign of Loki. However, the beautiful snow-white owl Hedwig decided to grace them with her presence, landing elegantly next to Harry's bowl of oatmeal. Once she was settled, she started to use her beak to preen herself, smoothing out any out-of-place feathers. Once she deemed herself presentable, she took a bit of toast Harry offered and nibbled his finger. Hermione thought ideally if owls had royalty, she would most definitely be their queen. She gave one of her half-smiles at Hedwig, wishing not for the first time she had her own familiar. Hermione supposed at the moment Loki was, if he was an actual raven. However, it was the closest thing to a familiar she had at the present moment. Her parents thought she wasn't ready for a companion. She would adore an owl of her own one day, with a last sip of the surprisingly delicious coffee and a bookmark to mark her place. A torn piece of parchment today. Having no idea where she had left her bookmark this time, she sometimes wondered why she even had one. She rarely used it, always using whatever was lying around. A very memorable autumn leaf once. Still exhausted from last night's events and hardly any sleep, she was a bit more awake now, ignoring Harry and Ron entirely as she exited the Great Hall and quickly making a beeline for Herbology to get an early start. So by the time the rest of the Gryffindors and Slytherins arrived, all her equipment was out and prepped accordingly. Hermione continued to give her silent treatment as Harry and Ron ended up sitting on the right of her on the bench. It was a tight fit with 9 Gryffindors sharing a bench, like a can of sardines, actually alive squirming sardines. As a result, Harry's arm kept bumping into hers. She sharply turned her head, fixing him with a stare that would set him on fire if it could, only to receive an eye roll in return. Not like I can help it. I'm squished between you and Ron. Ron snorted in amusement when Hermione's only reply was an accidental elbow to the ribs and knocking him sideways into Ron instead, smirking on the inside as Harry rubbed around his ribs, wincing. Blimey, Hermione, what are you, a boxer? Ron looked confused while Dean, whom had been listening, tried to hide a laugh with a not-so-discreet cough, hiding his smile behind his hand as Professor Sprout glanced their way. It's a muggle sport, where they hit each other and try to knock them down or out. Hermione shook her head as immediately all the Gryffindor boys erupted in laughter at Harry's expense. She did not see what was so humorous about it. She chalked it up to one of the things Hermione Jean Granger would never know or understand about boys. Her eyes caught Lavender and Parvati by the eyes the other two mouthing. Boys! Hermione couldn't agree more. Everyone had barely settled down when a flush-faced Neville came running in, just as the clock chimed. Seamus scooted over enough so Neville could sit between himself and Hermione. Luckily, Neville, like Hermione, was pretending their previous night never happened. Hermione gave him a bright smile and helped Neville prepare for class. They had just completed that task when Professor Sprout cleared her throat, signaling the start of class. Hermione was a bit shocked to see a complete change in Neville. He suddenly sat up straighter and gave their professor his utmost attention. She couldn't resist giving one of her half smiles. It didn't take a genius to notice just how much Neville enjoyed this subject. In fact, it was the only class he didn't have trouble with. After their first class, when she came up from dinner, she caught Neville on one of the tables, deep in the herbology book and writing notes so fast ink smudged his hands. Hermione had never seen him like that for any of their other classes thus far. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, she hummed quietly under her breath. Hermione followed Neville's example, looking ever the picture of an eager student. In the process of sitting up properly, Hermione noticed for the first time that several Slytherins were looking at her in various stages of curiosity, as if they were trying to figure out a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. Unnerving her, ever since their first potions class, she noticed the occasional looks, which did not bode well in her mind. That house had a reputation for a dislike of those like her. Muggle-borns, mudbloods, as she read in a book, a nasty name for those new to magic. Though she knew that not all of them were like that. They didn't stop the prejudice either. House unity or some such nonsense. She refused to show her unease. The house was also known for being cunning. Some of the best strategists came from that house, including Merlin himself, among other such powerful wizards and witches, both good and bad. There had been powerful witches and wizards from all houses. Slytherin just had a higher statistic. Whatever they were thinking or planning couldn't be good for her. At being caught, Malfoy just gave a sneer and turned his attention back to the professor, or pretending to. He wasn't jotting down notes. His lackeys looked too stumped to notice what the others were doing. The one with the mixed eyes of brown and green raised an eyebrow, not caring at all, and gave a smirk that sent chills down her spine. Not if she remembered right. Usually quite there was something about him she couldn't put her finger on. But neither boy's attention was worse nor as chilling than the dark one, Blaise Zabini. Whenever she caught him, or even didn't catch him, if he was around, his gaze almost burned. Worse, he never flinched or turned. He didn't sneer or give her a dirty look, just a slightly predatory smile that gave off the air that he knew something about her. His head would tilt the slightest, as if he was seeing through her or around her. She felt exposed, like he was gazing at something he should not be. It was just downright creepy, the lot of them. He broke contact first, eyes blinking just once, and traveled to the spot she so carefully kept her amulet. She resisted the urge to look down and see if it wasn't tucked in. She knew it was, could feel the cool metal against her skin. Zabini turned his attention to Professor Sprout. Unlike the rest of his house, he was actually taking notes. Her own house hadn't noticed the brief stare-off or the tension. Hermione shook her head, trying unsuccessfully to smooth her hair as it hit her cheek. Putting the moment behind her, she decided to just ignore the not worth her time. She swatted Harry again as Ron nudged him for space, which just knocked him into her. Her attention once again on Professor Sprout. Now, as you ought to remember, we left off at the important uses of the most common herbs you will be using throughout your lives. They could very well save you one day, how they are used, and why every witch or wizard should keep them readily available. Today, we will be discussing roots, particularly the ones found in dark and damp places, because they are often hard to see, so you will be prepared if you have an unfortunate luck of stumbling across one. Hermione's hand flew over her parchment, right where last lesson ended, reading neat, quick, and rather small, not missing a single beat. Turn your pages to 93. Hermione was surprised and happily amused as Neville had the book open to the correct page first. Hermione noticed an awful lot of creases, even some notes on his pages. She turned back to her own book. Like many pages in Herbology, there was a sketch on the page. The sketch, in great detail, vines thick and twisted deceivingly like roots. It could easily squeeze a human to death to become its fertilizer. An image she could have lived without. Thank you very much. Devil Snare Professor Sprout continued, unaware of the disturbing thoughts running around a busy-haired student's head. They like the dark and the all who are unlucky enough to stumble upon it. Cleo read her throat, interrupting Faye's terrified squeak. Now this is important that you do not struggle, or panic. It will only tighten further and quicker. Relax and remember, Devil Snare, it's lots of fun, but we'll sulk in the sun. A good strong fire or light charm will do the trick. Now for your assignment. I want you to read and take notes of this chapter. I also want 12 inches of parchment, stating the uses of Devil's Snare and other rooted plants, their properties, and the most common uses. Extra points if you can name the strongest potion they make and its purities due next Friday. Hermione wrote the homework down in her color-coded list of homework assignments and week review schedule. The boys noticed the organizer, looked at each other, rolling their eyes at the same time, shaking their heads. Sprout waited for everyone to write that down. Now, take out your shovel and shears. We will be harvesting some of these roots from Madame Pomfrey. Be careful, these sting. The class groaned and got to work. By the end of it, Hermione and the rest of the class left dirty, sweaty, and in much need of showers despite their gardening robes. Hermione, though, also felt accomplished, even if she was dirty. She had the most clear, smooth-cut roots within diameters. She had dirt smudged across her cheeks and forehead for her effort. The rest didn't look any better. Seamus, who was too eager of a digger, looked like a volcano erupted and covered him in dirt instead. His face and hair caked with it. He had somehow managed to make the dirt explode, not even using magic. He didn't even appear bothered. He must be used to it by now. Dean had the least bit of damage from the lot, with only the lightest smudge on his cheek from swiping it during the task. Ron was so covered in so much soot, one couldn't even make out his freckles. Harry's hair, an untidy whirlwind, was sticking up in even odder angles, glasses smudged. If she were not still absolutely furious with them, she'd laugh. Only Neville of the boys seemed content and happy, practically bouncing to the castle talking about their lesson to no particular person. Her fellow lionesses were far less accepting of getting dirty, except for Faye and Grace, who talked about their gardens at home, exchanging advice and notes. Parvati stood elegantly, none-pleased that she only got some of the dirt off. Padma is better at gardening than I am, she admitted to Lavender, who was having a fit about her hair and how it would take ages for it to dry. Lavender had not yet got the drying spell down, mumbling about mastering it after TS episode. Parvati rubbed her friend's shoulder encouragingly. I much prefer inside. I have no idea where Padma gets her patience for it. As Hermione watched her housemates get farther ahead, she was struck with envy. She felt alone yet surrounded, and it was oppressing. They found it so easy for them to connect and exist together. Hermione felt like an outsider looking in at her own house. It stung her emotionally. Even here she was struggling to connect. She watched everyone talking, laughing, and joking together. Even Neville got along with the others. She hugged her books to her chest with some melancholy. The familiar hot feeling that she wasn't good enough threatened to drown her. Hermione suddenly stopped, shaking her head to rid herself of her feelings and thoughts. picking up the pace, focusing her mind on other things. If she could make it to the showers quickly, Hermione would have time to go to her favorite spot in the library, in the back corner next to the window overlooking the lake. Get a head start on her homework before defense. With those comforting thoughts, she broke into a near run. Hermione was able to get done and ready with time to kill, allowing her to make it to the library with 45 minutes to spare. Halfway through her assignment, Hermione felt like herself again. Her mind, when focused on knowledge, reminded of more important matters. Maybe she was cocooning herself? Knowledge was always there. Around noon, she stretched and let out a quiet sigh. Turning to gaze out of the window, she scanned her horizon, hoping to see her feathered companion. Frowning when she had no luck. Not a black speck in sight. Puffing her hair out of her face, she tapped the parchment so ink dried and rolled itself up. Hermione stuffed hip ache, sprinting out of the library to make it to defense on time. Over the next few days, between spying, listening to his informants, putting out feelers about the 9 realms, endless arguments with the council who were still doing nothing. Irritated with his father who had the power to end this, but chose not to. Long nighttime talks with Dagny and Einar. He was sleep-deprived and just looking for a reason to bury his daggers into Einar's body in a very painful place. About the only things keeping him sane was lunch with his mother that she insisted on, and his link to Hermione, a reminder that there was a reason to get away from Asgard on occasion. He checked in on her frequently through their ever-strengthening connection and daily visits with Heimdall, who was finding her quite charming. He never seen the god smile. However, Loki had no need for that, for he could tell his emotions with his expressive eyes. The corner of his eyes would twitch his replies the same. She's in the library studying, or variations thereof. He found himself quite glad when the day arrived for him to meet with Dimitri. Curious and excited to see the result of dwarf magic and ingenuity, unprecedented combination of their metal and scabrite. Though Loki would gladly take any excuse to get 5 minutes to himself. He was a solitary creature by nature, and his tolerance for others were thinning. Loki stepped through his portal, appearing in front of the mountain entrance once again and knocked. Right on time. Tooth grinned, appearing in the doorway. You expected otherwise? 3 heavens no. Actually, we had all hoped you would be a bit early. Why is that? Loki asked interestedly. I do not know what you commissioned, but our king is most excited. The elders even came out of their holes. A new discovery, they are saying. Loki fought to keep a satisfied grin. He thought something like that might happen. After all, they were the 2 strongest metals in all the realms, both with unique properties. He looked forward to seeing the end result. Tooth lead him inside, and they walked in companionable silence. When they arrived at the main forge, Loki understood the excitement. In the middle of the room, on one of the many stone tables, sat a ring. A warm dome-like glow protected it. Dimitri and about 5 other aged dwarves were studying it. They all had long white beards and hair tucked into their belts. Loki, glad you came. This is most exciting. Dimitri beckoned him over. Loki took a spot on his left, watching different colored sparks come from the ring. Where the sparks landed, fire or one of the 5 elements would appear brayfly on the table. Loki's eyes widened in shock. The stone amplified magic, but it was taking the properties of the metals and air around it to enhance the natural energy, giving it physical form. Incredible. That is not all, Maya's just the stone, the metals. It would be best just to show you. Dimitri took a few bottles filled with poison. Loki was confused at first, until he saw what happened when it was brought in close. The ring glowed, the red scabrite heated, turning an angry red. It didn't get to hot. Enough he was sure to get the Wyr's attention of danger. The silver metal glowed a light blue, and suddenly, the glass shattered. They are sensitive, almost sentient. We speculate that the properties in both combined makes it aware, so to speak, of unseen danger. It's not infallible, but still rather useful. Dimitri pointed to a pile of broken weapons. Nothing we have found can even scratch the thing. Not even a scratch. There are probably many properties of the stone, metals, and the combination of the THREE. I would love to hear of any new discoveries for future projects if we can get more in our archives. Loki picked up the ring, letting his magic mingle around the ring, showing his intent. It sparked a few times, then went out appearing like any ring. You did an unprecedented, difficult job, better than I could have ever hoped for. I will keep you informed of any new developments. Dimitri slapped him on the back. My finest non-weapon work? I can die feeling accomplished. Don't be so dramatic. Future generations will benefit. That's the best a chief can hope for. Loki looked at the ring, letting the dwarves talk excitedly amongst themselves. What secrets and uses could his witch-in-training discover? Loki could not wait to find out. When a tired, determined Loki returned to Midgard, nothing major had occurred since he left. He arrived on the 18th evening of Midgardian September, after Hermione Granger had fallen asleep. Quickly turning into a raven, he flew toward the castle and the tower window that lead to the girls' dorm. Double-checking the time counter of hers, the 18th was crossed out, so that meant in the morning his witch would be 12 rotations old. Loki dissolved into his natural form. Without even the slightest sound of rustling fabric, he quietly walked around the bed and to her nightstand. Loki took one last glance at the witch, making sure she was truly asleep, assured that she would not be waking anytime soon. With a flourish of his hand, Eleanor's scalloped shell appeared in his palm. Running a thumb over the ridged shell one last time, he set it down next to her, quill and ink. Helping himself, he took a piece of her parchment paper, dipped the quill in the ink, and started to write. A challenge for you, little dove. I may be small, but my vines do keep an emotion that lies so deep. What was mine is now only yours. With my crown of responsibility, I do take. The more I am given, the stronger I grow. I have something you can use, but I cannot say. I am more than I am, and more than is known. Loki signed the letter in an elegant flourished L. Loki was about to leave when an idea struck him. Reaching within his space, he pulled out an Asgardian rune stone. He placed it on top the note, keeping it in place as another clue. Let the game begin, Hermione Granger, he whispered. Turning his back, he felt tension wash out of him. He closed his eyes, breathing in slowly, feeling lighter than he had in 1,000 years. Loki shifted into the raven, cawing and flying out of the window. Hermione woke with a start, sun shining in her eyes. She covered her eyes with an arm against the offending brightness. Remembering what day it was, she smiled, excited. Sitting up, since it was a Saturday, she decided to have a bit of a lie-in. She was somewhat surprised when her eyes landed at the foot of her bed. 3 gifts wrapped in paper rested there. Hermione wondered how it was possible. Magic. A warmth filled her heart. Regardless, it was a welcome surprise. She opened the gifts carefully. It came as no surprise that they were books. Ancient Egypt's Secrets Explained. The influences behind Egyptian history, mythology, and the impact on world civilization. Egyptian gods, pharaohs, pyramids, history, Anubis, religion. By Jeffrey Houston. She smiled seeing the next one. She had requested something like it. Her mother's choice. Hermione was developing an unhealthy obsession. She requested some non-magical books to see what the Muggle world had to say about them. Norse mythology. Tales of Norse myth, gods, goddesses, giants, rituals, and Viking beliefs by Corey Amott. The third was again interesting. Something her grandmother would have picked out. It would make a nice light red when she wasn't researching. History of the Vikings. A captivating guide to the Viking age and feared Norse seafarers such as Ragnar Lothbrok, Ivar the Boneless, Egil Skallagrimson, and more by captivating history. Hermione turned to put them on her bedside table for later perusal, stopping short, seeing there was something already there that did not belong. A single scalloped shell, a stone, and a most curious note. Hermione picked up the stone. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen before. It was smooth, heavy, a rune mark she did not know upon it. It was also blue and shimmered like the sky reflecting on a river. It pulsed in her hand. She turned it all around, fingers tracing the rune. Curious. She hummed to herself. Putting it aside, she opened the scalloped shell slowly. It looked old, off-white, with brown rings at the bottom. She gasped and clasped her hand to her mouth. Inside was the most beautiful ring Hermione had ever seen. It was of a durable silvery steel like metal that had a milky appearance she couldn't name, with leaves of black and red like fire. Wrapped around it, just like her wand, and in the center lay a small red stone, with a tiny white rose in its center that glittered when she put it in certain light. It was simple yet gorgeous. She ran her fingers over the silver band. Then to her pendant. It was the same cool metal. Hermione knew this was probably not the best idea, but she had the urge to put it on. She slipped it on her right ring finger. A warm sensation made her relax. She now could feel a magical energy. She twisted it gently, studying it in curiosity. She ached to know what exactly it was. Hermione suddenly remembered the note, causing her to stop, her ache to no more overpowering. She unfurled it. A challenge for you, little dove. I may be small, but my vines do keep an emotion that lies so deep. What was mine is now only yours. With my crown a responsibility I do take. The more I am given, the stronger I grow. I am more than I am, and more than is known. Ed? Loki. She chuckled, shaking her head. Everything lead to him. So, why the hell was he not revealing himself? It was quite annoying. Perhaps he just enjoyed watching her slowly go insane. She had plenty of evidence. Her mind flashed to the man she had seen her first night at Hogwarts. That had to be him. Who else would wear cloths like that nowadays? Yet they also felt modern in a way. She groaned in frustration. The vision, the pendant, the suspicious raven, the wolf. Not to mention what she had been reading in the library. The energy. No, the magic she felt consistently around her. It made her want to stamp her feet and growl in frustration. To demand he stop his tricks. Well, at least this one. To ask a trickster god to stop being who he was. Didn't sit well in her stomach. Didn't mean she wouldn't tear into him when she got the chance. Why won't you show yourself already? As Hermione expected. There was no answer. She puffed her cheeks out and fell on her back, on the bed, her hair around her. Rereading the note, she held in the air. If she ever did meet him, she was going to give him a piece of her mind. She read over it slowly. A challenge for you, little dove, she hummed. Obviously, he's challenging me. A riddle. She glanced upon the ring she still had on her finger, that she had no intention of removing. Usually she'd be concerned about things from unknown people. Only this person wasn't unknown. Not really. Maybe she was going bonkers to trust a possible god without even meeting or knowing him, since he was the god of chaos and lies. After all, I may be small, but my vines do keep an emotion that lies so deep. Hermione frowned, bringing the ring up to eye level. The leaves were wrapped around the red jewel, cradling it. The rose twinkling at her. Wait, the vines were around her finger. Was she the emotion? That seemed odd. A person wasn't an emotion. Unless, do I represent the emotion? Or does something else? The rose. What was once mine is now only yours, she whispered. This wasn't a hard one. Something about this ring held something personal. Something he had kept close until he deemed it fit to give it to her. Which part she'd have to figure out. The more I take, the stronger I grow. She chewed her lip, twisting the ring around her finger, studying it, feeling it out. The corner of her, I caught the sight of her vine wand. Like the ring. Exactly like. What does the wand do? She thought to herself, a small smile forming. It channeled her magic. Maybe if I just... She hummed, grabbing her wand, and with a flick of her wrist, she pointed it at the shell, and a blue light. Later, the shell looked brand new, the yellow gone. While doing so, she paid attention to the ring, barely noticeable. She wouldn't have if she wasn't paying attention. There was a tingle on her finger, and the spell worked better than it usually would. Instead of the grime, ages seemed to melt over it, like it had just washed up for the first time. Hermione put her hand to her mouth and did the same thing to the old curtains, a dark red suddenly bright. Kicking her legs excitedly, she hopped off her bed and got out a fresh roll of parchment and multicolored inks. She rolled the scroll out on the bed and started making lists, notes of what she had noted thus far, and ways she could experiment, and a yes or no section where she wrote questions out, and an area for thoughts. Hermione had just finished half the scroll when she was interrupted by a rather large growl coming from her stomach. Hermione stretched out, rolling up her parchment, and hid it within her trunk. Neatly putting the inks away and grabbing cloths, she made a beeline for breakfast. Though upon arrival, she got the best surprise yet. Loki! Hermione's smile grew, seeing the familiar green-eyed raven sitting on the table on where her usual spot was. perfectly happy and contented now that Loki was back. She wouldn't be alone today. She petted his beak and plopped down. I'll figure it out, you know. She got a blank stare. Thank you for the gift. Another stare and a tilt of his head. Hermione huffed, blowing a stray curl out of her face. Fine, be that way. I have so much to tell you. Hermione barely sat down before she launched into filling him in all that he missed, rather animatedly. Hand gestures included. The raven, if one looked closely, looked rather alarmed, and high head tilted and feathers ruffled as he tried to keep up with the rather excited 12-year-old. The rest of the month flew by. For Loki, apart from the dog, nothing dangerous or unnaturally strange had occurred. He, however, did not lower his guard for a moment. He spent most of his time on Midgard with occasional visits to Asgard for his informant's updates, his princely duties, council meetings, and secret discussions with Dagny and Einar. He was pleasantly surprised how many eyes and ears they themselves had. Things were quiet at the present moment in both realms, and Loki was nervous. He had over a dozen strategies and theories on standby, and he kept a close eye on the traitor. Loki was concerned about his people and his witch, whom he always made time for. She wasn't all that hard to be around, always studying and talking at him about her own ideas and theories on whatever she was working on. She was making progress with her riddle, experimenting with the ring. So far she had figured out it was amplifying, but she had not used it enough yet to notice the improvement of her focus and control. It would be a while before it would be. Hermione had several scrolls detailing her experiments and what she had figured out, observations that she had. All that, and the most surprising thing? She still had time for light reading. In other words, Loki felt more alive than he had in centuries. He had purpose, and the enemies were finally coming out to play after mostly peaceful centuries. Well, as peaceful as the 9 realms could ever really be anyway. When not with Hermione, exploring, researching, and bantering with Peeves. Loki found great enjoyment of tormenting the head scholar, son of Dumbledore. He let the old wizard close briefly and would take off or make a decoy, toying with him while at the same time studying his character. He was patient and rather intelligent, though a bit odd. His robes were rather outrageous and cookie, if you asked for his opinion. However, as the end of the month grew near, he grew bored. He did have a few questions for the son of Dumbledore he would like to know the answers to, which brought him where he was at the end of the second month, sitting in one of the high windows of the clock tower, one leg dangling the other bent, as he took a bite of an apple he had stolen from the table at lunch, waiting for Hermione Granger to get out of class. The air was chilly, and there was a feeling and scent in the air that was unique to Midgard. Autumn, if he remembered right. The leaves were changing, bright oranges, reds, and golds, resembling flames and falling to the ground where they became brown. There was a beauty in death, he mused, for they shed the leaves now, and they would return in the spring. Rising like a phoenix he had read about in the library, he was learning a lot about the magical world of Midgard. The information was endless, even fascinating. It was the last day of the Midgardians' October. As he understood it, there was a holiday called Halloween being celebrated this day. Loki didn't quite understand what exactly they were celebrating. He made a mental note to study their holidays. This one seemed, as he understood it, to be very much like their celebration of Winter Nights that was going on now in Asgard, combined with some of their Walpurgis. Again, Asgard never changed. However, they still had their own yearly celebrations. Mother always liked this one best. She often said that her powers of Galder were at its pinnacle. In fact, today was the day she went out amongst their people to give advice and some direction. Very rarely, but sometimes she felt inclined to give a full prophecy or reading, as well as always giving him a secret smirk, like she knew something but refused to let him in on it. It irritated him. When he was younger, he'd ask, but she'd just always say, "You will understand one day." Eventually, he stopped asking. It also appeared to be the end of their harvest as well. Hermione aside, there was another reason Loki had chosen this spot to wait. He had a good view of the courtyard where she'd enter upon leaving charms. He had also decided this to be the spot to end the game he had been playing with the head scholar. The headmaster, they called him. It was time to talk. So it came as no surprise as the elder came to stand beside him, looking out at the forest like he was. Splendid day, isn't it? I always did like watching the seasons change. He spoke with a voice wizened in age. Loki saw deep wisdom in his blue eyes, as well as dark secrets. He had a past. The elder Eazer had that same look. The look one requires when they had seen too much, done too much, been through too much. The weight of the past makes its mark. One just had to know how to spot them. The past really could make slaves of them all, which was why he never dealt with such things. Eleanor being the exception, but he found it didn't hurt too much now when he remembered her. Ever since Hermione's birthday. Would you care for a lemon drop? He asked with a hum. Of all the things Loki was expecting to happen, this hadn't been one of them. What on Midgard is a lemon drop? Loki found himself asking. A muggle sweet. The wizard popped said sweet into his mouth. Not really, no. Loki continued to study him. He was the weirdest man he had ever met, and they had barely said anything to each other. I'm not interested in playing your games. What I want to know is why you have something so dangerous on the 3rd floor. Protecting something. Thestrals are very interesting creatures. He hummed, avoiding the question. What are you talking about? Loki bit out, completely annoyed. I'm sorry, I have not introduced myself. My name is Albus Dumbledore. Albus, what in Norn's name are you babbling about? Thestrals. Albus Dumbledore hummed, motioning above the trees, drawing attention to those creatures he often enjoyed watching. He hadn't found out what they were yet. His curiosity got the best of him. Momentarily. What are they? They look similar to the horses I have seen in Niflheim. Thestrals are fundamentally gentle creatures. They have a high dangerous rating. Due to the fear of them, they are invisible to most people and misunderstood. Invisible. I doubt that from looking at one right now. They can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. Loki watched a fowl next to its mother as they dug into something dead the half-giant often left for them at the edge. Or sometimes deeper. It made sense. In many worlds and realms, they often feared what they did not understand, even going as far as hating the source. Loki found them even more enchanting. He had seen many deaths, many by his own hand, through centuries of war. They truly were like the creatures of Niflheim. He wondered if they had come here during the last convergence. Suddenly remembering why they were here, he turned his gaze back at Albus Dumbledore. What are you hiding? Death has always scared people, particularly those who seek power. They tend to find ways to cheat death. It's been in my experience. Hela does not appreciate such means. Loki studied the wizard. He was getting at something. He tilted his head, his mind racing. There were not very many things capable of escaping Hela. There were a few that could delay, fewer still that could succeed in cheating her. He is no danger to students as long as they avoid the 3rd floor. Well, your guard dog nearly killed 4 first years. One of them is my responsibility. I do not appreciate that. It's fairly easy to get into. Just a simple spell? That may be so. I cannot remove the protections. No harm will come to Hermione Granger. She is a very intelligent young witch. I am sure she will not find herself back to the 3rd floor. What is he guarding that's so important you'd risk hiding it here? Endangering your young scholars. If it's important to hide, someone will come to try to retrieve it. They will have no qualms killing any that got in their way. I don't know what you're up to yet. I assure you I will find out. There are those that would wish to cheat death. Albus Dumbledore repeated. Loki didn't say anything else. Thinking, did Midgardian sorcerers have such a means? If they did, what object would achieve such a feat? Loki vowed to pay the goddess a visit. He just hoped she'd be in a welcoming mood. The two of them remained silent. Loki with distrust. Albus caught a knowing gleam in his eyes that Loki did not like. Looking out over the students that did not have classes. Others starting to get out of class. Flooding the courtyard. Albus Dumbledore said something to break the silence. What he said he did not know. For just as he opened his mouth, Loki got distracted by a strong hit of Hermione's sadness. Her loneliness and deep hurt, reverberating through the bond. Shifting into the raven and flew toward where he saw her running. A group of boys stood frozen watching her leave. Sons of Potter and Fingon looked unsure of what to do about it. The Seamus Finnegan boy's face looked like he exploded a spell again. Ron Weasley looked guilty. Harry Potter looked like he wanted to do something, but boys his age, Loki knew, were no match for a girl's tears. Even as adults, it was hard for men to deal with a woman crying. Loki had seen tears in Hermione's eyes before she disappeared. He instantly knew Ronald Weasley was the cause, as he flew overhead of them to follow Hermione Granger. He summoned his magic, so Ronald's cloak flipped over his head and was jerked back, kids laughing as he was dragged to the other side of the courtyard by an invisible force, where he came to a stop under a tree, whose leaves suddenly fell on top of him, burying him in the foliage. Loki didn't stay to appreciate what he caused. Instead, he continued to follow Hermione to the first-floor girls' bathroom. It wasn't the cleanest, he thought, as he swooped in from the open window, perching on a carved pumpkin. Called a jack-o'-lantern, his feathers ruffled as he heard the unmistakable sound of Hermione trying to muffle her sobs. She was hurting, and badly. What in the Nine Realms had that boy say to her? Loki was debating on his next course of action when two girls ran into the bathroom. Panting from the run, Loki recognized them as Hermione's sister witches. Parvati Patil, the color of mocha with straight black hair and dark, almost black eyes. A look of concern on her face, was the first to knock on the door. Hermione? Hermione, are you okay? Go away. She sniffled, her voice cracking like she was trying not to show just how upset she was even though it was obvious. Don't listen to the git. Lavender Brown spoke softly. Lavender was a small girl with wild curly blonde hair, a red and gold headband on her head. She gave a lot of thought into her appearances. Loki would know. She was always the last of the girls to arrive at breakfast. She also always spoke her mind. You're a little bit of a know-it-all, Granger. You're a kind person. You'll click with someone. Just give it more time. Lavender tried to reassure her. Hermione just cried harder. Loki could see that she was on the ground of the stall now, her head most likely buried on her knees. Hermione. Parvati tried a different tactic. He was lashing out, hurting you in response to feeling shown up, jealous. That's all it is. He's jealous and embarrassed. He's right, though. Everything he said. Hermione choked, and Loki itched to talk to her. It was a while before he got his chance. The girls didn't leave until after trying and failing for 20 minutes to calm Hermione Granger down and coax her out of the stall. It wasn't exactly how he wanted to introduce himself. However, there wasn't much Loki could do as a raven. A shadow of a raven against the wall, illuminated by the moon and lantern. Slowly the wings retreated, twisting and turning until the shadow became a man. Loki, with silent, careful steps, walked over to one of the sinks, cleaning it with a wave of his hand. He leaned against it, getting himself comfortable, his eyes on the stall where the girl was, bracing himself for any possible negative reaction she may have. He wasn't used to comforting people. He was just as uncomfortable as Harry Potter looked. The only difference was he at least knew how to confront things that didn't exactly appeal to him. Won't you come out, little dove? Loki smiled a bit, hearing her sniffling quieten and her scrambling up off the floor. It was several heartbeats before the stall opened slowly, and she stepped out timidly. Her lion's mane she called hair was mussed like she'd been clutching it, and strands stuck to her wet cheek. Her eyes red and swollen. You know this is the girls' bathroom, boys. She cleared her throat. Men, she clarified, are not supposed to be in here, she admonished with no real heat in her voice. Loki smirked. Her first thing to ask was not who are you, nor was it a scream or fear, but the fact that he was breaking the rules. He really needed to teach her that rules were meant to be ignored, broken, or bent. Who are you? Was her next question. You know who I am, Hermione Granger. You've known for quite some time now. You're Loki, aren't you? You're the raven that's been following me around since my first day. Hermione sniffed, feeling self-conscious that he was seeing her at one of her weaker moments. She felt inadequate comparing them. She knew she looked a mess. She tried to dry her tears with her robe subtly and smooth out her hair a bit and straighten her robes, trying to put herself together, but even then it didn't help. She was being entirely undignified. The man smirked. Crap, he noticed. Right on target, Lady Hermione Granger. Loki's green eyes sparkled with laughter. Loki was wearing dark clothing with some sort of light armor made with an unfamiliar leather and metal. His posture was perfect. He leaned against the sink and still managed to look regal, as if the bathroom was some sort of throne room. His dark hair pushed back, curling slightly at the neck, possibly layered. His green eyes burned with a fire and intelligence, while his skin was pale and cold as winter. Everything about him was contradictory. His presence filled the bathroom. His aura intimidating, one of power. He was relaxed, and his chuckle filled the room at her silence. "What's that Midgardian saying? Dog got your tongue?" Hermione opened her mouth. She was planning on just asking one question. "Why?" followed by the correction that the saying was. "Cat got your tongue." But that wasn't what left her mouth. "You bit me," she glared, remembering the harsh bite on that first day of flying. Loki laughed, his smile ear to ear. "Yes, I bit you. I failed to see how that is relevant presently." "It hurt." Loki gave a one-shoulder shrug, somehow making it appear otherworldly. "How else was I supposed to get you to eat? Flying on an empty stomach makes things worse. More so when one is uneasy with being in the air." Hermione had a hard time fighting that logic, but she was still prepared to argue how that was a bit much, opening her mouth to tell him so. Instead, 20 questions erupted like a fire hydrant. "Are you really Loki? Why are you watching out for me? Is this amulet real? How did it get to be in our family? Are the other realms real? Can you travel to other planets? How does your magic work? Are you an animagus? Or can you change your form to anything at will? Care to tell me why you have not shown yourself before now? If you knew that I had known." Loki gave a deep chuckle of amusement. She didn't know if he was laughing at her or her questions. She folded her arms defensively. "So inquisitive. Fine, I shall indulge you on one condition." Loki held up one finger. "You tell me what son of Weasley said to you, to make you cry so. He's unworthy of your tears." Hermione sniffed a bit and hid a shy smile in her sleeve, almost giggling at his speech but held back. He was not of this realm, so he would have what they consider now an old-fashioned way of speaking, but it suited him. Surprisingly, it made her feel better. "It's nothing important," she lied, fidgeting with the ring she now knew he had given her. She had expected as much. Hermione didn't want to seem weak in front of him, that a simple insult that her intelligence was the reason she had no friends. She had just been trying to help. Loki shifted from the sinks and walked over to her, crouching to her height. He was tall far away. Up close, he was even taller. Hermione would guess about 6 feet. She tried to shift away, but he had already taken her chin, gentle but forceful enough that made her look up directly into those eyes of his. He brushed a thumb over her still wet cheek. "This is not nothing, my little witch. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change things. Ron's right." Hermione tried to tear away from his gaze. It felt like he could see all her secrets, like nothing was hidden. The feeling was unnerving. "Don't try to lie to the god of lies, little witch. I will always be able to tell. Clearly, it's important enough to hurt you. Now tell me, Hermione Granger, what did he say?" Loki's voice had lowered slightly. It dawned at her that he was angry. Hermione bit her lip, then thought of how she always told him what was on her mind as a raven. How is this any different? Other than clearly he was talking back now. Hermione didn't avert her gaze. She was ashamed enough she had broken down the first time. "He said I was a nightmare, that I have no friends," mocking how I was trying to correct and teach him how to do a spell. "He's right, I don't have any friends. I never had. I didn't fit in when in Muggle schools. I was different, but didn't understand it. I know it all. I'm different here too. I don't know about this world. I have to study really hard to understand it and how I fit in. Everything's so new. Magic, school, a whole new world. I feel alone. I study hard to learn and master as much magic as I can. I was hoping it would help me make some friend, to prove I'm capable. It hasn't gone so well, and he just pointed it out. However, indirectly, it's still true." Hermione rambled, trying to rush out her feelings, her cheeks going pink. It sounded stupid saying it out loud. All this is exciting and scary all at once. Loki searched her face as she spoke. He pulled out a green cloth, handing it to her, so she could wipe her eyes and cheeks, letting her chin go and speaking as she cleaned up, feeling a bit lighter now. "You are not alone. I am never to far, little dove. It can be frightening being different. Use your unique position to your advantage. Never be ashamed of pursuing knowledge and using it. He may not be a friend yet, but you have Neville Longbottom's respect. He doesn't say much. He doesn't get annoyed when you sit by him like I've seen some others do. He has that potential. What advantage?" She peeked at him curiously, now dry, but she knew her eyes were still red. "You are part of two worlds, daughter of Granger. You have a unique point of view. Your eyes are not clouded by either side. Seeing things clearly is a strength. Remember that. Loki gave her a lot to ponder. Do you know worlds other than mine and yours? Many. I studied them. Learned their culture, habits, how they view things. It makes creating alliances easier. I'm speaking out of experience. Now I believe I owe you some answers to your questions. Yes, I am Loki, Prince of Asgard, Silvertongue, Lie Smith. I go by many names. I'm not sure what you mean by animagus, but I can change into any animal I wish. Preferably a raven, wolf, or snake. They are the three that come the easiest to me. I watch over you because I owe your family an unpayable debt. I have sworn an oath, in blood, to watch over the descendant blessed with magic. Of course the amulet is real. Do you truly have any doubts about that? No, not really, but it is nice to have facts confirmed. I gave it to your ancestor to protect your family quite a long time ago. Loki's voice changed, lowering with each word till it was a near whisper, and he averted his eyes. He wanted to speak no more of it. Loki gently took the amulet in his hand, muttering in a language she didn't understand. Hermione assumed it was his native tongue. She used to learn it. It was beautiful and strange. Maybe if she asked for him to teach it to her, he'd indulge her. In case you have any lingering doubts. Loki smirked, just as one of the snakes moved off the amulet into his hand. It grew and wrapped around his arm, and over his shoulder, resting its head on the other one. Hermione gasped and reached out to gently touch the soft golden scales of the snake's head. Its tongue flicked against her wrist. It rose up to peer down at her with green eyes. Her name is Jorner. She and her mate Igmunder that remains on the amulet are my familiars. Added protection. I bound them to this amulet. If there's ever severe danger, they can and will revert to their full size or this size. Their full size would not fit in this bathroom. What's their full size? She breathed still, enchanted by Jorner. Tracing her scales, since the snake had moved, so her head was under Loki's chin, now hissing softly. It looked to Hermione that she had missed her master. Around the size of the castle's highest tower. By now Hermione had completely forgotten that she had been upset. They sound bigger than a dragon. Depends on the breed of dragon. As for why I have not shown myself before now, is for a very simple reason. Knowing is one thing. Seeing is quite another thing entirely. If I just came out of nowhere, you would not be reacting as you are. Now, trust me. Hermione watched Loki. She had a distinct feeling this next question would be a sore spot. After all, he had been very vague on debt and blood oath. Something heavy happened. She was determined to get it out of him. Why did you give something so important as this? Hermione held the pendant and held out her hand, surprised that Igmunder slid into her palm, then grew slowly till he was wrapped around her arm, tongue flicking at her. To us, your magic is deeply embedded in this. I can feel it now that I know what it is I've been feeling since my second week here. It's growing somehow. You also put your familiars on here. There is a special bond between a magic user and their familiar. Or familiars in this case. You wouldn't have just given this to a random stranger. Loki looked irritated at this. Yep, sore spot. I've been feeding it my magic. That is a tale I'm not yet ready to tell. The events are not pleasant. Things a girl your age shouldn't be exposed to. Hermione steeled herself. I do not care what you think. Loki, I can handle it, I assure you. I am aware that things happen in our society that is not pleasant. Do not underestimate what I am and am not ready for. I'm not sheltered. History isn't always nice. Things happen that are not pleasant. You will have to tell me sooner or later. I won't let this drop till I know everything. You've been watching me. You should know by now that I will dig until I find the answers. I will forever bug you and be the bane of your existence till you tell me so I can understand. Loki seemed to hesitate, but there was something brief in his eyes. Pride, followed by humor, unease, before finally resting on angry. His eyes flaring. He was definitely angry. Hermione didn't care. She stared him down, unblinking and unflinching. He would tell her she had to spend a lifetime trying to get it out of him. They stood there staring at each other, daring the other. All right, fine, you want to know so badly, little girl. He hissed. You will regret this. Loki moved closer and put 2 fingers on her temples. They glowed green, and he rested his forehead against hers. Don't say I didn't warn you, my little witch. His voice softened slightly. It gave Hermione whiplash. He went from seething angry to something almost affectionate in a space of mere moments. Hermione wrinkled her nose, having the urge to say childishly that she wasn't little, but was unable to. Upon the warm touch of his forehead to hers, there was a bright light that surrounded her, and she felt her eyes closing and the sensation of being pulled inward. When she opened her eyes again, she gasped. She was no longer in the girls' lavatory. What? My memories. Sorry, another author's note. I do not hate Dumbledore nor Ron. In fact, I love Ron. But he has his moments of gitness. Especially at the beginning. He softens, as we all know. He's Ron, smiley face. His actions often being emotionally driven and usually without real thought. I loved writing her reactions to his eating habits, having shown displeasure a few times where that's concerned. And Dumbledore, as much as I adore him, is manipulative, even if his intentions are good, which Loki would obviously see right through. Their relationship will be tense. Doesn't mean I hate him. Saying this now because I know someone's going to comment. I will not be bashing. Warning. Next chapter is making me change. The rating from T to M for violence/gore language if you are squamish to violence. PM or review and ask for a clean summary. Otherwise, I hope you all enjoy finally learning about how this all started. I hope I do okay. OCs are not easy for me to write.